Yo, what's up, guys? Good morning. It's 6:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna check out of here. I'm just finishing packing up, and then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get my stuff packed up here. We're gonna be leaving Buriram today. But before I leave Buriram, we're gonna see some stuff in the city. There's a beautiful national park nearby. I don't know if I can walk to it. It might be a little too far to walk. We might try to walk to it. I might have to take a taxi or something. But it's a national park. We're gonna go check that out. So let me finish packing up here. We're gonna get out of here. Big ups, everybody. Actually, I slept in a little bit today because I was getting up earlier than 6, like the last week. Today, I actually slept in at 6:30, but I was up late last night. I was up till like midnight. Normally, I don't stay up that late. I know that's not real late, but for me lately, it's late. But you're gonna get out of here. You going? Debating whether to throw this shirt away because I like it. I want to hold on to it, but it's got a big hole in the back here. I was gonna repair it. I think it's just too small, anyways. I really like this shirt, the way it looked, and there's another hole there. But I just bought this a couple months ago in Pattaya, but it's just falling apart. I have to try to find another one like it. It's a little bit too small for me, I think. A tad small. So I'm gonna hope it's not going to be too hot today at Buriram because let's say it's already getting sunny out there. So I want to do some maritime streaming outside today. Oh, big ups, guys. We got 55 in the chat. Cheers. I'll be with you in a little bit. I got to finish packing up here. I do these kind of pack ups and stuff when I leave a hotel room on the live stream. I could wait until I get outside, but you know, I just start after I just had a shower. I start after the shower because it takes a little time for people to get in the stream anyways and things get going. So, 10 minutes of being in the hotel in the morning. And people like seeing day-to-day life stuff anyways, so we include that in the stream. I'm on these sort of adventures. I do a little morning exercise here, loosen up the joints. Oh, dang, Robert V with the super chat. Big ups, Robert. $10. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert. Cheers, man. Big ups, Robert. Thanks for that $10. We'll do a little few one-legged deadlifts. I did like 500 of these a few days ago. Just right here in the room. I'm in my shoes. I'm a lot more stable doing these barefoot. Because your foot actually grips the ground. Maybe a little, there we go. I should have done these before I put my shoes on. Let's see if I can do them with shoes. It's a little harder. It's harder to maintain your balance. Say I take my shoes off and my socks. I don't want to be struggling with the balance. I want to perform the exercise. There we go. Still. The hamstrings are a little bit sore from the last session. The lower hamstrings. Hear that back crack? Cracks your back, lower back. Yo, big ups Robert, man. Robert from New York City. Met him in New York City. I don't really feel like doing any of these right now. Sometimes I still, struggle with the balance. You're putting everything on one foot. Because you're not just standing. Like standing is like this, I could tie my shoes standing. That's one thing. But you're moving your hip and your leg, and it really throws off your balance. But sometimes I do better than other times, but I still haven't mastered it. Or I can just do it effortlessly, like over and over. See, damn. Try again here, and then we'll get back to packing up. You're even lowering your upper body. I intentionally do that to give some effort to the back. I'm not doing well today. There, so I'm getting sleep, I guess. Yes. I was doing like 20 on each foot a couple days ago. Sets of 20. Yeah, well, I think it's because my hamstrings are sore. We'll lay off on those. My hamstrings are sore from a couple days ago. I did a whole bunch of them. That's a sort of exercise. It's not like intense or you're squatting 400 pounds, 4 reps. It's different exercises have different values. But it is, the exercise is good because it's covering so many bases. There's a stretch there, there's coordination, you're working a lot of different muscle groups. You're working everything from your hamstrings to your hips, to your lower back, your calves and the muscles right here and the ankles are trying to stabilize everything. There's like a lot going on there. It's like a really, really good exercise. But it's, there's different kinds of exercise. It's not like lifting massive weights. But, you are like kind of lifting a lot of weights because it's 200 pounds essentially going through on your hips and your legs, If there was no weight aspect to it, right, my hamstrings would be sore right now. Showing people the Golden Temple yesterday. I was in the Golden Temple, the most amazing sights in the world in India. It's me at the Golden Temple there. we gonna go to today, guys? Where are we off to? So I'm gonna visit some stuff this morning, but after that I'm gonna be leaving Buriram. Or I might just stay in the province, but go to a small town. Stay the night there. Actually, say a little something here. I'm kind of getting into sightseeing everywhere. You know, I used to not be much of a sightseer. I thought to myself, I just liked walking around and exploring cities, which that I still like to do. But I've actually really gotten into sightseeing. Sightseeing by means like going to see something special, like the floating market in Samut Songkhram, the Monkey Hill Temple in Prachapkari, kind of things like that. A lot of times I wouldn't even bother in the past when I was younger, but now I like to see the sights when I go places. Actually, it's also good for streaming. People like it too. People like to see these things. These are places people might never visit. I mean, I've never visited most of these places myself. It's all new business for me. It's not like there's a lot of stuff to see in the world, and you know, we don't have the opportunity or the time. Even those of us that travel all the time to see everything. So I think we're in for a treat today, guys. It's going to be, but damn, man, the sun's out blasting already. It's only 7 o'clock. It's just going to be a hot one today. I was hoping it'd be a little bit nicer today. And I got my backpack. Might leave my backpack in my room, so I don't have to check out till 12. Something I've been messing with. Got these in Buriram right here. Kind of good. Been in this room for a while, probably about 10 days. I've been to Buriram maybe like over 2 weeks, but I've been in a couple different hotels. Just about finished packing up. One backpack travel, guys. Everything is in this one bag right here. Camera, computer, clothes. All right, guys, I think we're ready. But I might as well go check out. I'm going to go to Krauterdong National Park. It's a forest park, very beautiful place. It's only about 5 miles from here. I might try to walk there. There's actually stuff to see along the way too. There's a big soccer stadium and other stuff. I haven't been down that area, so it'll be an interesting walk. So I'll bring the big bottle of water, but if we're gonna walk there, we're gonna need some coffee and pastries probably. I think we'll just check out that way because we don't know where we're gonna be going, what we're gonna be doing necessarily. So better to not have to come back to this room because we might be really far from this room by noon rolls around. So we'll have to carry the backpack, but I think that's the right move. All right, let me do one last check, make sure I didn't forget anything. Looks like we're all good here. I'm leaving that shirt behind because I think it's just not gonna work anymore for me. Apparently it's Father's Day this weekend in Thailand, so it's a holiday. I don't know if things are gonna be too busy. I should be traveling on the weekend. I should have left here Wednesday or something, but it's going on the weekend now, for the weekend. Zundap 73 motorbike. This hotel actually has a pool too, right? I forgot to leave a tip for the cleaning lady. She's a really nice cleaning lady. She's been taking care of me really good, cleaning my room, giving me water and towels. I meant to leave her a nice, I was gonna leave like a really big tip. Let me go back and do that. Like 150 baht or something. So I'm gonna leave a little tip and a little note. She's not here yet. Work. Leave her 150 120 baht. 140. I'm low on change. Get some change here. And I'll leave a little note so she knows I didn't just forget it. I wanted to leave her that tip. Oh, hey, nice super chats, guys. Ernest, $10. Ernest and Dr. Howells, thank you. Yeah, she's a very sweet maid. Thank you, guys. Thank you for clean. I'm running out of ink and take care. Billy. Hey, thank you, Dr. Howells. And Ernest Connell, thank you guys. Normally I just leave loose change, like 20, 30 baht or something. But like I said, I've been here for a while, so she's just great. She's been a great cleaning lady maid, you know, couldn't ask for any better. So big ups. Oh, Cardo, thank you, Cardo, $5. Dr. Howe's, coffee and Snickers, but no 7-Eleven. Ernest Kyle made it fun. Thank you, guys. Well, if you want to get a Snickers, I don't know where to get them other than 7-Eleven. Or you gotta go to like a superstore or something. There's Big C, mini Big C. I guess I can get them there. But I'm not boycotting 7-Eleven anymore. I wasn't boycotting because I didn't like the company. I was doing it more out of trying to help the local businesses. So a lot of people, they spend way too much time and money, myself included. You know, I spent a lot of money in 7-Eleven. Could be going to the local businesses. Keep the entrepreneurialism alive, not the corporate chains in Thailand. It's a very entrepreneurial country here. Big ups, guys. Cardo, thank you for the super chats, everybody. It's a massive corporation, 15,000 stores. So I believe it's owned by Japan Holdings. It's a big Japan corporation. They own all the 7-Elevens in Japan and Thailand. And nothing wrong with massive corporations, but if you have the choice, if I had the choice to give money to local businesses, I prefer that. But you know, they are very convenient and they got a lot of stuff I like. 7-Elevens. Here's the pool. Man, the sun's already out. We slept in too late. We didn't get a good start to the day here. Look, the sun's already blasted. Oh, there's a cleaning lady right there. Hey, sorry. Sorry, cow. I check out. Check out, yeah. Sorry, cow. Check out. Cup. There's the cleaning lady. Bye bye.
Bye bye. เดินทางปลอดภัยค่ะ
It's my neighborhood, guys. Let's go do some sets. We're gonna go do some dips. Damn, dude, I wanted to do a bunch of walking, but sun's out bright and early today. I don't know if I'm already kind of tired now. Like, I was 2 hours of streaming yesterday. I slacked around too much. I lost my streaming abilities. I'll do a little exercise here, try to get the blood flowing good. And then we'll go get some breakfast, I think. Like yesterday, I streamed for 2 hours last night. I was tired at the end of it. You know, 2 hours is nothing what I usually do. There's the cat cafe. Yeah, I was getting a throat from talking, and my legs were tired from walking. It was just 2 hours. Well, it's a tough exercise. Some people, even if you're strong, your shoulders can like rip out. So all your weight is going. My shoulders are very strong, and they've gotten stronger because from playing basketball, you use your shoulders constantly. That sport was actually designed for like having healthy shoulders, but like you're putting all your weight on your shoulders and dipping down. So you gotta be careful with that exercise. It can be dangerous. But yeah, I've gotten okay at it. My form's gotten better. But actually, this exercise really works your chest. You feel it in a way like nothing else. Bench pressing, push-ups. It's the best chest building exercise. And I've always had a puny looking chest. That's starting to change now. Yeah, I highly recommend dips. If you can't do dips, do a bunch of push-ups, because push-ups are similar. Push-ups are actually easier. So build up with the push-ups. Maybe do some, you also use your triceps, do some tricep exercises. Then you should be able to do, maybe, you might not be able to do dips too if you're real overweight, because you're using your whole body weight. So if you're carrying a lot of extra weight, you might have to get rid of some weight too. Then you could do dips, probably. You'll see my dog friends here. They're always in this area. Yo, thanks for the super chats, guys. Some nice super chats came in there this morning off the start. That's a lady dog. She's very timid. She's not scared, but she's just very quiet and timid. This other dog protects her. I don't see him though right now. The other dog's a big dog, but he's very friendly once he gets to know you. Yeah, there he is. I think no, that's not him. That's another one. I'm seeing that dog there. I'm seeing that dog. Looking at it. Hey. That dog. That looks like a very, hey buddy. Hey. Hey. I'm not gonna pet him because I don't want to get ringworm again. These are street dogs. They live on the street. Hey buddy. Yeah. Another dog, he's always here too. He's hanging around this area all day. Hey. The other one, there he is. The other one's begging for food. They're all begging for the meats there. That's the one that's protective. He's here he comes now. Hey, no jumping, no jumping. That's the one I'm talking about. Hey, buddy. All right, go on. No jumping, no jumping. There's people selling meat here all morning. They're always begging for meat. All right, we got to get some coffee or something. I'm mostly getting my coffee from, so there's a lot of little shops that sell coffee. I've been going to all of them. I've also been getting I've been drinking like 2 or 3 coffees a day, so I got a lot of coffee business to give. But I've been getting a lot of coffee from 7-Eleven too. So I just take it back to my hotel room. But there's like a really beautiful lady. She's here in the daytime. She's not here now. She sells coffee. I've been going to her. There's a little guy here selling coffee, a shop there. There's that coffee shop that I stream from. They're more expensive, so I don't go there very much. I only go there to stream. So all the other places are like 30 baht for a coffee. They're like 50 there. It's a little more fancier of a place. And then we're gonna go to Khao Kadang Forest Park, National Park. I don't think I'm gonna walk there. It's gonna be too far of a walk. I'll just take a taxi cab. I got ringworm and lamb chabang because I petted one of these street dogs and then I rubbed my face. I was on a live stream and the fawn saw it. He was like, oh, you're gonna get ringworm. Sure enough, I did. It's like a little fungus infection on my face. Here's the old lady that sells coffee. It's Coffee by Rose. This is where I get food every morning or for lunch. This is where I've been eating lunch. They serve great food. You gotta say hi to them. They serve great food here. Sawadee Cup. Yeah,
been going there just about every day to get lunch. They serve food there. But I cleared up for him with tough actin tinactin. That worked. Apparently it's a fungal infection similar to jock itch or athlete's foot. That stuff works for all that stuff. So highly recommend to travel with tough actin tinactin. It's a little tube. You can't find it here. They got other creams, they don't work as good. You gotta buy that in America. Bring it with you. Around here, there's a lady that sells coconut water. These are all my stops I would make. Let me see if there's a tuk-tuk. Here's the bus station here. We may just get a taxi there. Traffic, guys. Traffic today. It's a Friday. Trying to get across these streets. The mean streets of Buriram. Actually, it's a very safe, peaceful place. Coffee shop here, I think. Local place. There, get coffee here. Buriram bus terminal. They got these toy machines outside of 7-Eleven. You know, in some countries, these would be vandalized or destroyed or stolen. Just got these out all night. You wouldn't see this in a lot of countries. These are expensive machines. Even if they didn't want to steal the contents, people would vandalize them. So they're just on the sidewalk here. But you see things like that, that's how you know you're in a good society where people don't vandalize things for the hell of it, nor steal that much. Here's the bus station. So I need to go to Khao Kradong National Park. I don't know if I'm saying that word correctly though. Sort of need to get a coffee first. Somewhere. Ready, come. Some motorbike taxis. No tuk-tuks. Yeah, I was actually thinking about living here, guys, for a few months. But I don't know if I'd be productive enough if I live here. Like, it's one thing to chill for a couple weeks, but 3 months, I gotta be productive doing things. Because I could live here for next to nothing. There's air-con rooms for 3,000 baht a month. They're like decent rooms. I was living here in a hotel for $20 a day, $600-700 a month, just in a hotel, and eating at restaurants. Imagine if you had a monthly room that was $100 a month, less than 100, and you're cooking meals in your room, which costs next to nothing. You can cook a meal with rice, egg, and vegetables for about 30 cents, 25 cents, 5 baht, 7 baht. So that's a lot cheaper than 40 baht. Guys playing basketball. Play. I didn't know there's a basketball court here. It must be one nearby because he's playing basketball. No, but you can literally live here for $250 a month. And that's with a few luxuries too, like getting coffee at a coffee shop once a day, maybe going to massage once a week. You can still do that stuff on that budget. Maybe take a trip to a neighboring town or city once a month for like a day or two. Maybe include that. Maybe you're getting up to 300 a month now. But you can do all that stuff. I was gonna do it, maybe vlog it, make a video about it. Hey, you need to do it. Visa runs right down the street in Cambodia, hour and a half away. The Cham Chong border crossing. Okay, what's up, Richard Donaldson? There's a coffee shop here. Let's go here. I actually haven't been to this coffee shop. Walked by it quite a few times. There's a lot of choice for coffee, so. Yes, nice place. Haven't been here yet. Hi, Sawadee Cap. We get some cake. Sawadee Cap. Nutella banana cake. That looks pretty good. Can I have an Americano? Hot Americano and Nam Pao. Nam Pao. And have the carrot cream cheese.
Have here or take away?
For here. You know the Khao Pradong National Park? Khao Pradong? Khao Pradong?
So far around
It's far, yeah?
around 10 kilometers.
10 kilometers. Oh, okay. I take a taxi there, yeah. Is it beautiful park? Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, that's where I'm going, the Khao Pradong. Guys, big ups. She said the national park I want to go to is 10 kilometers away. So I think that's too far. It's already getting hot. It's going to be a hot day today. So we're probably going to take a taxi there right after this. Yeah, they got a charging. I'm going to do some charging on here, my power bank. It's called Rocket Coffee Shop. In memory of Rocket. Former girlfriend. I'm just kidding. That wasn't a video of mine though. It was like a fictional name of a lady in one of my videos. It's a fictional video. Again. I've been in this area for 2 weeks. It's the first time I've been in this coffee shop. It's really nice. Got outdoor seating there. They got I gotta get my hat ready. The sun's coming out here. The hat. Got some carrot cheesecake. What is your name? Nori? Oh, they say they're live stream. Yeah. Her name is Nori. YouTube, yeah. I'm a live streamer, yeah. Nice to meet you. So here's cheesecake here. Her name is Nori. Big ups, guys. Carrot cake looks really good. Hey, what's up, Montana native? Oh man, that's good. It's got walnuts and raisins, cranberries. That is really good. Really good carrot cake. got like real cream. God, man, 5 minutes. It's got real cream cheese on top too. Drop my fork. This is like real cream cheese. It's not like fake fluffy stuff. Hey, big ups Noy. Well, a lot of times, sometimes you get these cakes and stuff in Southeast Asia, especially in Thailand. It's not very good. It's like real fluffy. There's nothing to it. When you get a cheesecake, it's not like real cheese. I don't know what they use, but it's not very good at all. Sometimes you get the real thing, sometimes you don't. This is a really good cake. No complaints. And sometimes you pay a lot of money for those cakes that aren't very good. So they had some cakes that were 40 baht. You know, this is actually a good price for, you're getting good value here. I gotta go to Khao Pradong National Park today. You know, a lot of times I'm hesitant to buy the cakes and pastries in the coffee shops because they're not very good and they're expensive. This one is good and it's not too expensive. Yeah, Farrington says the right cakes are hit or miss. They like to serve like hot water with, I think it's like a tea. I only have like 3 shirts. I got a hoodie, this shirt, and a t-shirt. Yeah, it's like a tea. It's like a ginger tea. Okay, thank you, Richard. And maybe come back, check later. This might be a very beautiful national park we're going to after this coffee shop. Thank you, DK57. Yeah, I'm all shaven up, and I got a haircut. If I just fixed this tooth, I'd probably look halfway decent. But so I'm working out now. You know, I'm doing all this stuff. So. Hey, big ups W. Thoughts on Rayong Beach? Yeah, Rayong is good. Not a bad place. Hey, cheers, guys. Yeah, I do eat a lot, Nettie Traveler. What we're gonna do is book a Grab taxi. I haven't used Grab in a while. A lot of times the Grab taxis are just motorbikes. I'm not gonna take a motorbike 10 kilometers, that's too far. So I'm gonna hopefully I get a car taxi. Probably it costs about 100 baht, $3. It's too far to walk. It could be walked, but it's gonna take a few hours. I don't wanna, hey, what's up, Project Diamond? I don't wanna wait that long. Yeah, the best soccer team in Thailand is in the city. They have a big stadium here, like a very high-end stadium. We might be going by that. Yeah, we're going to the Krao Pradong National Park after this coffee shop. Big ups, Timmy. Timmy, are you the guy from New York that I met? I must not be you because I've already met you. Your comment implies you haven't met me yet. Oh, you're from Cambridge, England. Okay, awesome, yeah. Yeah, I had some, when I was in England, I had some people that wanted to meet me. One guy was in Wales. He wanted to drive me around his camper van, drive me around Wales, but we didn't get a chance to meet up. I think there was a couple people in Cambridge. Maybe you were one of them. Had a couple subscribers in Cambridge. Cambridge is a university city in England. But I didn't get a chance to make it to Cambridge. But there were like people, there was a guy who let me stay at his house in Cambridge or something. He said I came there. Cambridge is like the Harvard of, there's two, there's Oxford, Cambridge, and then London School of Economics are like the three best universities in England. Cambridge is probably a really nice city. It's an old, it's a historic city and it's a university city. Yeah, when I was in England, I didn't get to meet every subscriber that wanted to meet, but I did meet quite a few. Wander Nirvana and Johnny FD are both on the way to Thailand this week. Awesome, yeah, big ups. Big ups Wander and Johnny. Yeah, Wander said he was going to come here in like December or January. He's been working all year. He was here last year, earlier in the year. He's probably going to be here for a few months, I guess. I'm guessing. So make sure you're subscribed to Wander Nirvana's channel. He does streaming too. He'll be streaming probably all over Thailand. Maybe going to more countries. He might just be here for a month and go to Vietnam or something. I don't know what his plans are, but Wander's been coming here since like the 90s. And he's been here 50 times probably. I don't know who's been here more, me or him. He's been coming here longer. Well, I've been here a lot too. I've probably been here 50 times. I lived here for a while too. I don't know if he's ever lived here, but he's been a lot more places than me, and he speaks much better Thai than me. But who spent the most time? That's a tough one. He's been to almost every country in the world. I think Thailand's his favorite country still. So Thailand's a great place. Yeah, but he had a bad experience in Peru a couple years ago. He got robbed. So I think he still likes Peru, but I don't know if I've never been there in Peru. That's actually one country I really need to go to. But yeah, he got robbed, and he's had some tough experiences. You know, just because you're a seasoned traveler doesn't mean bad things can't happen to you. A lot of bad stuff happened to him during the pandemic when he was traveling. He got robbed in Colombia, robbed in Peru, like bad robbed both times. Take his phone, all this stuff, money. But you know, he's as good as it gets, seasoned traveler. You know, so it's like you're always vulnerable as a traveler. You know, this is why some cultures they really take care of travelers. Like they extend their hospitality. Like the Middle East is like this. Like Syria, it used to be like this. Iran, Syria, if you're a traveler, they'll welcome you in their house and give you tea and food and stuff. It's like you're hiking the Appalachian Trail. They want to help you out, because it's part of the culture there. Because people that travel, they travel for used to travel for business and for war and stuff. And it's a very hard journey. It's hard to travel. You know, you had to cross deserts and by camel and stuff. So if they saw a traveler, like some cultures treat travelers like bums. Oh, you're just a vagrant, you know. Other cultures treat them like they extend their hospitality to them, you know. Some cultures are somewhere in the middle, you know. Yeah, in the Middle East, a lot of the religious people were travelers, you know, wanderers. So they're held with high respect. Buddha was a traveler, you know, too. Buddha was, I think Muhammad was, Jesus was, and so. But in the West, we would kind of associate him with hobos, bums, vagrants. All these words describe, you know, people who live an itinerant lifestyle. Syria used to be, before the wars and stuff, 20 years ago, it used to be a great backpacking. People were, because I used to follow the backpacker grapevine. And back like in 2000, it used to be a great country to backpack in. And people would like were very nice and hospitable to the travelers, backpackers and stuff. That all changed with the war and all the horrible stuff that happened. Now Egypt's a weird case. Like Egypt, they really hustle and try to scam you, and maybe the everyday people are nice if you get outside the tourist areas. But Egypt's like a nightmare place. You go see the pyramids, good luck. So, you know, you can't generalize about everything. But maybe if you were in like an Egyptian village, people would be nice, you know, where it's not like some scam artists on the streets. But yeah, Syria and Iran is supposed to be really nice too. It's a shame that, you know, Iran, they welcome you in their house, they'll give you tea and cookies, and you know, if you're just a foreigner, they see you. You know, there's actually foreigners. Europeans go to Iran right now, like Germany and stuff. There are tourists that go there, even in the present day conditions. But as an American, I wouldn't want to really go. Sean in Wonderland was just there this year. Yeah, Sean in Wonderland just spent a month in Iran. Back in June, I think he was there. I saw Sean in Pattaya a couple times. We talked about it. He said most of his family's not there anymore. They all left to other countries. Because he used to have a lot of family by the Caspian Sea in that area, in Tehran. He just has one aunt there, like he visited. And he had to take a train. She's in another city. But all of his family's all gone in Europe and America and Canada and stuff. Everybody gets out of there, you know. His family was a little more well-to-do. He was upper class citizen. Iranian. So the people that could get out of there got out of there, you know. His family got to America in the late 70s. And we has cousins and aunts and uncles and stuff. Even them, they all got out of there too. Yeah, it's a tragedy that politics and war and stuff can do, geopolitics to countries, you know. Because everybody, we're all people at the end of the day. People are just people, you know. Yeah, people have to live through hardships just because their government's not good. All right, guys, let's get a taxi. I mean, look what happened to Syria. You know, Syria was a really beautiful country at one time. Let's get a taxi to this national park. Taxi, buy very cheap because it's a pretty far ride. It's gonna be like a 30-minute taxi drive. Mikari, it's too far for me to walk. It's 10 kilometers. I don't want to walk 6 miles right now. I'm gonna be walking around there when I get there. So. Alright guys, we got a taxi coming, I think. Okay. They got a lot of Christmas decorations in this city. That's the King's National Anthem. Okay, guys. We got a Grab coming. She's in a Honda. I gotta send her a message. It's a lady here. She's wearing with a big hat. I shouldn't be, it should be hard to miss. This town's full of beautiful ladies everywhere, guys. It's off the hook here, man. That coffee shop had 3. I see 2 beautiful ones on a motorbike. What, you know. That's what's really annoying with Grab is the driver wants, oh, she's across the street. Okay. I think that's over there. Oh, okay. Oh, there she is. Yeah. Yeah, they always call me. It interrupts the stream when somebody calls. Sawadee Cup. I'm going to to Khao Kadang. This water keeps falling out my bag. Let's put this back here. There you go, guys. Big ups, Ernest. Thanks for the super chat. Cheers, Ernest. Here's my hotel I was at. Hey, what's up, Kelly Caldwell? Yeah, how's it going, Kelly? We're back traveling, back streaming. I took a couple of weeks off from YouTube. We're back at it. Marathon streaming here. Headed to a national park, a Thailand national park here this morning. I don't think it was quite 2 weeks. It was like 10 days. 8 or 9 days I didn't stream. Maybe 10. It's a nice city here, Kelly. You can travel here very cheap. My hotel was $10 a night, and my food expenses and stuff was like $10 a day, food and coffee. So I was literally traveling for $20 a day. You know, I'm spending a little more today because I went to a fancy coffee shop and a taxi and this and that. But I'm also streaming, so I make money when I stream. But when I wasn't streaming, I wasn't really spending anything. I was eating well, you know, eating really good food. I like the local food, Isan food. And yeah, I've been enjoying it here. Did I edit my final India vlog? I started it yesterday, but I didn't get around to it. I had a there's a 10-minute clip I couldn't find. Oh, there's something weird going on with that camera in the phone. $20 per day total expenses. That's everything: coffee, food, and hotel. Hotel was $10 per day, and my other expenses were $10. So I was only spending about $20 per day traveling, you know. And the trains and buses are so cheap. You can do that from city to city too. Like the train only costs 10 baht from Surin to Buriram. It's like 35 cents. It's actually less than 10 baht. It's like 7 baht. Maybe catching the train later. What's up, Joe Lincoln? Long time no see. Joe Lincoln's an OG subscriber. Hey, how's it going, Tryhead? We got Tryhead in the chat. We got a lot of heavy hitters in the chat. Tryhead, Montana Native, Ernest Connell. Yeah, a lot of. Nigel's probably sleeping because it's late in England, so we'll probably see him later if I'm still alive. You know, when I was in Bangkok and all those cities, Phuket and stuff, you double your expenses, your base expenses, like your food and hotel. So you go from 20, 25 a day to 40, 50 per day. Now, if you're doing stuff and taking taxis, and that's more. So, you know, I spent a lot more in Bangkok and Pats, these places. But when you're out here, man, it's very affordable. Same thing when I was going through the south of Thailand, those small towns. That was pretty cheap too. Not as cheap as Isan. Yeah, Flip for Profits, another brand name guy. Name brand guy. DK57. I have a question for Well, if he's still in the chat. Kelly, he's still in the chat. I have a question for you. Look at the money. A lot of stuff I haven't seen in this city. If I was back in America, would you do IRL streaming with me in Washington, D.C.? Where we go to like DuPont Circle, Logan Square. We go to the Hood some. We go walk around downtown. You know, we walk around. We walk around the city. Would you stream with me? And what I could do is I could stream. We get 300 in the chat, you know. And then I pass the stream off to you and everybody goes to your stream. And we just walk around with each other, streaming. Half the time I stream, half the time you stream, you know. We could do that in Washington, D.C. Oh, cool, yeah, awesome, yeah. Yeah, pickups, Kelly. So we have a lot of friends in America, guys. We got friends in Baltimore, friends in New York, Washington, D.C., Boston. I've never been to Boston. All the East Coast cities are represented. But we won't need to drive. The whole point, we gotta get out in the streets and walk around. Get away from the cars. I know Washington, D.C. a little bit. I used to live there for about 9 months when I was 18. I know the center of the city. I don't know probably the area where Kelly lives. I think I know where he lives. It's in Washington, D.C., but the city has about 1 million people. And a third of it's kind of suburban looking. That's where Kelly lives. A third of it's like the Hood. And a third of it's kind of nice inner city. And then there's all the suburbs outside of it. I'm just talking the inner city of Washington, D.C. that voted 94% for Kamala Harris. the bluest, it's the bluest place in America. Only 6% voted for Trump. That's where Kelly lives. I know that area pretty good.
Yeah, I lived in the hood for a little while in DC. It was can't remember the names of the streets. It's like you have First Avenue, Second. I was right by First Avenue, Zero, right area. It used to be a hood. I don't know if it still is, because a lot of these cities have been gentrifying. That was a long time ago. But where Kelly lives is that's like suburban DC. It's like Northwest. It's very nice up there. That's where Tucker Carlson's from. All these people. So it's like nice, nice houses and stuff up there. It's not real inner city up there. So like that's why Kelly, you can't just walk out his door. There's not much to stream. It's just kind of boring streets in that area. But there are like interesting parts of Washington D.C. I used to live in DuPont Circle too. That's a nice neighborhood. Well, that's a good idea, TK57. Guys, I'm gonna get back to where I am. I might be stuck out here today, but I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna take my time. Thailand, there's always an option. So the Tire Cheap JC used to say there's always an option, so you don't have to worry too much. Well, it'll be a taxi or something, a motorbike guy, or be a hotel nearby or something. There's the football team, best football team in Thailand. That's a racing track, car racing track there. There's the football arena. Buriam United. There's where they play right there. Kelly, I don't know when I'm coming back to America, because I might be in Southeast Asia for a couple months more. I was thinking about doing the Appalachian Trail again next year. I might go do that for a while again. But so I need to make money. I need to stream for 2-3 months. Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia. Might do a lot of streaming. And then I come back to America. I've been off too much, you know. I haven't like been streaming as much as I should be. So I gotta hit it hard, like 10 hours per day every day, and bring some content and travel streams. You know. I really want to do the Appalachian Trail again, guys. I want to get back on there. And you know, that's going to cost me money. I'm not going to make money doing that, so I got to earn money before I do that. I don't hate camping, Mookie. I've gotten better at it, gotten used to it. Yo, what's up, RH? You see this RH? He's the guy that designed all these emojis, these membership emojis. So if you want to use these emojis, you got to become a member. It's $3 or $2 a month. And RH is the guy that
designed these emojis for me. I didn't design those. Big ups to RH. RH is the guy that designed those. They're custom emojis, so YouTube gives you a bunch of emojis, but we got custom ones for members on the channel that RH designed. But you only have access to those. Okay guys, we're here at Forest Park. Oh, okay. Okay. 111 baht. Kapun ka. Oh, you can keep change. Okay. Thank you. All right, guys, we made it here. These dogs were attacking. They had a golden retriever in the back of a pickup truck. The dogs didn't like that. All right, guys, well, here we are. Look at this. We got to hike up that mountain. Look at this. We're in the forest park. Look at these ants, man. You gotta watch these ants. You'll be standing here. They got some vicious ants. These things are like red. You'll be standing somewhere, they'll be crawling up your leg, biting you. You gotta watch where you stand sometimes. These are huge ants. All right, guys, let's go. We're here. This is a national park. There's nobody here. We're like the only person here. All right, let's go walk up this mountain. We'll go explore. Yeah, I think there's a lot to walk around and see, so we're just gonna walk around and explore here. Got about 10 flights of stairs to climb. We're gonna be getting our workout today. Dude, I could train here with the Appalachian Trail. Just walk up this a couple times every day. This is actually, you have to do this on the Appalachian Trail. I'm getting Appalachian AT flashbacks here because sometimes you had to go up a mountain. It was just like this, no stairs though. Yeah, just walk up this mountain. There's like these small mountains. You had to keep going up and down, up and down. There was one day, like day 16, and I had to do this like 20 times up and down these mountains. That's a brutal trail, man. It's like 17 miles up and down these little knobby mountains. Like bigger than this, but same thing. Now, why would people sign up for the Appalachian Trail voluntarily? Well, sometimes that kind of stuff is most, you know, fun adventures. I mean, it's cool to stay in hotels and nice restaurants and coffee shops, which you can do in places like Thailand, traveling cheap. But it's also fun to be challenged sometimes too. Yeah, if you look at day 15 or 16 on my vlogs, Appalachian Trail, there was one day, man, it was like notorious. I think it was out of it's considered one of the toughest stretches of the entire trail. It's like 17 miles, just up and down, up and down, up and down all day. I think that was, I can't remember the names of stuff. It was like a gap. I don't know. All blurred to me now. The Appalachian Trail. And this is a workout climbing up these steps. Woo. But yeah, if I lived here, you walk up this 5 times a day, getting cardio. 10 times a day would be awesome. This is free. There was nobody charging anything to come here. National Park. There's Buriram City over there in the distance, you see. That's where we just were. It's not a very big city. It's 30,000 people. And you can see there is the soccer stadium. So that's the soccer stadium and the city in the distance. No, I didn't walk. I took a taxi. I don't want to walk that. Yeah, my cardio is bad because I don't train it. I don't like training cardio for like running. So the only way I could train it is to play a sport like basketball or something. I have to do something I enjoy to do cardio. If I'm not doing that, I was doing it in the Appalachian Trail. I was starting to get cardio because I had to hike up hills all day, every day, nonstop. Even an easy day is still challenging with the hills. But yeah, I don't like running. I like lifting weights stuff, but I don't like running. I'll run if I'm playing a sport like basketball, then I get some cardio in. There's a swing. And guys, look at this. It's a big Buddha overlooking Buriram. That is Buddha. That is representation of Buddha. Overlooking the city of Buriram. Take a little break here for a minute, guys. Casa Calling says the Thais believe it's very important for Buddha to have a view. That's why so many temples were built on hills and mountains. I didn't know that, Casa Calling. That's amazing. Yeah, that's cool. Like in Pattaya, they got Buddha Mountain. That's Pratamnak Hill. They got a Buddha on top of the hill overlooking Pattaya too. So yeah, I didn't think about it that way, but you're right. Bangkok's a little bit tricky because Bangkok's completely flat lowlands. So they have to build high up in the air, high up temples, I guess. That's what they did there. There's no hills or mountains in Bangkok. This Buddha has a hat. You see, that's like a hat overlooking its head. A lot of these religions, the head is very sacred. You know, the Sikhs, they cover their head. The Buddhists, the head, and the local Thai culture, the head is the most sacred part of the body, and the feet is the most low part of the body. Man, this hat makes me hot. It's not even that hot, but it makes me hot. So it's considered a fa impasse to touch somebody on their head in Thailand. It's an insult. You don't do that unless it's somebody you know, or like a girlfriend or something, but a friend or something. But if you don't touch a stranger's on their head, if it's a friend or girlfriend, that's different. But yeah, it's a catch-22. I have to wear this hat to shield myself from the sun, but it also makes me hot, and it's uncomfortable. So it's a big flat hat. What are you gonna do? I don't know, this might be like an artificial mountain, because if you look, all it's very flat. Sometimes they build these, I've seen in parts of Thailand where they build these mountains. This might have been man-made a long time ago. I don't know if this is a natural mountain, because everything is flat, all in the distance. But I've been to national parks and Buddhists where they actually built a mountain for the Buddha. I think this might be a man-made mountain. And in some cases they did it years ago. It wasn't like something they just did recently. Because this is all, Burayama is very flat. You look at, there's not a mountain or a hill in sight. There's some kind of big complex over here. I wonder what this is. I don't know what that is. Some kind of big hospital. I don't know if it's a hospital or what. It's a big complex. It's kind of like surrounded by trees in the middle of nowhere. Maybe somebody could look it up on Google Maps and figure it out. Might be a college or something, because it kind of looks like laboratories over there. Okay guys, let's walk around and explore this area a bit. Got a little trail over here. There's some kind of water spigot. I put my hat back on. Yeah, there's something like 30 or 30,000 temples in Thailand. I never gonna. I don't know if this is considered a temple. Might just be a Buddha. But there's 30,000 temples in Thailand. I wonder how many there are in India. I bet you in India there's like 100,000. I've seen maybe 100 temples. Another 30,000 more to see. Maybe a couple hundred I've seen. A lot of these temples are just out in the these little villages in the forest and stuff, in the middle of nowhere. A lot of the monks, temples in the cities and towns that we associate, that we've seen, but a lot of these temples are just in the middle of like a mountain or a forest, and that's where the monks live. Like these little temples in the middle of nowhere. Serves maybe a village of 30 people, So you got a lot of that in Thailand. That's why there's so many temples. There's something like 100,000 monks. So out of a male population of 30 million, a good 2 or 3% of them are monks. 2% of them. They just live in the temple. They don't drink alcohol. They only leave the temple to go get some food in the morning. They go do some walks to collect food. People give them food. And they live off the food. They don't make any money. So all their food is given to them by good Samaritans, locals, and they live in the temple for free. So they spend absolutely zero money. They don't need to earn money nor spend money. And they just live a simple life in the temple and pray all day. That's all they do. And there's like 600,000 of them here in Thailand. Some do it for like a year or half a year. Some people that have troubles in life, they're in jail or they have drug problems, they go become a Buddhist monk. Every Thai male is expected to do it once in their life. But others spend their whole life as a monk. So it just depends on the person, you know. I was at a monk ordination. My ex-girlfriend's cousin had troubles. He was kind of like mafia and like drugs, all kinds of bad stuff. And his family took him up country, made him become a monk, shaved his head. He was like in his early 20s. So I was there in the monk ceremony, welcoming him to become a monk. There was him and another guy. The other guy wasn't related. It was a different family. And I was carrying the basket of flowers right up front in the procession. They had me right up front. I don't know how long I'm sure probably a monk for 6 months or a year. I don't know how long he remained a monk. Maybe he's still a monk to this day. Who knows? That was like 16 years ago or something. Yo, what's up? B. Jane from Jomtien. But in the city, you'll see monks walking around in the morning, and people are giving them food. You know, the street food. You know, these street food people, they're feeding the dogs, the street dogs. They give food to the monks. They give all that just voluntarily. That's a cut out of their profits, but they don't mind, you know, because they believe in karma here and doing good deeds. That's why there's not a lot of crime too, because they believe bad deeds comes back to haunt you, and karma in the future if you do bad things. Yeah, it's called making merit. But a lot of the burden of a lot of these food things, it falls upon street food people. You know, it's not nice. Government officials in Bangkok harass the street food. they kick them out of streets. Some of that, they're kind of like corralling them into markets and stuff, getting them off the sidewalks. But, you know, the street food people are, not only do they feed humans with wonderful food, they're out there feeding the dogs and they're giving food to the monks every day. I see them giving food to the monks. They're doing great things, you know. The street food people shouldn't be harassed with bureaucracy. That's not good. Kicking them out of the streets. And they're making a living for themselves and their family, you know, which is a very noble thing too. Well, you know, a lot of countries in the world, they don't respect the street food people that are make a living on the street selling food and drinks. Look at this guy's bridge. That's a shaky bridge. This is a volcano. Look, this is actually a volcano. This is an old volcano, like Yellowstone. It's called Kardang Volcano. This must be that depression there is a volcano. So this isn't a man-made mountain, it's actually an old volcano. This is actually the whole crater of the volcano. If you go walk there, you might go into a sinkhole or something. I wouldn't walk there. But it might be a dormant volcano, no active. There's a lot of dormant volcanoes all over the world. This is for love memorial. You make a lock Or extinct. Yeah, there's actually dormant volcanoes and there's extinct volcanoes. You're right. That's a distinction there. An extinct volcano has no possibility of ever erupting again. A dormant volcano is not active, but could one day erupt again. So that's the difference. Mountain, I know you're trolling, but I'm not fixing my tooth, and this is a decision I have to make because I have no easy choice. The tooth is fine, it doesn't hurt. I eat in like apples and very hard food, it works just fine. It's not infected, it's just a big chunk of it's missing, that's all. The tooth is actually very strong. So my choices are get it extracted, and then I have to get a fake tooth. That costs a lot of money, like even in Thailand, that's $3,000 or $4,000, and it takes 6 months. I don't want to get that done. The other option is to get a crown, but I got to get a root canal. And I don't like the idea of getting a root canal. Root canals are sort of controversial. You know, they're not known. There's some, a lot of people get them, but so I'd rather just let it, if it works and it doesn't hurt and it's working fine, I'll let it go. I don't really care what it looks like. They'll get that through your stinking head. And if you're going to harass me about it, I made the decision. I made it on live stream. I said it many times. I'm going to let it go as it is because there's no good option. So I'm just going to live with it. And then maybe one day, I got to get it fixed because it's not working good anymore. So these trolls love to create narratives. Now, sometimes people super chat me to get it, fix the tooth. But, I told many times I'm going to let it go as it is. I told Louis Cabo this too. He keeps saying, but there's no easy solution for the tooth. It works just fine as it is, so I just let it go, and I have to live with having a little gap in my tooth, that's all. It's not like I'm hiding it. Please send me super chats to fix my teeth. No, I told you guys many times what I plan to do with my tooth, I went to the dentist 3 times, and those were my options, Like flaws, dude. Everybody's perfect. I got a little bit of a gap in my tooth. The tooth's healthy, it's not infected. It's just because it had like 3 fillings over many years. There's not, it's a big chunk of it missing. That's what it is. So. But the root and the tooth, the remaining tooth is very healthy. It works just fine. Structurally sound. Which doesn't look the best, but and some of these trolls are complete fantasists. They get these like wild imaginations. Like, oh, he's trying to bait super chats with his tooth. No, the tooth is what it is. I don't have any easy options for it. And I chose because it's not bothering me and I don't really care about the look of it that much. I'll just let it go, I'll make myself look better other ways by working out. If I got a gap in my tooth, it's not the end of the world for me. It's not freaking out about it, But, one day I'm gonna have to either get it yanked or pulled, maybe 5 or 10 years, maybe 2 years from now. If it starts hurting or something, or it gets worse, then I have to get it probably extracted or something, and then I'll have to get a replacement or something, But we haven't reached that point yet, so. So this is a volcano, guys. I gotta get my hat back on. Yeah, get a crown and a root canal. Yeah, it's not that expensive. It's about $400. And Louis Cabo, when he was here, he offered to go to the dentist and pay for the whole thing. He was willing to do that right when he was in town. He was with me. We had breakfast together. But So it wasn't a question of money or anything. I just, I knew what my options are, and there's no real good option. And I don't like the idea of getting a root canal, you know. Those can be bad, you know. I may end up doing that anyways, eventually at some point. But right now I'm going to just ride with it and see how it goes. That's what the decision I chose, you know. But I have to say this from time to time because I have to let people know, because the trolls they push out these narratives. Oh, he's scamming. He's trying to bait donos because of his tooth. That's why he doesn't want to get fixed. So I have to remind people, no, there's no, you know, the tooth is what it is. And it's not a big deal to me. It works fine. It doesn't hurt. It's not infected. So the root is healthy. The tooth is healthy. So that's the end of it. You know? So I have to remind people that every once in a while. Thanks to the trolls. This is an ancient building here, a temple. Yeah, I appreciate the people help me get the tooth fixed, but like I said, you know, every tooth is different and has a different situation. The thing about this tooth is, like I said, there's no real perfect fix for it. Every option has a drawback, and what I'm choosing is to leave it as it is for now. Now it has a drawback because I have a ugly tooth now, so you know. But it's as long as it works fine and it's not infected, I'll let it go. That's the choice I made for it right now. It's not rotting. Every tooth, technically, our whole bodies are rotting every moment of the day as we get older. In that sense, yes, it's rotting. But is it infected? No. And even the dentist said that, you know, it's not. I had to tell my grandma this. My told me to get my tooth fixed. It's like, it's affected. You're gonna get ahead. You're gonna get sick or something. It's like, I told her it's not infected. It's just missing a big chunk because I had like 3 fillings over 25 years. First filling was like when I was 17. Then I had a couple fillings after that. Each filling took away more and more of the tooth. So when the last filling popped out, there's not much left. It's like 40% of the tooth is missing, you know. So. All right, guys, this is a cool place. It's about 10 kilometers south of Buriram. Beautiful place here. It's like my True Move internet's working pretty good, because we're kind of we're not even in a city anymore at the moment. We're in the forest and it's working good. I think a tooth implant in Thailand, which Might have to do down the road. That's like $1,000, I think, which it's not a bad deal. So someday I'll probably have to do that. I'll just get extracted and get a tooth implant. But it's not right now. Still got some life left in this tooth. Yeah, I'm using True Move because AIS, the main internet package provider, they didn't give me any internet yesterday. They refused to give me the fast speed internet. They only wanted to give me the slow speed, which doesn't work with streaming. You put $25,000 on dental. Holy cow, dude! Man, I tell you, the dentist is great here in Southeast Asia. I even went to a dentist in Cambodia. It was great there. You can come here, man. It might have cost you, I mean, maybe $3,000 here or something, 1/10. But I'm sure you probably got a great job. You know, so they did a good job. Maybe that's what's most important. Sometimes, you know, the money's not everything. Sometimes you just want to make sure you get the best, because some of the medical facilities in America are like the best in the world. You know, so that's a major operation you had done there. But if you do want to come here, they're pretty good here too. It's an option. Though, you know, you don't have the protection that you have in America. Like if something goes wrong, you're kind of just screwed. They screw up your mouth or your tooth. So there's no recourse to anything. You can't sue them, or you just gotta kind of trust in them and hope they do a good job. Oh, Luis Cabo says he's needed to do the implant. I'll be there in January. Luis can do the procedure. Wow. I didn't know Luis had dental history. Yo, big ups, Luis. Thanks for the $50. He was in the chat listening. My tooth rant. Big ups, Luis. Thanks for the $50. Yeah, someday I'll probably, maybe, you know, in a few years I'll get it done or something. I think this tooth is fine. Like I've had it for 5 months now. I lost the filling back in April or May when I came back from the Appalachian Trail. So it's been fine for 5 months. I don't think it'll be fine for a while. Big ups, Luis. Thanks for the $50. Yeah, Luis Cabo is coming back here next month. We got Wander Nirvana coming here in 10 days. So Jeff Lepard might be coming here in a couple months. So things are picking up here in Thailand. Oh, big ups, Luis. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Lewis. He's been a big heavy hitter the last month or two. Really helped pay my travel expenses. I heard. Lewis has probably been about a third of my income the last couple months, or a third to, yeah, probably about a third. Actually, going back to Malaysia, he super chatted me that big super chat. So yeah, it's probably been about a third, 25% to a third. It's been a big pillar. Thank you, Lewis. But we've been doing pretty good with the super chats, actually. It's just that I haven't been streaming that much. So I make more money the more I stream. Because I get a lot of $5 or $10 super chats too over time, you know. Different people coming at different hours. So I've been really kind of slacking off the streaming. But I think next couple of months I'm going to hit it pretty hard. Yeah, that was the same. I had a filling. I think it was the same tooth. So I had when I was with him in Mexico, we were in Baja, California, and I had a big hole in my tooth. And I was streaming back then and stuff too. It was the exact same tooth. And I actually didn't get it fixed in Mexico though. No, I did get it fixed in Mexico. Shit, this tooth has had like 4 fillings. I forgot about the Mexican filling. Yeah, I had a filling done in Mexico. But then a year later, I had a filling done in Thailand. A year and a half later, that filling came out, and then I had another filling in Thailand. So this tooth has had like 4 fillings. That's why it's like so much of it's missing. Because the Mexican filling came out a year and a half later, and then I had another filling in Thailand in Bangkok last year. That lasted about a year, and that came out. So this is why the tooth is in the state that's in. These fillings don't last very long. They pop out eventually after a year or 2. But the dentist told me in Bangkok, he said, this filling might not last long. It's just the tooth is too much of it's gone and stuff. So they performed the filling, and sure enough, it lasted about a year. And when that came out, now it's like it is. So. Big ups, Lewis. I want to drink mezcal and Mexican beers again. If I was to drink again, I'd go somewhere where I really enjoy the drinking. The micheladas are amazing in Mexico. We go back to Mexico 2.0. Start drinking again. I say that, guys, because I quit for 4 years. February be 4 years. And I say that because someday I want to be able to drink socially and responsibly. And if I can't, then I have to stop forever. So I'm saying that not to like troll or to like, oh, he's just got to go be a jackass when he's drinking again. I say that because I want to enjoy drinking again someday, but enjoy it responsibly, just as a casual drinker. Because I really like the taste of beer and wine and tequila and all that stuff, whiskey, high quality. So that's why I'm saying it, But I'm not jumping into it, I could drink anytime I want. I could have a beer right in 15 minutes if I wanted. So, it's not like I'm jumping into it. But someday I may do that again. I don't know when. I don't know if Japan is a good place to start drinking again. Maybe Mexico would be the best place. Do the mezcal experiment 2.0. That Mexico trip worked out really good because we met so many great people. We met Jonathan North there. We met Beyond Brian. We later met up with Louis Cabo and Wander Nirvana. We met JRD and Savage Traveling. I don't know, Mrs. Vincent Submarine. I don't know if that's going to happen if I go there again. It might not meet anybody. That was kind of what made those streams good, was all the people. Jeff Lepard there. First time I met Jeff was in Mexico. Can't forget about him. So we had a lot of great stream snipers and guests and friends that are still friends to this day. All right, guys, we've seen this temple here. We're gonna maybe head back to Buriram. Maybe we gotta catch a train or bus. I need to get some lunch soon. Yeah, they have a big racing track next to the soccer stadium here, like a world-class racing track, cars and bikes and stuff. So they're racing something in the distance. Okay, we gotta walk back down this hill here. It's a volcano. So we're on a volcano. yeah, if you come to Buriram, there's stuff to see and do here. Like the city itself is nice, but there's this place you can come see. There's the soccer stadium, the racing track, and just the town has a nice ambience to it. It's laid back. I might go walk around the town some more. But it's starting to get pretty hot and sunny, so I got to figure out what to do next. I got to figure out where to go next. So I've already been to Surin. I don't know if I want to go back to Surin right now. There's a big interstate highway. The train runs right through the cities, but like about 20 miles to the south of the cities, there's a big highway that runs all the length of Isan. And there's some big towns. They're smaller than the provincial capital, but they're bigger than a village or something. And that's along that highway. I was thinking about maybe visiting a couple of those cities. It's about 20-30 miles south of Surin, south of Buriram, closer to Cambodia. But I don't know if there's going to be a lot to see or do there if I go there. Yeah, guys, this is the Krau Kadang volcano national park. Very beautiful place. Go big ups LC. Yeah, Luis Cabo, he's a big supporter of the genre and the live streamers. He has been for years. He was actually here from day one because he used to be on Chuck Wow streams. He was one of the first streamers back in 2019, and then he was on my streams as well. He was on Barfine's Tom streams. But he's helped out a lot of streamers over here in Thailand over the years. And me and Lou met many times. The first time I met him was in Thailand. I think that was his first trip to Thailand. That was in October 2019 because he was watching us to learn about the country and get information and stuff. And obviously he found it entertaining too because he's still around to this day. So his first visit was in 2019 and he's been hooked, coming back ever since. He's been here many times since then. And I've seen him on a couple of his trips. Then we also hung out in Miami and in Mexico together. So we were in Miami with a bunch of other streamers, with Jeff Lepard. Basically what happened in Miami was Jeff Lepard was Travel Fun 69. He's a streamer and YouTuber. I already met him in Mexico. He was in Miami hanging out with a couple friends and Cowboy Smosh. And I kind of showed up out of the blue. I flew there. I was like, I'm going to fly down to Miami. Because like the flight was only like $60 from Cleveland. It was a direct flight too. I didn't tell them. I was going to surprise them and stream snipe them. And I did that on the beach. I found them at Miami Beach. And so we were hanging out for a few days. I was staying in a hostel. And Lewis decided to fly there. He wanted to join the party. And we had a couple other people come. So we were there like in Miami for like 8 days. It was a good, I still have vlogs about that from my other channel. That was back in 2022. So yeah, it's a good community here of streamers and people, subscribers. Yeah, Lewis flew all the way from Seattle. So I just had to fly from Cleveland. He had to fly from Seattle. It's a pretty far flight. And Lewis did. I was staying in a hostel, and those guys were staying in like whatever hotels they were staying in. And Lewis put us all up in a hotel there. So we didn't have to pay for hotels for that, like 5 days, you know, when he came. So it was, you know, because the one night the hostel was booked or something, I had to stay in a hotel. The cheapest hotel in Miami Beach was like still $120 a day. I think I was there the day before Lewis came. And I was kind of there to make videos. I didn't even do much live streaming. I made like 5 videos. Didn't do that great on the views or anything, but it was a good time. And I did do a little bit of streaming. I actually broke even with everything. So I didn't lose money on that trip. those guys were spending a lot more money because they were going to really nice restaurants and buying big bottles of liquor and stuff. Okay guys, big ups. Yeah, we walked up that. It's the top of the volcano. Okay, this is a big highway here. It's a big road. I don't know if I want to walk along it because I think it could be dangerous. So we might have to find a taxi or something to get back. Maybe one of these guys probably give me a ride to get back to town. Let's see what's over here. I'm 10 kilometers out of town. The grab ride here was 111 baht. It's not too bad, but it might be more expensive going back. Might be able to get another grab because they come down here because we're not far from the racetrack and the soccer stadium. So I imagine they probably come here. This looks like a temple. This is a temple, guys. So we probably got monks living here, and there's a temple outside the volcano. Yes. Oh, this is a beautiful place. Look at this. This is. No, it's easy. I could have walked by this and not even seen it. This is worth seeing too. Well, I've never seen a temple like this. It's got like a circle around it with statues. Kevin. These dogs. Some dogs you can't make friends with, others you can. Trying to make friends with them, but they want to know. Hey, buddy, little puppies here. Hey. Oh, cute puppies. Hey. Here's a mama dog. Mama dog looks more friendly. The other dog is just, he's off his head. They might have monkeys back here. And there's people that live back here. These are probably the monks live back here. Monk houses. And I'm gonna turn back around. These dogs. Too much barking from the dogs. That's very cool back here. Beautiful place. Hello, Sadi Cap. There come all the dogs. He brought his whole gang. Hey. Hey. These are cool little wooden houses where the monks live. You can see they got their robes hanging up. Well, what a peaceful life we live in here. This is like a big complex, so there's temples and houses, and this big temple complex back here next to the national park. There's ancient, oh shit, that looks real old. Look at this arch over here. This looks like a couple 100 years old, maybe. Yeah, this was part of the, hey, hey. See, if you show them you're friendly, come on. You show you're friendly, then they'll be friendly with you. Come on. That's why I learned with these street dogs. Come on. So you just gotta try to make friends with them. That's what I learned. One, they might never make friends with you. He just wanders away. But you know, this one's coming up to me. He's friendly. Hey, come on. You see, you're not a threat. Hey, buddy. See, it's okay. The other one, now see, even this one's kind of quieted down. He's okay. He's walking around sniffing the ground now. They realize I'm not a threat. So this is why I've learned to do with the street dogs, because they actually like people. They get fed by people, and you know, they're just naturally protective. So you gotta just be friendly with them. And so I just crouch down, you know, crouching down right now, and you know, kind of like try to be friendly, talking in a soft voice, because I'm big and intimidating. I got this backpack and this hat. I look like a big monster. So you know, it's like you gotta try to sweet talk them. All right, guys. Well, this is a cool little place to visit. See, you can visit stuff. You don't have to have a car. You know, you get like, this place isn't that far from the city, so you can go. There's stuff to see outside of the cities. It costs a little money to come here. It's not that much. It was a $3.50 taxi ride. But everywhere I've been going, I've been seeing stuff. You don't have to have a car. You know, like, no offense to Ross and Rayong, but the problem is, once you get a car, it's such a nice thing and luxurious thing to have. You can't imagine living without it or doing anything, because you can drive all over Thailand and do everything with a car. And the roads here are very good. There's nothing wrong with that, but you don't need a car necessarily. You can do a hell of a lot. I walked across the whole state of Ohio, you know, without a car. So you can do things without a car. And, you know, the car can actually insulate you from the world. It's a steel coffin, and you don't really get to see or experience much. Yes, you're on your foot or a bike. You know, you use cars and vehicles here and there. Like, I had to use a car to get here, but now when I'm here, I'm walking around, you know. So you don't, you know, need a car to travel or even to live here. It's a nice luxury, but was saying, well, I need a car here to get around. You know, there's trains, there's buses, there's Grabs, there's taxis, you know. You got fish in this water here. But the thing is, with a really nice luxury like that, you can't imagine living without it. That's the problem. Where I've never had a car or a driver's license, so I don't know what it's like to have that luxury. I did have a car once, but my girlfriend was driving it, so we did have, that was pretty nice. You know, I say, yeah, it is. You can maybe even get out and explore more if you have a car. It's, you know, you can, everything is easier to reach. You know, that is a good point that Ross had, but it's not a necessity. And actually, there's pros and cons to it, you know. There's pros and cons to having and using a car. You know, the expats in Southeast Asia, they if you got the means and the money, you know, you got a nice big house and a couple of nice big cars, that's awesome. But don't think you need that to live here. There's people that come here, they think they need that to, and they may not have the money for that, you know, they may want limited economic means. You know, a lot of the Thais think the Thais don't walk much. At worst, they have a motorbike. Most Thais own cars nowadays. But that's their decision. That's their choice. You don't have to have a car or to live anywhere. And a car will actually hold you back in Bangkok or Pattaya, you know. But Americans have a way of living in America that it's such a car-centric society. Even when they come to other countries that you don't really need a car that much, it's ingrained in them, you know. I think Ross might be a little bit like that. Tim K is like that, because Tim K did a video once in the Philippines, like, I have to have a big car and all this stuff. You know, but if you're living in the middle of nowhere, you might need a car if you live in the middle of nowhere, you know. Like Ross kind of lives in the middle of nowhere in Rayong. He doesn't live in the city. Even in the city, everybody there has a car, you know. So you have to choose wisely where you live. If you want to live in the country, a nice big house, you're probably going to need a car to get around. But, you know, if I lived here in Buriram or lived in like somewhere like Hua Hin, you just have a motorbike. Cham was nice. You get everywhere in a motorbike, you know, walk. And when you're traveling, a car does nothing for you, because you're traveling, you're just using buses and trains. So I'm traveling at the moment. I'm not living here. Yeah, Thailand's not the best walking country. I haven't actually done a whole lot of walking here. I've been using the taxis and motorbike taxis and Grabs, and I walk a little bit here and there. But the weather's difficult for walking. It's really hot, sunny in the day, and there's no trails, hiking trails. There's you know, it's a very auto-centric country as well. In Thailand, if a household only has a motorbike or two, that's considered a poor household. They don't even have one kind of car or a little truck, even a beat-up truck, old beat-up truck. Because, you know, they got these old, like, Datsun 40-year-old pickup trucks you see people driving around. Even if you don't have money, people have still got these little old beat-up vehicles that are still running. You know, old Japanese pickup truck from 40 years ago. You see people driving these things still, but if all they have is motorbikes, that's considered a very poor household in Thailand, you know. So at the bare minimum, you have a motorbike at least. Hey, what's up, Barefoot Jeff? Barefoot Jeff, where in Thailand are you, man? Oh, you're in Koh Phangan. Nice. Koh Phangan. That's over by Koh Samui. Oh, that's where I was down in Koh Tao. So you got Koh Tao, Koh Phangan, I didn't make it to Koh Phangan or Koh Samui. I was about to go, but I decided to turn back around. How is Koh Phangan? Imagine, I wouldn't mind going back down there. I really like the south. But this time of year, it's going to be really expensive, I think. For me, expensive is like 40 a night. So it's not maybe expensive for most people, but for me it is. I don't want to spend 40 a night for a hotel. 30 or 40 a night. I'm going to have to visit Koh Samui and Koh Phangan someday. I didn't make it there this last trip to the south. Room is 23. Yeah, even 23 is a little bit on the high side for me. And it's only going to get higher price. Those rooms might not be able to find in the next couple months. They may be around, but they'll be booked up. Koh Tao, I was paying like 800 baht a night, which is like $25. That was the cheapest hotel on the island, I think, or one of the cheapest. Yeah, it will get higher. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going back to the islands right now. I wouldn't mind it, but I think I'm gonna stay in Isan. Maybe go to Cambodia and Vietnam. I'm thinking that could change though. I like hanging out in Bangkok. I wouldn't mind going back to Bangkok for a while and hanging out too. Bangkok's been growing on me. But we've been there a lot streaming and stuff. So maybe people would want to see that. Heading to Vietnam on the 21st. Awesome. Death Row says he looked at PP Island for New Year's. $80 per night is the cheapest. Huh. Yeah, that's the way it is, man. New Year's is very expensive. But there's other, if you really want to go to an island, there's other places to go. You don't have to go to, like, where else can you go in the south? It's kind of cheap. Yeah, there's not really, the islands are either primitive, where there's no infrastructure, or if they do have infrastructure, they're expensive. That's why Koh Chang is kind of popular, because Koh Chang is another part of the country to the east, over by Cambodia. I've been there a couple times, but I haven't been there in a long time. So if you really like the island life, you want a cheaper place, you can go to Koh Chang. Koh Samet's kind of small, it's kind of boring. There's actually an island by Pattaya that's not well known. A lot of like fishermen and locals live there. I forgot the name of it. It's near Sriracha. You can get there from Pattaya in probably about an hour and a half from boat and car. It's a big island. Nick NDTVI did a video there once, but it's kind of off the beaten tourist path. People don't know about it. So, you know, there is options if you really love islands. In Cambodia, they have a really nice island. I think it's called Koh Rong or something. I wouldn't mind going there and checking it out. You got to get down to Sihanoukville, and then you catch a ferry. And then in Vietnam, you got Phu Quoc Island. It's in South Vietnam. It's in the Gulf of Thailand. And then Malaysia also has some really nice islands. Malaysia's actually got some of the most beautiful islands in all of Southeast Asia. They're right up there with like the best islands of the Philippines and Indonesia and Thailand. So there's a lot of options for island life. I'm not real big on the islands and beaches. Like a vlogger who's really into that is Vlogging a Dead Horse. He spends a lot of times exploring the islands, you know. But I'm more of a humanistic traveler, so I like human societies and culture. And I like seeing different societies and cities and towns and how people live. And sometimes going to an island is actually contrary to that, because all you see is, like, in some cases, you just kind of see a tourist trap. It's like a very nice, beautiful place. You know, there's cool people on the island, cool travelers, but you miss out on the culture side of the game. I do like riding a motorbike around cities. I don't like riding it on the country though, country roads. I don't want to go very fast on those things. But if you're in a small town, motorbike is great. Just to putz around the town, you know. But guys, where should we go next? I could go to Karat. I could go to east over to Ubon. Any thoughts on where I should go? I could go back to Bangkok or something. Could even go to Cambodia right now if I wanted to. Free as a bird right now. Our options are unlimited. Where do you think I should go? Anong says Kanchanaburi. Yeah, maybe I should go west. Go to Kanchanaburi. Something happened recently that I want to share with you guys, but it might happen on live stream. We might meet up with an old relation we've had a long time ago. Something could be in the works, guys, but might have to go west instead of east. guys. Let's get back to the city, and we got to figure out what to do. I might go to the train station. Kind of getting hungry. I just had that carrot cake. Probably gotta get some lunch soon. And see what time the trains leave. I might catch a train, but I don't know if I want to go. I could go to Karat, because Karat is to the east. I might need to get myself back east. I haven't really ever been to Karat. I had a 3-hour bus layover there once, 4 hours, and I spent a little time there during that time. But I had some food there, and they had a Terminal 21 mall. This was back in 2017. I was doing a visa run to Laos. So we could go to Karat. It's either west to Karat or east back to Surin and maybe to Ubon Ratchathani and stuff. I think maybe Karat could be the play, guys. We go to Karat next. I was thinking about going back to Surin and going across the border to Cambodia. Because when you get to Surin, it's real easy to get to Cambodia. You can even take a Grab taxi there for like 400, 500 baht, I think. Surin is very close to Cambodia. You know, I know where I'm gonna go to the mall. I was in the mall yesterday for the first time, and there's a mall here in Buriram. There's one mall, and before you guys get on my case about going to the mall, I only been there once in 2 weeks of staying in Buriram. So I went there to go get internet, but there was a really good place to have lunch. It was an excellent food. I ate there for lunch. It's Isan food. It's very good. So I might just go food. There's that food place I walked by this morning. I've been eating there a lot. I could show you, I've already streamed there before. You guys seen that. The food is very good there too. But this mall, man, they had something in their flavors. They were really good. It was like mall food, but it was Isan, Som Tam, that kind of stuff. They had special sauce in their Som Tam and stuff. It's really good. But this was kind of like really outdated. And it was packed full of people, man. It was like, but it's really just old, outdated mall. If they ever build a central here, that mall would go out of business. It'd be shut down. You'll see if I go there. It's a big place, but it's just like really outdated. But it's very popular and it's making money hand over fist because there's no other malls. They got no competition. But if they ever open up a big mall here, like at Terminal 21 or that will be history, that mall. I gotta get a ride back to town. That's a pretty busy highway with trucks and stuff. I don't want to walk on that highway. It's too far of a walk. We might catch one of those buses later. One of these small, decrepit buses that goes. So it's one that's less likely to stop, and two, it's dangerous for you and the driver. For them to pull over and stop when everybody's going to try. Hitchhiking is best on like either you're by a gas station where everybody's pulling over anyways, or you're in like a small country road, there's not a lot of traffic. You got like a lot of traffic and vehicles flying down the road. That's very dangerous. But I have hitchhiked several times in Thailand. Last time I think was in Cha Am. It was raining. And person pulled, I was on the side of the road, kind of in no man's land, in the middle of nowhere. And they came and picked me up. Just a random driver, and I jumped in the back of the truck. There's his mom. Making the mom a little uncomfortable. Oh, there's another one. Puppies galore here, guys. These puppies will probably be here their whole life, living in this temple. This is Buryam. That's an old temple. I haven't seen that yet. I don't know where that's at. Serene had some of that stuff too. I haven't seen either. A lot of stuff to see. And there's a fruit seller. Oh, they got sugarcane juice. Somebody have a sugar cane? You don't see sugarcane juice in Thailand too much. What? Okay. Here's sugarcane. Oh, okay. Okay, awesome. Okay. Okay. It's all right, Tom.
20 ค่ะจะหายว่า
Cup. This is sugarcane juice, guys. I need. How do you say in Thai? Put Thai on you.
น้ำอ้อยค่ะ
Nam oi. Nam oi. Okay. Cup.
ค่ะ
Nam oi, guys. Huh?
น้ำอ้อยสด
Nam oi salt.
ค่ะ
This is called Nam oi sugarcane juice. It's not real common in Thailand like it is in Cambodia and Vietnam. It might be more common in this part of Thailand. Oh, hello, Mark. Sometimes you get sugarcane juice a little watered down and stuff. This is good stuff here. 20 baht. This is not watered down, I don't think. In Cambodia and Vietnam, they juice it right in front of you. So they get the sugarcane juice right from the stalk and they put it through a machine. So you know there's no funny business there. But sometimes you buy it in Malaysia or Thailand or a tourist area. They water it down a lot. You know, good sugarcane juice should be a little bit kind of grayish green, you know. This is good stuff here. This is top of the line sugarcane juice. And sometimes they put a little lime or calamasi. Calamasi is like an orange lime, little fruit. That's also really good with sugarcane. It has a little sour to the sugarcane juice. Nok Mia, yeah. You see it everywhere in southern Vietnam. Nok Mia, it's Nok Mia signs. You know, because in Vietnam they use the English script, the Latin Roman script. So everything's in Vietnam, but you see the signs everywhere. And you see Nok Mia everywhere. They don't use the Chinese or letters. I think the French changed that. They used to use like a Chinese type of language. Like I'm not talking about the letters, you know. It was an Asian, like Japanese, Korean, Chinese, they got that script. But I think the French changed it to Latin. So they use Latin script. That's why you can read things in Vietnam. But the Asians, the language is still Vietnamese. Turkey did the same thing. After World War I, Turkey had like an Arabic type looking script. And they changed it to Latin to try to modernize the country more after World War I. Ataturk did that. So I imagine the French probably did that in Vietnam. That's why stuff's in English. But yeah, in Vietnam it's called Nok Mia. Here it's called Nam Oi, which I heard that before. I just forgot. If I go to Vietnam, I'll be drinking sugarcane juice. In Cambodia too, 2-3 times per day. So it's actually great nutrition and food and hydration. Well, yeah, it's not Latin. All the language we use, whether it's German, Spanish, English, French, Italian, it all started with the Latin script. So that's why we all have the Latin script. But other countries have adopted, like Turkey adopted it, Vietnam adopted it. You know, but in Russia and Greece, they use the Cyrillic script. They don't use Latin. The Russians use the Greek script. It comes from ancient Greece. Likewise, the Ukrainians, because they were heavily influenced by the Greeks, the Byzantines and stuff back 1,000 years ago. They were more influenced by the Greeks than they were the Latins. Latins are more in Western Europe. Now, the language... Okay. Now, the language, the English language is actually a Germanic language. And the Germanic languages, as well as Latin, all come from the the Persians, the Indo-Europeans. They conquered the globe. They conquered India and, well, in Europe and the Middle East. They were about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. They were, and they came from Persia, and they settled all over Europe and India and Middle East. They're called the Indo-Europeans or Indo-Aryans. So both Latin and German and Greek all come from that root. So does Gaelic, so does the Indian languages, so does Arabic. It all comes from the Indo-Aryan language, but it diverged into multiple. So Latin became its own language, and the Germanic languages are something else. They were the Germanic tribes and the Latin tribes and the Arabic. They were just like different tribes of peoples of the Indo-Aryans. The Gaelic too, the Celtics and the Gaelic people of Ireland and Brittany, France, Galicia, Spain, they were descendants of the Indo-Aryans as well. The Irish and the Scottish. So in a sense, all those languages were related, but they diverged, and then they came back together again using the Latin script. So, and you know, being influencing each other. So, you know, the English language has a lot of Latin in it. Even has a lot of French in it, which is a Latin language, because, you know, French and England had a lot of ties together over the centuries. So it's a polyglot language. So there were horsemen conquerors from Persia and Iran about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. They conquered. They had chariots, and they brought their language and spread it all. And they were conquerors, and they conquered all of Europe. Russians, Slavic and Russians, also an Indo-Aryan language. So everything from the Middle East, the known world of Roman times, was all descendants of the Indo-Aryans. Now there might have been local people, you know, but they were influenced and merged with the with those conquerors, you know. India was too, but South India is more unique. They weren't influenced. I think the Dravidian and Sri Lanka and all that stuff, South India, they had their own. It's more akin to like Southeast Asia. They were not influenced by the Indo-Aryans, but North India was. So the Hindi language is very much a Indo-Aryan language. All right, guys, we gotta get a taxi. We gotta get a taxi back to. Yeah, the history of the world is just one group after another conquering each other. You know, it's going on for thousands of years, and then they spread their influence and culture and language. Sorry, Cap. By Buriam.
ไปบุรีรัมย์
มีไหมมีแท็กซี่ไหม
แต่รถ เอาไงวะใครเขาเรียกแก๊ปไปแก๊ปเพราะถ้ารถผมมันออกคิวมัน200อะครับถ้าเรียกแก๊ปมันจะไม่ถึง200มัน
200 บาท
200 บาท
200 บาท
ครับ
โอเค
โอเคใช่ไหมครับ
โอเคโอเค
ครับผมนั่นโลแป๊บหนึ่ง
He
โลแป๊บหนึ่ง
said
เดี๋ยวผมไปเอารถ
wait a minute บาทหนึ่ง
ครับผม
200 บาทโอเคครับผมครับ
ไปเดี๋ยวจะไปบกสหรือไปที่ไหนครับ
ไปรถไฟสถานีรถไฟ
โอเคเดี๋ยวรอแป๊บนึงผมไปเอารถเก๋งไปดีกว่า
โอเคครับผม
เร็วกว่าครับ
อันนี้ไม่ใช่
บอกเลยว่าอยากไปรถนี้ครับผม
ไม่ใช่10 บาท or
ครับผม
โอเค
ได้ครับตอนนี้ก็ได้แต่ผมไม่ค่อยอยากเอาไปมันนั่งไม่ค่อยนั่ง
Oh.
เดี๋ยวผมเอารถเก๋งไปส่
Oh,
งหรือ
okay
ไม่ส่ง
private taxi is 200 okay 200 บาท200 บาท
ครับผม
okayครับผมครับ I might be getting it at a little higher price but they might have a no it's alright whatever it is we'll pay for it okay. This might be they got bus ซองเท้าไหมมีซองเท้า10 บาท20 บาท
ไม่มีเลยครับ
ไม่มี
ครับผม
โอเคครับผมครับโอเคแท็กซี่ก็ได้
แต่จะเรียกแก๊ปก็ได้ครับเพราะแก๊ปมันประมาณ120ประมาณนี้แหละครับ
120โอเค
ครับผมถ้าแก๊ปครับถ้าแก๊ปก็จะมารับอยู่นี่เลยเราก็โทรตามแล้วก็โทรเรียกแก๊ปมาเลย
โอเคไลน์ก็ได้
เดี๋ยวผมให้น้องเขาเรียกให้แป๊บนึงนะครับ
Okay. So he's saying, I asked him if there's a bot bus. He said there's not one. But you can catch a taxi for 120 to 200 baht, which is about the same price as the Grab. Sometimes there's a Song Tao. A bot bus is called Song Tao in Thai. Right? So they have one of those, and those are only usually 10 or 20 baht. But they use. Okay, so he said, wait a minute. So we're gonna wait here for a little while. Oh, buy any? Okay, sorry, Cap.
อันนี้เลยอะไร120
It's all right,
เดี๋ยว
Cap.
ไปส่งครับไปของผมมันจะเป็นรถวินนะครับมันจะเป็น200เดี๋ยวนะก็ไปส่ง120 บาท
Oh. Oh,
ไป
yeah.
ส่งที่สถานีรถ
Okay.
ไฟ
อยากไปอันนี้
โอ้ไม่
200
เป็นไรครับ
ไม่มี
ครับ
okay
อันนี้
Okay, the motorbike is 120.
ครับ
The car is
อันนี้
2.
มันจะ
Okay,
ป็น
we'll take the
รถ
motorbike.
ค
Okay.
รับผมอันนี้มันออกคิวครับมันเป็นรถโดยสาร
The motorbike's 80 baht cheaper. Okay, we'll take the
โอเค
motorbike.
โอเค
You
ประหยั
have
ดหน่อยครับประหยัด
yeah, how much?
หมวกกันน็อกมีไหมไม่เป็นไรไม่ต้องใส่ก็ได้ครับ
ไม่เป็นไร he said no worry about it.
โอเคครับผม
Okay. Okay, yeah, he said don't worry about this. He's gonna take me motorbike to the city. 80 baht cheaper than motorbikes. Okay. Outside. He said the truck there is 200 baht, but there is no truck right now. should have him take me to the mall. That's closer too. He got by Sutani Road 5 my shy by shopping, you know. By I need shopping. I don't know how to say mall. Mall shopping.
โรบินสันเซนทรัลอันนี้โรบินสัน
Central ใช่อันนี้รู้ไหม
สนามช้างหรือว่าอะไร
ใช่up here. I don't know how to say mall in Thai. How do you say mall in Thai? That's where they don't have Central here. I used to say Central, but it's a different. I don't know the name of the mall. You may know how to say mall in Thai. I don't know if he knows where I'm going. They don't know that word. A lot of people don't speak that much English here. It's not like Bangkok or Italian. My little Thai I have works. There's so many words I'm missing. I'm not gonna go far. I'll just have him drop me off. I can walk too. Kilometer. That's the soccer stadium. We don't have to go all the way. I can have him drop me off. We can walk. We got a sidewalk now. Look at this. We got a sidewalk. We can just walk. The weather is quite nice right now. It's not too hot. Okay. Yeah, just get off here. We'll walk around. Bye, do, Dern. Do. Look at that. Kapung Kap. Here's the city monument, I think. Okay, I think the mall is over that way. Might be about a half mile or something. We'll go walk there. But main reason I'm going back to that mall is because I had an awesome lunch yesterday. In fact, I was even talking about it on the live stream later. Really good food in this restaurant there. Sometimes there's really good restaurants in the mall. Not always, but sometimes. It's a little more expensive than the street food, but it was only like 120 baht or something. It wasn't too bad. Here's the Buriram College of Agriculture and Technology. A lot of the colleges in this city. There's a good a few of them I've seen in this city. That's the Formula One racing they have here too. There's the city monument. I gotta get my hat back on. The weather's nice, but the sun will cause me to get sunburned. I need to check my Google Maps real quick. Okay, guys, hope you're enjoying the stream. We're just back to traveling and stuff. And I'm gonna be doing a lot of traveling and travel streaming next month or two. So, trying to bring you guys some adventure and showing you what's going on out here. Chat numbers are real low today. Usually we're over 200. I think that might be because I didn't stream for much the last couple weeks. Hopefully that doesn't. The super chats are good, but the chat numbers are a little bit low today for some reason. But I've had a nice day so far. We're 3.5 hours into the stream. Yeah, I'll be staying in a new hotel. The hotel I was at is booked up. So I'm not going to be probably staying in Buriram. I'm probably going to take a bus or a train to another city. I haven't decided 100% where I'm going yet next, but I'll figure it out when I get to the city. Right now we need to go get some lunch though. Actually, it's only like 11 o'clock, right? Yeah, that wasn't too bad of a motorbike drive. Sometimes I don't like riding a motorbike in a long distance. It's dangerous, but that wasn't too bad of a drive. Let me check my maps. Oh, thank you, Kelly Cowell. Kelly shared my live stream. Thank you, Kelly. You know, Kelly, when I first started seeing you in the chat, I didn't know who you were. And you used to always say I shared it with my community center. I thought you were talking about a community center in real life. I didn't even know you were a YouTuber. When I first, this was like a year or two ago. I didn't know who you were, you know. And I thought you shared your stream. You always come to my chat and say, I shared your stream with my community center. I thought you're talking about something in real life, like a real life community center. You used to always come to my stream and say that. And then later I found out he was a YouTuber and he meant his community page on his YouTube channel. Hang on guys, let me check my map real quick. We got it's about a half-mile walk. So we gotta go walk up a little bit there. But it's actually a nice road to walk on. I was on it yesterday. So we can see some stuff along the way. Yeah, shout out to Kelly Caldwell. He's a live streamer as well. 30,000 subscribers. And he does IRL and he's a nice communicator, streamer. Check out his channel. Kelly is a nice guy, but one of the things that makes his channel interesting, it's not just because he's a nice guy and a good communicator. He's also, he shares his you know, everything about his life, the stuff he's going through, and to me, that makes very interesting. Like, you get to know him, the real Kelly, and what his life's all about. His wife's on the stream, so I like that kind of stuff. That's really authentic. Whether it's video or streaming, it's really authentic, you know. So I feel like a lot of stuff on YouTube, it's not say it's fake, but it's just a production. Whereas Kelly is just real life, you know. I feel like I'm kind of the same way too. But and a lot of the people in our community are like that as well. That's what I like. That's the kind of content I like, you know. Like, you get to know the person and you know what they're going through and you know their life. You know, most live streamers, they get shit on all the time by people and trolls, but they're actually very transparent and very real, you know, and they're sharing with you. They don't have to share anything with people, but they're sharing it with the world, broadcasting everything for your own entertainment, you know. And there's it's not mandatory to super chat any of us or to support or anyway, you know. So we do it in the hopes that we get a few tips, you know, a few coins here. But it's not mandatory. You can watch and view, and just by being in the chat, you're contributing and stuff, and just watching, you're contributing. So it's one person back scratches the other person's world, you know. No different with live streaming. But that's the kind of content I like nowadays on YouTube. And that doesn't just have to be live streams. I feel like guys like Seb Cam and IB Tad, I enjoyed them. They were vloggers, and they were vlogging their adventures, their hikes, and their, you know, things like that. I enjoy that too, because they're really sharing everything and what they're going through and their adventures and stuff. So we got to walk up here, then to the left. We're going to walk to the mall. It's maybe a half-mile walk, but we can see stuff along the way. There's a lot of nice little restaurants all scattered all over the place. This is called Buriram Blue City. It's a great city, Buriram, guys. This is a kind of off the beaten path hidden gem. It's a great place to live here. Very relaxed and comfortable living here the last couple of weeks. It's a sweet spot of it's not too big of a city and traffic and chaos. It's not too small. It's kind of in that sweet spot. There's plenty of coffee shops and restaurants and hotels and bars. Stuff to do and see. It's a little bit bigger than Surin. Surin maybe it's a little bit too small. I was in Surin before coming here. Buriram, I think, is a better city than, I mean, Surin is good too, but Surin might be too small for me. Buriram is more to my liking. Big ups, Ambient Wander. Ambient, are you still in Isan? He was in, where were you? You were in Nong Khai or somewhere? Khon Kaen. I got another friend in Khon Kaen. I don't know if you're still there, but I know somebody else in Khon Kaen right now. These are bus stops. Buriam Rajabat University. Man, there's a lot of universities in this city. There's a good like 5 of them or something. Every block there's a different university. So here's the map. Bangkok and Nakhon Ratchasima to the west. That's, if you go west, you go towards Bangkok. We passed by a Buriam immigration. They have an immigration office here. So if you lived here, you're retired, the immigration office is like 2 miles away. We passed by it. Everything is here, you know, you got everything you need here. You need to do a border run. Cambodia is real close as well. It's actually, that's one of the really bad things about living in Pattaya area is the hassle of the visa. Here it's not a hassle, but there, because whether you do a visa run, you got like this awful bus ride to Cambodia. It's like 12 hours, 6 hours there and back. They call it a visa run. It's expensive, 2,500 baht, and it's not enjoyable. I did it once before. I never wanted to do it again. It's 12 hours in a really mini bus. You got to get 5 in the morning, and the other thing is if you're going to immigration, the immigration office, because it's such a popular area, there's times I had to wait 8 hours in the immigration office just to get a 30-day visa stamp. Last year I had to do that. I had to wait all day. It was in the middle of high season. And then I spent all day at the immigration office, 10 hours. These places, you got none of those issues. You gotta do a visa run, it's close by. You know, because Pattaya is nowhere near a border. Bangkok isn't either. But this is close to the border, and you got the immigration office. Every province has an immigration office, and there's not many people live here. So you'll be in and out of there in 15 minutes. You know, that's, as an expat or somebody living here, that's just something we have to deal with, is the immigration. And it's not ideal in the popular places like Bangkok and Pattaya. But here it is. There's another university, Buriam Rajabat University. So that is one real benefit here, is that you don't have to deal with that. Like, you still have to deal with it, but it's much more easier and simple. And it's not like the immigration office in Pattaya. They're good at what they do. It's just they're just too much. You know, it's first come first serve. So some days you might go when a lot of other people decide to go fix their stuff. So they can only deal with so much, and there's just so many people, so many tourists and expats in that area. And that office doesn't just serve Pattaya, it serves all of Chonburi. Chonburi is a huge province, you know. It starts on the outskirts of Bangkok and goes all the way down to Sattahip. So there's a lot of expats in that whole area. There's Japanese industrial expat workers in like Sriracha, and they work in the car factories. That's a multinational area. Like, there's all these factories from all over the world. The Japanese have billions invested in that area in Thailand, in factories, car factories and stuff. So, you know, they got one office in the whole province that handles everything. All the Pattaya people, all the tourists that just want to get a 30-day extension. It's just too much, you know. Whereas here you got an office that just handles maybe 500 expats and a random tourist that comes through once in a while, you know. What I found doing is I fly to another country, you know, because I want to travel other countries anyways. It's more expensive. I ain't doing that Cambodia visa run, border run thing in Pattaya. You know, I'm not in Pattaya anymore, but if I was there, you know. And the immigration is like a nightmare sometimes. So I just fly to another country and come back. The problem is they start to scrutinize you once you do that too much. You can do that once or twice, because I've already done that 3 times. I went to India, I went to Malaysia. Where else did I go? Thought I went somewhere else too. Maybe it's only been 2 times. But they did scrutinize me in Don Mueang when I came back from India. They didn't scrutinize me a lot, but they did ask me, hey, the guy asked me, you got a girlfriend here? So you're spending something like you're spending a lot of time here. I said, no, I don't have a girlfriend. All right, well, you know, he stamped my passport. He was nice. He just asked me a couple of questions. He said, well, he said, maybe next time you come fly back, you know, it'll be like 6 months then. You might not be able to come back or something. That's what he said. Like next time, you know, like he stamped passport, gave me a visa this time. He said next time I could have a problem. He didn't say it mean. He just like, as a matter of fact, he said it, you know. It wasn't like he was trying to intimidate or be mean about it or anything. Guys that do stay here a long time, they have a girlfriend. That's why he asked me that. He says, why are you staying here so long, you know? You're not supposed to work here as a tourist. Most tourists only stay for 2 weeks or a month or a week even. You've been here for 4 months already, you know? You're just kind of curious. So you got a girlfriend here? I was like, no. Said, all right, well, you stamp my passport. The next time you do it again, you might not be able to, you know. It didn't mean I can't come back to Thailand. It just means I can't do these consecutive over and over flights coming back to Thailand. Like Nick, I leave the country for 6 months and then come back later. I can, you know. He said something like you need a long-term visa if you're going to stay here a long time. So we'll stamp your passport this time, but next time, you know, without a long-term visa, you might not be able to stay here. That's what he said, I think. Manga is tougher, but they, like I said, they weren't. No, actually, yeah, it was Don Mong I flew into from India. Don Mong has a reputation. But I heard people having problems in Savunabhumi. See, the thing with immigration is it's different everywhere you go. So one time I did a border run in Cambodia. I was with Sean in Wonderland last year, and we just happened to be by the border. We were visiting a friend of his, a lady friend, took us to her hometown in Chantaburi, and we stayed in her house. It was in my vlog on the CCC channel, and she was the driver. She had the car. She was driving me and Sean around, and she had to go somewhere, and it was close by the. She had to pick up her cousin worked at the casino. So there's different border crossings. The Poi Pet's the big one everybody knows about, but they got a couple small ones. Me and Ross went to a small one in Cambodia. Nobody ever goes to, and then there's another one we went to. Me, Sean, and this lady. So she was going to pick up her cousins that worked at the casino, which was about an hour from Chantaburi, right on the Cambodia-Thailand border. And there's a casino in Cambodia, and Thais go there to gamble. And since we were there, I did a visa run. I just walked across the border and got a new stamp. And in that case, you could probably go there as many times as you want. They're very laid back there. But so it just depends where you go. Like if I go to the Surin border, I'm sure they would let me back in the country, you know, the Cham Chong border. So it just depends where you go. But you fly into the airport, you fly into the main Bangkok airports, yeah, they might look over your stuff a little more. Yeah, that was a little road trip me and Sean did last year. I think it was back in January or February 2023. Made a couple of vlogs about it. So we hung out with this lady. She's a very nice, beautiful lady. She, I don't know her history, but her and Sean were just friends. She's like an architect. She's a business lady, and she's like a very high-class lady. But she just liked Sean, and she invited us. Well, she invited Sean. Sean, I don't know her that well. Sean knows her well. And Sean speaks pretty good Thai nowadays. She invited her to Chantaburi, to her home. And then Sean invited me to come along. So she drove us to her home. But she used to work as an architect for 20 years. And then she's a business lady in Pattaya now. Worked for an engineering firm. She was, very well educated architect lady, very nice lady. I was kind of smitten with her, I was sometimes, you hang with somebody and you just admire them. That's how I was. But she was just very, very nice person. But we were with her family, her brothers lived there, and her mom. They all lived. She had a nice house in Chantaburi, a nice big house. Some of her family members lived in. And so we were hanging with them, and it was a cool trip, cool experience. It was my second time in Chantaburi. Is east of Rayong, next to Cambodia. So it's like about 3 hours from Pattaya. But that was a visa run I did too. That was a stealth visa run. A lesser known border crossing. Yo, big ups. Thank you, Dinesh. Thanks for the 40 rupees. Hey, what's up, Nigel? We got Nigel in the chat. Yo, big ups, Dinesh. Here's Dinesh, thank you. Dutch Farang, every time I see tune in, you're drinking coffee and water. Well, you can rewind. We just visited a very cool national park and temple the last few hours. I just got back from that. Now I'm headed to get some lunch. Well, you can rewind, check out that temple. It's actually a volcano. It's called the Kradong volcano. I've just visited there. And there's a big golden Buddha right at the top of the mountain. So, the live streaming, it's a day in the life. Sometimes I have to drink water or coffee or have food, I stream my life as I go about it. I'm not a robot that can just walk 15 hours a day and entertain you guys in the heat. I do a lot of that as it is, but sometimes I gotta sit down, take a little break, have some lunch, have some food. Let's give you a little time out, Dutch Farang. A little time outside the game here. Put you into the naughty corner. There you go. Little time out for Dutch Farang. Oh, hey, what's up, Am? Maybe I missed your reply where you're at. Yeah, I wasn't in Poi Pet. There's like 3 different border crossings. If you go east of Pattaya, if you look at the map, there's one me and Ross went to. You got to go way down this peninsula. So me and Ross did a border crossing then. Actually, I didn't go back into Thailand. I stayed in Cambodia for like a week. Then I flew back into from Phnom Penh. I flew back into Thailand. But there's a border crossing there. It's a real small one. There's another one in Chantaburi that I went to with that lady. That's hard to get to. She had a car, so she drove us there. And Ross drove me in his car, the other one. Now the big famous one is Poi Pet. So those are 3 border crossings there. I didn't go to Poi Pet. I haven't been to Poi Pet in like 20 years. I don't know last time I've been there. Yeah, Poi Pet can be sketchy. The whole area is, but that's usually when you do like a border run, you usually go to Poi Pet. I haven't been there in a long time. Now there's another border crossing here in Surin. It's called Cham Chong. So there's like 4 border crossings to Cambodia right there. Yeah, Poi Pet, I would recommend to avoid it. If you can get to one of those other ones, if you come to Isan, enjoy Isan and go to Cham Chong, which I've never been there, but I was thinking about going there. That's in Surin, not far from here. Or you can get to one of those other 2 border crossings, Chantaburi. Poi Pet is sketchy. It's a big, you know, that's a reputation that it at least has anyways. So I haven't been there since, I did one border crossing there in 2006 or something, a long time ago. Then there's also Laos. I did a border crossing in Laos. I'm just talking Cambodian border crossings. There's also Laos and Burma. I don't know if you can cross into Burma and do a visa run. I don't know what's going on with Burma. I don't even know if 20 years ago you could. But Laos and Cambodia are the options. Malaysia is actually the best because what really sucks about doing a border crossing to both Cambodia and Laos is they charge you $30. You have to pay for a visa. Even if you just go walk in and out, you're literally walking like 100 feet and turning back around. You still have to get a stamp in your passport, a visa. It takes up your whole page in your passport, and it costs like 30 bucks. And Laos is like the same way. So that actually sucks, like losing the page in the passport and just to do a border crossing. So like it's actually better to go to Malaysia because they don't give you that big visa and there's no visa cost. So it could actually be cheaper to go to just fly to Malaysia instead of, and a lot of people actually do that. And you know, Malaysia is a nice place to visit as well. It's unfortunate not one of these countries don't have, they should just like give you 30 days and like a little stamp in your passport, not a giant 1-page visa. And it raises the cost of the visa run, 30 bucks. Because the people that go there have no intention. A border run is just going there and turning back around. Just crossing the border to get a new visa. That's all it is. You're not spending any time in the country or anything. I mean, I could show you. I did 2 Cambodia border crossings last year. So I have like, I think I have 2. I have 2 big Cambodian things on my passport. And you know, the passports only have so many pages. My passport I got back from Mexico just a couple of years ago. It was 2021, so it's been almost 4 years. So it's, you know, it's passport's starting to get up there in years. But it's getting like mostly full now. Is it all these like one page? And if I go to Cambodia again, I'm gonna get another 1-page passport. Or I go to Laos, same thing. They both do that. So I got like 3 pages taken up of these big Cambodia, Laos visa runs, you know. Whereas Thailand, Japan, Malaysia, they just stamp your passport with a little stamp, you know. And that can be done multiple times per page. Yo, what's up, OG? OG, my dad's in the chat. Any chance to be back for Christmas? I don't know. I was thinking about it. I kind of took like 10 days off. I didn't do much streaming. I was thinking about it, or I was thinking about staying for a couple months. Yo, big ups, OG. I'll maybe give you a call tonight or tomorrow. Nighttime for me is morning time for him. He's probably laying in bed right now, late at night. But I was thinking about staying here for 2 or 3 more months. Then going, I've been talking about getting back on the Appalachian Trail, OG. I might go back on the Appalachian Trail for a little while, for a month or 2, or maybe even do the whole thing. Who knows? But do something. So I would like to do that. But you know, if I do that, I might need to grind it out here in Asia, live streaming for a few months, 2-3 months. Which means I'll miss Christmas. Like I'm gonna stay here in Thailand, Cambodia, maybe Vietnam or Indonesia, and just stream for 2 or 3 months. Because the weather is gonna be nice the next couple months too. Good for streaming. Weather's a little bit cooler now. If this was a month ago, I wouldn't be able to walk right now at this time of day. I would be suffering. But right now, it's not too bad. So the mall's up here. We're gonna go get some lunch. There's a really good restaurant. The only thing I don't like about this restaurant, it's really good food, but they got these little stools to sit on. It's not very comfortable. It sucks. I've been walking a lot and travel. I just walked up the volcano, and it's like I like to sit down in a nice chair. They got great food, but terrible seating. Maybe I just get some food there, then I go somewhere else and sit down for a while. And then I gotta catch a train or bus to another city. I don't know where I'm going yet, but. Yeah, well, I trail in winter, like in February. Because I have a blanket, a 10-degree blanket, that's just sitting in my closet that I bought. It's perfect for the cold weather, The thing about it is, if I go back on the trail, I vlog. If I'm one of the first guys on the trail, you get a lot of views, new subscribers. But I gotta get there. Like last year, there were these two dudes. They were the first guys on the trail, and they got like 10,000 new subscribers. And that happens every year. Like a few years before that, there was this guy named Jay. But they get on the trail like in January or February when it's freezing. Like before everybody else gets on the trail and vlogs. They're the first people to vlog it. So they get all the early bird gets the worm. That I know that's an expression, but that is 100% true in this situation. If you want to vlog the Appalachian Trail and make some benefit from it, benefit your channel and your life and make some money off of it, you have to get there early. I learned that lesson last year. So yeah, if I want to do the Appalachian Trail, I gotta get there like end of January or something, or early February. I gotta go back to Ohio because I got all my camping gear. I maybe spend a week or two there, and then I get right down to Atlanta and jump on the trail. Probably fly to Atlanta. I gotta get all my equipment. I don't have it with me in the moment. Yeah, but in this situation, it's very true, Nigel. And OG, if you're still in the chat, if you're still there, I could get on the trail by myself and start. You could come down later. You could come down and meet me in Tennessee or Virginia or something. Hang out for a couple weeks. But yeah, I'm not. If I do it again, I have to probably just fly there on my own and do it. And then I meet up with you later. Yeah, if anybody wants to join me even for a couple of days, that'd be awesome. Like Jeff Lepard said, he wouldn't mind doing it for a week or something. I told him it's a really healthy, beneficial thing. It's a struggle, but it does a lot for your body and mind, even just for a week or two. Anybody who wants to join me, it would be welcome for sure. Even just for a couple of days. I think the mall is up here. We're getting closer. There's a lot of great places to eat. I didn't have to come here for the mall, but because now I gotta get back to the center of town. I can walk back there. It's fine. My legs are getting out of shape. I haven't been walking that much. So I need to walk. There's apartments here. All these apartments, there's a lot of really cheap apartments in Buriram. You can live here for next to nothing. Cheap places to eat. You see the food here? There's really good street food here, and it's all like 30, 40 baht. You get a big meal, it's like 60, 80 baht. It's like double the price in Pattaya and Phuket and Bangkok. You know, the dishes that are like 60 baht in Pattaya are like 30, 40 baht here, and they're better quality. A lot of times, not all the times, but a lot of times. The food here is a step up from what I've been experiencing elsewhere. Like in Bangkok and Pattaya are about the same as far as street food. But the food I've been getting here is like, I would say it's a step above. Like, you know, some of the same stuff, but I don't know why. Maybe it's closer to the source, more local, more fresh. But there's another street food guy. The food here is pretty decent, and it's cheap. 20 years ago, these things used to be like 30, 40 baht too in Pattaya, but it's gone up in price. 60 baht, 50 baht, 70 baht. You know, there's a guy in Pattaya that makes amazing pad krapao, one of the best pad krapaos I've had all over Thailand. But he charges 70 baht. You get the same thing here, it's like 40 baht, 30 baht. Double the price. And you know, all of his customers are Thai. So they pay that 70 baht, you know, because they want what he's serving. And you know, there's not a lot of people serving that stuff. But if they were here, they'd be paying 30 or 40 baht. I had to wait in line. Staying, my hotel was by where that guy cooks. It's on a back street, and there was a line of like 8 people. I had to wait an hour to get the food. I literally had to wait an hour, but I was hungry and I knew his food was good, you know, so I waited. He said I didn't have to wait a long time. We got a long line of orders. Here's more apartments. There's sorts of apartments. Any building like that is basically an apartment. Yo, what's up, Jay-Z? There's a sneaker store. You got Air Jordans. I don't know anything about sneakers, but Kicks TV was here. These are some nice ones. You might be able to buy these and sell them back in America. Big markup on eBay or something. There's a big business in sneakers. I don't know why, but I guess people collect them. You know, that was stuff that we paid 20 bucks for when we were kids. Now they're like collector's items. Like worth $1,000 and stuff. There's a Durian Rider actually has a big shoe business now. So he evolved from YouTube. He still does YouTube, but he's got a massive shoe business in Australia selling sneakers. That guy's a hustler, man. He moved from YouTube. The vegan hustle kind of dried up, and he moved into sneakers. He's got a massive sneakers business in Australia now. He doesn't come to Thailand much anymore because he's, you know, YouTube is just a side thing for him. It's just not. He doesn't even do YouTube for money at all. He just does it for the hell of it. You know, make some videos here and there. But he used to make a lot of money with YouTube, like 10 years ago, 8 years ago. Now he's doing sneakers. He still has the same girlfriend from like the last 6 years, 5 years. But those are some really nice Air Jordans. Those might be worth a lot of money, man. Buy them, sell them back in America. Yeah, Durian Rider said he became a millionaire from YouTube because his channel was like 250,000 subs. He did good with the views. He was getting at his peak. He was getting like 6-8 million views a month. But it wasn't just him too. It was Freely, his business partner. She was bigger than him. She had 1 million subs. They were both got rich. And what wasn't just from the views, that was one revenue flow, which they were probably making pretty good money with, because that is a lot of views. They were probably making, you know, 100 grand a year from that. But they had this ebook they were selling about veganism, how to be a vegan. They were charging $30 a book, ebook, and they were selling like hotcakes. They couldn't, you know, it was a digital product, so they couldn't run, you know, sell out of it, but they could sell all they wanted to sell. So he said he became a millionaire from those ebooks and YouTube, because he had such a big audience and so many views. He was so famous, and he was so, everybody respected him, that in his information and stuff, that you know, he's just selling thousands of ebooks a month. He had 8 million views, he'd sell maybe 4,000 ebooks a month, you know. So not everybody can pull off selling ebooks for $30, but he did. Did really well with that, but you know, he's not like, being worth $1 million or $2 million, you know, doesn't mean you have to stop working. That might not even be enough money to last the rest of your life. So he's switched up to sneaker salesman now. He probably invested some of his money in that, and maybe he had a collection. He got in on the sneaker business. So yeah, he's an interesting guy. He's an interesting life on YouTube. A lot of ups and downs, and a lot of craziness, a lot of drama. He had a lot of drama, a lot of vegan drama. But I think his channel and his life was a lot more interesting back then, you know. Now just sitting in Australia and selling sneakers isn't too much as interesting as before, because he was really traveling around a lot, doing a lot of different things. He had his own like vegan cult. They all come to like Chiang Mai to meet him. They had a fruit festival there. They ride bikes. Like 1,000 people would show up every year at this festival during Rider put on in Chiang Mai. Like, he had a lot of stuff going on, but it blew up in a drama around 2016. A lot of things happened at the same time. He broke up with his girlfriend Freely. There was you know, all this allegations of impropriety. There was a lot of people gunning for him, because he was like I said, he was making actually millions. And there were people trying to bring him down, drama, hate. There was people, you know, making all these allegations and videos about him and stuff. And because he was, you know, he was a top dog at one time. But he was also like, he brought a little bit of that onto himself a little bit too with some of his behavior. He was kind of caught up in the drama, and he would, you know, he would react and do things he shouldn't have done, you know, which he learned later. But I was following him before I even started doing YouTube myself. He was one of the guys that kind of got me into YouTube. I've never been vegan, but I've flirted with it. He was very influential. Him and Seb Cam are the reason why I eat so much sugar and fruit, you know. And it hasn't been like, I ate it, but I didn't think about it before. Now I'll add sugar to. If it wasn't for those guys, I would probably be brainwashed like everybody else and think sugar is bad. I see these people like in Bangkok, these travelers, these Europeans and stuff. They're all like, everybody's like freaked out about sugar. Unfortunately, they never watched During Riders videos back in the day, 10 years ago. I used to binge watch his stuff. He's great, you know. He's got like 6,000 videos. He debunked all this stuff 12 years ago on his YouTube channel, because there were people. There were the keto people, and there were the primalists people. Carnivore wasn't around back then, but there was similar stuff back then. There were these experts and stuff that would come out and say you just need to eat meat, and he would like savagely debunk all these people. And it was very entertaining videos and stuff. This was like 10, 12 years ago. So that's why he was really well respected, because people, like, he was a fighter and he stood up for veganism, and he you know, he's been studying this stuff for 30 years. He's not like just some Joe Schmo. He took to veganism in the 90s, never looked back, and he's been studying it, and you know, he's very intelligent about it and knowledgeable about food and diet and nutrition and stuff. But man, these people, like any Westerner, is just like totally paranoid about sugar. And sugar is not even the culprit of things like bad health issues. Sugar is actually good. I just had some sugarcane juice right there in that mountain. You know, you see me in Vietnam, in Cambodia, which I might go to, you're gonna see nothing but skinny people on the streets. Everybody's drinking sugarcane juice all day. Like it's going out of style. And I'll be doing the same thing, so. The proof is in the pudding. You guys got like all these crazy YouTubers and stuff and social media spreading all this bad information and knowledge. Like here's a bunch of sugar here, fruit. We can eat some right now. Let's get some watermelon. You see guys, this is all sugar. Nothing to be scared of. It's tasty, very good for you. And I'm gonna eat some right now. Here's the mall over there. Oh, that's the mall right there, yeah. What do you got? Papaya, we're gonna eat this real quick. Haven't had papaya in a while. I get it with some town, but that's unripe papaya. This is ripe papaya. I like them both. Same with mango. You get unripe mango and unripe mango and ripe mango. Unripe mango is sour, ripe mango is sweet. Papaya is real good for your digestive system. And it's got a lot of vitamin C and vitamin A. Yeah, big ups, Kelly. This is 25 baht, or 75 cents for a big thing of papaya. This kind of stuff's all over Thailand. You can get, you know, mangoes, watermelon, pineapple. They cut it up for you, coconuts. they'll cut it up for you and serve it to you. You can just eat it. You know, you don't have to buy a big watermelon and cut it up and stuff. It's a little cheaper if you do it that way, but you don't have I don't have a knife when I travel, so. Yeah, beets are great. I like beets. You can do beet juice. Beet juice is juice the beets, or make beet soup. That's what the Ukrainians do. Russians call borscht. Sometimes I juice beets in America. I got a juicer. I'll juice carrots, pineapples. Pineapples are really good for juicing because they're cheap and they make a lot of juice. And pineapples are really good when you mix it with other things. So they can be kind of sour by themselves. Cap and cap. Let's get over to this mall. I'll show you guys the mall. One of the best combinations I found for juicing is pineapple, orange, and sweet potato. You can actually juice sweet potatoes. You mix all three of those. It's called liquid crack. It's really delicious. You gotta do it sometime. It's kind of something you gotta do for yourself because you can go to a juicing place, but they're not gonna have the sweet potatoes. But you gotta mix all three: pineapples, oranges, and sweet potatoes. That is awesome. But you know, I juice a lot of juice apples or celery. You can juice cucumbers. You can you know, do different mixes. Sometimes you mix too many things and it's not good. So you know, just I mean, you can drink it, but it doesn't taste that great. Like carrots, you can just do carrots straight up, or you can mix. I like to mix carrots with lemon. I do like lemon, carrots, and what else? Something else. Maybe pineapple or orange. Or no, there's something else I do with carrot. I don't know, I forget. Here's the mall, guys. This is the main where I am. So we're coming here for a great restaurant that I had yesterday. I came here looking for internet and they wouldn't give me internet. So I had to get internet at the 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven came through. This place didn't. Here's the post office. You can ship stuff. EMS, you see EMS, that means you can ship it anywhere in the world. I used to ship stuff from Japan all the time, every day. Every day I'd be going to a post office, shipping boxes of magic cards, because I'm not going to carry them around all the time. I ship the magic cards back home to EMS. It costs like 25 bucks, and it would get there in like 3 days. So they got the same thing here in Thailand. But in Japan, I used to use that all the time, you know. I would ship box cards home. And then when I got back home, I would process it all. And then sell them on eBay and stuff. I kind of want to do that again. I really enjoyed that business. I've always enjoyed it. The problem is I've been out of it for 8 years. I have to live in Japan. Yeah, we're at the mall. I'm getting some lunch, and I'm probably going to head to probably a train or bus. It's pretty hot today. getting hot again.
คุกกี้หลากหลายชนิดก็มีจำหน่ายอย่าลืมเทศกาลปีใหม่ปีนี้จะซื้อของขวัญทั้งสี่นึกถึงห้างเศรษฐกิจ
Alright guys.
Yeah, this is. Man, I was here in the mall yesterday. It might be a little early now, but when I was here yesterday, it was packed full of people on a Thursday. You see, it looks like just a big warehouse. It's a really out of date mall. But there's a lot of stuff in here. Donut Sunday. We got a lot of clothes. We got some cell phone shops, restaurants. It's like it's kind of quieter today. But yesterday it was full of people, man. It'll probably be busy later. It's just too early. They just opened up probably. But like I said, if they ever build a central mall, which I think this town is big enough to support Central, this place will probably be out of business. It's doing well now though. Central Mall, it's a Thai multinational mall chain. They build malls and amazing architecture. They're a massive corporation. I think one of the top 5 corporations in Thailand. But they don't have them here in Isan. They don't have one in Surin nor here. And I think maybe they have them in Karat or Udon Thani. I think there's one in Udon Thani here. Most of you have it though. Big ups to Luis Cabo. We got Luis Cabo back in the chat. Where's that restaurant at? We got the police here. Back around. Kind of police action going on here. The restaurant's right up here. It's a pretty big place. It's like a big warehouse. So, but there's a lot of stuff here. Looks kind of dead now, probably because it's too early. It's really There's Sports World, Eton Inn Coffee Shop. There's a Mixu, J Mart, a lot of cell phone shops. This is a restaurant here. And what does this place serve? This looks like Korean food or something. But here's the restaurant. No, it wasn't this place. There's a Pizza Hut there. Somewhere, restaurant I think is up over here somewhere. Pillows for sale if you need a pillow. Mr. DIY, that's a home improvement store. Banks. These are pretty nice shorts. I was thinking about buying these yesterday, then I didn't like the feel of it. These might be better. So all I have is one pair of shorts. But these I can wash and they dry very fast, so I just keep washing them in the sink. It's XL, this actually might be pretty good. This is a better material than this. 150 bath. Hey, we got a super chat, Viola. Viola with 11 euros. Thank you, Viola. Here's the restaurant here. Really good. It's called Tumor. Yo, thank you, Viola. We're gonna go here for lunch. Ready up. Yo, big ups, Viola. Thanks, 11 euros. Sorry, cap. It's really good food. They got a special sauce, everything here. It's like, this is Isan food. Very, very good. It's like they got one in Bangkok, they got one in Siem Reap, Kuala Lumpur, so it's a multi. They even got one in Burma. got soups, fish. I'll show you what I got yesterday. Let me get the same thing. I got this yesterday. Corn salad. This is all Isan food though. Isan food looks a little scary, but it looks different. But if you dig in, you might really like it. I really love Isan food. I have the corn spicy salad. My house churros, my side churros. Pet. Pasta. Pet dai. Pasta. I'll me county out, man. I'll county out. I'll kai. So I also got some ghee rice, guys, and some egg, salted egg. And can I have iced tea? Chai yen. I need.
ชาดำเย็นโค้กรีฟิล
Chai yen.
ชาดำเย็น
Chai down. Okay, I'll chai down. Chai down is black tea.
ขออนุญาตตัวรายการอาหารนะคะมีตำข้าวโพดเผ็ดกลางไม่เอาชูรสไข่เค็มข้าวเหนียวหนึ่งแล้วก็ชาดำเย็นหนึ่งนะคะ
Check up.
ขออนุญาตเก็บ
Veel bigas willen. I think I just learned a new word there. Pet gang. It's like medium. She says pet noi means like a little bit spicy. Pet mak is very spicy. She said something like pet gang. I just say passive like 50-50 and they understand. That's not the correct thing to say. Because I never learned the word medium. I just say medium, you know. Pet clang. Pet clang, okay. Okay, I didn't know that word. Yes, that's what she said, medium. So that's a good word to know because you always ask how spicy do you want the dish. For me, I like it medium. Oh, pet count. But they always understand pasta. So they understand that. But sometimes, you know, like you can say things incorrectly for years. Just because it works doesn't mean it's appropriate. Hey, they got sausage dog. It used to be called sausage dog. This is black tea. This actually tastes like southern. I had this yesterday. It's like southern sweet tea. It's pretty good. Got some kauniao, sticky rice. Yeah, hasa means like 50-50, which you can use in a lot of situations. I use it you know, for different things. Actually a very useful word. They're pounding the corn salad right now. I told them no MSG. Because they actually throw like a handful of MSG, spoonful in it. You gotta tell them that, or they're gonna throw they'll throw a whole spoonful of MSG in your food. That's how the locals eat it. So I've seen them do it in real life. But it actually tastes the same or even better without the MSG. Like MSG does nothing. It's just bad for you. But People here believe that it makes the food taste better, so they insist on putting MSG in the food. But if you ask them not to, they won't put MSG in. Some things already got MSG built in, like certain sauces and stuff, but they can't always escape it. In those cases, it's probably a very small amount. I just don't want the big spoonful thrown into the soup or the salad or something. One of the things MSG does is it'll really dehydrate you. Sometimes I'll eat a food and get a whole bunch of MSG unknowingly. And there was one day, like, I don't know, a week or two ago, a couple weeks ago, I literally drank like 4 bottles of water. I couldn't stop drinking water. I was so dehydrated from the MSG right after eating that meal. I think that was like somewhere in Saraburi or Chow Chon Sao when I was traveling when I left Bangkok a couple weeks ago. So all sodium and salt, it depletes water from your cells, you know. And MSG is no different. Actually, all salts are a poison. It's just that our bodies can handle a small amount of, you know, when you put salt in food, normal table salt, we don't put a whole lot of table salt. I don't. I mean, I put more pepper than I put salt, black pepper. I don't put much salt in my food. Yo, Luis Cabo. Cabo, big ups, 6 to 10 bucks. Yeah, maybe I get a new haircut today. Yo, thank you, Luis Cabo. Thank you, Luis. Big ups, man. Yeah, a little bit of salt is not bad because you know you sweat out a lot of salt. Your body, it can be like an electrolyte. So normal table salt is kind of a neutral thing, but you don't, even if you have too much table salt, you get high blood pressure. It can mess you up. But a little bit is not too bad. It's still a poison, but your body can handle a little bit of it. You go heavy on the salt, you'll get blood pressure within a matter of days or weeks. And so I don't know why people think MSG is anything different. It has all the same qualities, but maybe even worse. Go big ups, Lewis. Lewis says MSG is good for the kidneys. I haven't heard that. Maybe it is. Yeah, not everything is black and white. Some things are just like coffee, for example, has some negative things about it, but also has some health benefits. So yeah, it's possible MSG has some kind of. I don't think Sean would agree with that, but let's see. He hates MSG. He's really learned about MSG. I didn't really think about it before. So I learned all these things from other people. I learned about sugar from Durian Rider. I learned about MSG from Sean. But he is a real. It's funny. My other friend. Because I was going around, this is like 10 years ago, I'd be visiting Thailand with Sean and my other best friend, you guys never seen. He was friends with Sean too. He said like, don't, that's Sean is, MSG is Sean's thing, don't get fixated on that. But I agree with Sean though about it. Hey guys, here's our food. So we got corn salad. It's very, very good. Very delicious. You know who showed me this dish? I didn't even know this existed. Or I just looked past it on the menus and stuff. Wander Nirvana showed me this. The time I had this was a couple of years ago in California Road with Wander. Now it's one of my favorite things. That's like a fish sauce down there. you got sticky rice to go with it too. It's a salted egg. Kai Chen. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that word. Man, it's so good here. Yeah, rice in a bag. It's called county out rice. So they serve it with be like a salad and eat this. It's a nice meal. But you know, this dish has a lot of sodium in it already. A lot of salt. You add MSG on top of it. It's like that stuff will mess you up, man. Ricky Drama was saying he had problems with it because he was eating. He was living in Bangkok and he was eating all the Japanese food in the malls and this kind of stuff. And he was getting like really high blood pressure from all the sodium. If you eat out in restaurants all the time, you get a lot of sodium. But this place is very good. It's got peanuts, corn. These are dried shrimps. Got a fish sauce, tomatoes, green beans, lime. It's very, very good. This is 5-star food right here. This is world-class food. You can't get this in just about any other country. If you want this, you gotta come here and get it in Thailand. And really, why wouldn't people be able to process folic acid? Lewis has a lot of knowledge about food. He's spitting out some things I've never heard before, anybody say. Sometimes like certain things can inhibit certain processes. So like, for example, if that's true, it's possible too much sodium blocks the processing of folic acid. So there's something causing the blocking of the folic acid. And most likely the culprit's probably sodium, right? Folic acid is like vitamin B6 or something. This is an amazing explosion of flavors. Sweet, sour, spicy, savory. It's got it all. So this is an explosion of flavors. This is just to tame things down. It's too much flavor. You gotta tame it down with some rice. That's what the function of the rice is. When you start eating these flavors in India, in Thailand, it's hard to eat food without a lot of flavor. Like you just start to get addicted to this kind of food. Mexico has got very flavorful food. Thailand, India, they all, because you know, India they use so much spices and stuff in their curries, and it's just got a lot of flavor. You know? So, but I like American food. It's, you know, some American food's got a lot of flavor too. And even something like you know, simple stuff like a cheeseburger, macaroni cheese, I still love all that stuff. Spaghetti, chili, you know, you can make chili with a lot of flavor, you know, in a crock pot. So there's a lot of good food in America too, but I really enjoy this food as well. Mexico is a place where I really miss the food and the alcohol the most. Mexico's got the best alcohol and the best food. But the food is very good here too, and very good in India. Japan, they don't have as much flavor, but the food is a little more simplistic, but it's pretty good there too. But the funny thing is, if I was to go to Mexico, I'd probably miss the food in Thailand. So you kind of miss what you don't have access to. And sometimes here you'll miss American food, you know. You gotta you know, you gotta go find something around here to make an approximate. My favorite Mexican drinks is the michelada. That's where they mix beer with like a tomato juice and a bunch of spices and stuff. It's called michelada. And I like the mezcal. And I like high-end tequila as well. Yeah, Mike Jason said if he ate this food, it would mess him up. I heard this comment too. A lot of people say like, well, if you drink a lot of juice or fruit, you're gonna be on the toilet. Let me tell you what that's all about. That means your body's got a lot of waste. It's just sitting around your body. And that stuff actually, for one, it hydrates you. So the hydration helps get rid of waste. And it has a function where it does just clean you out. So it's not because the food is making you sick. It's actually doing a service. It's cleaning your body out. A lot of people are full of gunk. You eat a lot of processed food and meats and stuff. All that stuff just sticks in your body. But fruit just like flushes stuff out. You know? And even juice will do that. Like when I had 2 liters of orange juice, man, I had to go to the toilet. Like, that was on a live stream in Ohio. So, you know, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. You eat a lot of fruit, it'll flush out your digestive system. You know? Fruit and vegetables will do that. I can eat fruit all day, and I don't have to go to the bathroom like anything normal. I mean, anything weird. I don't know how to do that all trip. But if you have a lot of waste in your system, yeah, it might cause you to have to do that. You know? I only had to do that in the orange juice situation was because I drink so much of it. And yeah, something happened there where I drank 2 liters. Plus, you know, when I do those hikes, I do eat a lot of processed foods and stuff, a lot of junk. I even eat a lot of fast food. I was eating a lot of fast food. I probably had a lot of like chunk in my system, and then I had orange juice. It just, like, that was pretty crazy. I was in dire straits there. Yeah. Not all tequila is the same. It's like wine. There's cheap wines and there's cheap, nice wines. Most tequilas you see on the shelves, they're all cheap tequilas. There's high-end pure tequila. That's what Louis drinks. He drinks $100 bottles of tequila, the best stuff. Stuff that's even hard to find in Mexico. You know, it's always looking for it. Like top shelf stuff. That's what he drinks. And I've had some of that too. Even some of the medium tequila. I had some of the medium tequila. It was very delicious. And the mezcal is delicious. I don't like cheap tequila. You know, that's not any good. But yeah, he drinks like $100 bottles of tequila, you know, gets them imported. Cava de Oro, it's called. Cava de Oro Extra. Yeah, that's better than even like the best stuff you can find in Mexico most of the time. But the medium tequilas in Mexico are pretty good too. I remember I was in one city and I just stopped and had a couple shots of tequila and it was delicious. It was like $5 a bottle or $5 a vial. Maybe it was top shelf. I don't know what it was, but it was really good. That was in Leon. You know, in Leon, I had like 20 drinks that night. I didn't get trashed or messed up. I was pretty drunk. I was drinking tequila and beer all night until 3 in the morning. I was in a nightclub disco. I was dancing with the ladies. This was in Mexico on a live stream a few years ago. I used to be able to handle my liquor, you know. I drank a ton that night, you know, and I didn't get messed up. I had a great live stream too. Corn salad. They got a very delicious corn salad, salted eggs. The reason I was drinking tequila in Leon and not mezcal is because mezcal is not found everywhere in Mexico. Mostly comes from Oaxaca. It's sort of a local thing there. Although you can find it in other places, it's not as common outside of Oaxaca. Whereas tequila is the national drink. It's all over the place. So. But mezcal is a little bit more rare, a little bit more artisanal, and it's kind of a local thing but people around the world are starting to discover mezcal, and it's becoming you know, very valuable product. I didn't know about it. I flew into Oaxaca. I didn't know anything about mezcal. I was just sitting in a cafe, and the Mexican guy was telling me, hey, you should try this. This is our drink, you know, this is good stuff. And I had it, and it was delicious. It was like smoky, you know, it's got a smoky flavor to it. Like, wow, that's good. I started drinking it every day. I call it the mezcal experiment. So I wouldn't get hangovers from it either. I would have like 2 or 3 beers, and I would drink like 3 of those, like 6 shots of mezcal. I have no hangover, nothing next day. Come back the next day streaming. But had I not flown to Oaxaca, you know, because Mexico is a massive country, there's different regions, just like here, there's different regions. People have different foods and products and things. If I'd gone to some other part of Mexico, I wouldn't even known about mezcal. They do have it a little bit here and there, but it's even not as good as what you get in Oaxaca. Like, you get the best mezcal and the most abundant in Oaxaca. If you go somewhere else, you know, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like I tried getting some mezcal in Querétaro, which is like more normal part of Mexico. And it wasn't the same, it wasn't as good. The only reason I flew to Oaxaca is it was a really cheap flight, and I'm glad I went there, you know. I was there that was where the trees almost fell on me. I was there for 2 weeks. I met Jonathan North there for the first time. I met Leon Bryan. It was right in the middle of the pandemic. But that was the cheapest flight. It was like $90 one way. Because other cities were like $300. Only Cancun was a similar price. So I flew to Oaxaca. I was like, Oaxaca would be more interesting than Cancun. I did end up going to Cancun later, but not initially. Yeah, but all those cities I visited are like right in the middle of the pandemic. I'd like to go back and see it in normal times now. Querétaro was supposed to be a very safe city in Mexico. They had like 12 people were shot down in a bar and killed. It was supposed to be one of the safest city areas in Mexico. It just happened like a week ago. So I don't know if it'd be a good time to go to Mexico now with the Trump getting in office and stuff, and the cartels and everything. I think, you know, one of the reasons I and a lot of YouTubers went to Mexico was at the time you could only go to like 4 or 5 countries. The whole world was off limits. You couldn't come here to Thailand or go anywhere. You could only go to Mexico, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, and Egypt, I think was one. Yeah, like those are your choices. The rest of the world you couldn't fly to. There's too many restrictions, or it's very difficult. You got to go in quarantine for 2 weeks, or you can't even go at all. Some countries they won't even let people come in at all. I was just sitting around in America. I didn't want to just sit around for 2-3 years. So we didn't know when the pandemic would finish. So I just started going to Mexico. That was the only place we could go to. But Mexico kind of showed it's a very free society. You know, they got big problems, but they didn't lock down their people, and they also let foreigners come and visit tourists. They didn't stop the tourists. And some people were wearing masks and stuff, but I mean, you know, we were going out in nightlife and restaurants and stuff. All that stuff was open in the heat of the pandemic and everything else. A lot of countries were completely shut down. So things were a bit subdued there, but everything was kind of going normal business. And you know, when I was in Leon, they even had a sign like "F the pandemic" or something. You know, I was like, they're saying like "F this shit." You know? I was like, they didn't buy into that whole thing that much there. They were not scared of it. You know? They were still drinking and partying and, you know, going to restaurants and cafes. You guys, I'm gonna pay for my meal and leave. Yeah. You guys ever heard of that YouTuber? I forgot his name, but he lives in Mexico, and he's very rich. He's a Canadian, but he invested in crypto and stuff early. He's like a crypto anarchist. He's a big super conspiracy theory, way overboard for me. But I was watching him he used to have a YouTube channel, but YouTube deleted it. It was like 300,000 subscribers. It's called the Bitcoin Vigilante or something. I forgot his name. Anybody knows what I'm talking about? But he lives in Mexico. And he used to talk about it like I was watching him in the pandemic. Because a lot of people were kind of watching these conspiracy guys, because if the world was like going to hell in a handbasket, people want to know what was going on, you know? And he was like, you guys know who I'm talking about? He actually went to Epstein Island. Like, this guy was a warrior. He took a private boat and invaded Epstein Island when it was still going on. He made a YouTube video about it. This was years ago. You guys know Jeff Berwick, that's it. Yeah, I think it was called the Dollar Vigilante or something. He's not on YouTube anymore. He's on some Rumble or something. I was watching him somewhere. But he's too much conspiracy for me. He's way over the top. But it's still interesting to watch those guys sometimes, because they got some wild theories. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but he lives in Mexico. And he's very rich. He's very invested in the crypto, and he's an expert in all that stuff. He's a lot of influence, a lot of power. He's very well connected in Mexico. He's a Canadian. He's about my age, maybe a little older. But he used to do these walk around videos talking about stuff for 30 minutes. It was interesting. I guess I didn't really agree with his stuff, but he would say about Mexico, this is one of the real bastions of freedom in the world. It's a lot of. And, he's very extreme. Like he thinks Trump is all part of the system and the bad. He's one of the bad guys too, and he's like even thinks like he likes the cartels and stuff. So it's like he's real. He's an anarchist. He's an actual anarchist. He's extreme. But yeah, he's called it. I think he has a Dollar Vigilante. He's an interesting guy. He did a lot of travel. He used to come to Thailand like 20 years ago too. He was, you know, he was a multi-millionaire. He wasn't, I don't think he was born rich, but he was, he got in the crypto thing early. And he really benefited off that, rode that wave. He's still riding probably to this day. So. But he ended up settling in Mexico. And I think he settled there and was living there for many years. That was his favorite place. So some people, they've been all over the place and they end up in Mexico. Yeah, the mall's a lot more quiet today. I gotta use the restroom. I'm drinking a lot of fluids. I haven't used the restroom all day today. Not since this morning, my hotel. Yeah, he was, I don't know, last time I watched Jeff Berwick, he was talking about building a compound in Mexico because he thought the world was going to be, the world was going to get destroyed. This was the last time I watched him, was maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know. Like, the world was just going to get all these psychopath power people, you know, are just going to destroy the world. He was building a compound in Mexico. That's last time. And he had the money to do it too, probably, so. Big giant like farms and everything, you know. I don't know if he's still doing that or not, but I haven't watched him in a long time. It was a little bit too over the top with the conspiracy stuff. Even for me, you know, I'm kind of like a libertarian like him, but he's extreme even for me. You know. He actually in Acapulco. Every year he like during Ryder used to host a vegan festival in Chiang Mai. He hosts a crypto festival in Acapulco, and a crypto anarchy festival. A lot of influential people, knowledgeable people come there every year. I don't know if they were doing that too. I gotta use the bathroom. I don't know where the bathroom's at. I can maybe use the bathroom. I might go get a coffee, guys, and then we're gonna go probably to the bus station. We're gonna go to the bus station or the train. I kind of got some issues right now. My foot's hurting. I don't know what's going on with this shoe. My toe and foot are hurting from walking. I haven't even walked that much. Maybe 4 or 5 miles. I don't know what's going on here, but we're gonna go find a nice coffee shop, sit down, we'll just chat. Yeah, I haven't been streaming much for a couple of weeks, so I'm enjoying chatting. And then we're gonna get over to the bus station or the train station. I don't have a hotel booked for the night. These are the mobility scooters, motorbikes. But these are actually, you can get around town, even in Pattaya with things like these. Like if I was disabled or I could walk, I would just ride these around. In America, you could things around town, but here you can. So you can actually get around pretty good even if you're disabled or something. And you got a basket, you can carry stuff, groceries and things, and I think they look cool. I think they'd be fun to ride one around. It's just like riding a motorbike too. Motorbikes are fun. I like riding motorbikes. But you know, motorbikes, it's not for disabled people because there's a lot of balance involved and a lot of stabilization. And you have to get on and off. A lot of disabled people can't get off on and off a motorbike. They could probably drive one, but they may not be able to get on and off it easily. If their lower body, you know, they got problems with their lower body. But those scooters, they can, or those mobility scooters. Sometimes the military guys, they come back from war with like, you know, they can't walk or anything. Their mind is good, and they're good people, and everything works good. They just don't have, maybe their legs got blown off or something. Who knows? You know, there's a lot of guys like that in America. Happened in the Iraq, Afghanistan wars and stuff. You know. I saw a guy like that in Ohio when I was walking. I was getting closer to Cincinnati. The guy was jacked. You know, he was like really strong, powerful, but he had no legs. They got blown off or something. He was in a chair. He had a beautiful wife, so I think they were just walking on the trail. Because I was walking on the trail too. But I don't know if he was military. I didn't talk to him. I assumed he was, because he was like 30. You know, the dude was probably the special forces or something. But man, they paid a big price. It's horrible, you know. But it looked like he had a nice wife with him, and they were going down the trail, you know. So they had a nice trail, and nice towns like that in America are good if you're disabled. But if you're in a big city, man, it's not too good. You need trails and sidewalks and stuff you can go down, and you don't want to just be stuck in your house all the time. You gotta get out and do stuff and get fresh air and stuff. I'm not really in the mood for a coffee right now. I've only had one coffee today, but I kind of need to use the bathroom, and I got some time to kill. That's terrible, Viola. Smells good. Food place behind me. There's a lot of people there too. If I was staying here, I'm probably leaving Buriram today, but if I was staying here, I would stop back and eat there. Smells good, and there was a lot of people. Two good signs a place got some good food. There's stuff here too that's kind of unique to Isan. Like, not everything here you might see a lot in other parts of Thailand. So you might wander into a restaurant and get some food you've never seen before. Something, you know. But I like that. In a way, that is, you know, Buriram is an interesting place because it's a little closer to the rest of Thailand. It's not over by Laos like Udon Thani is, and it's kind of Karat, and I think Buriram, Karat definitely, they're kind of a crossroads, Karat especially. So they're influenced by Thai, Cambodian, and Lao. They're the three cultures, and Chinese is a fourth. There's four cultures that make up Thailand. The overseas Chinese, they're here in a lot of these little provincial cities. There's a Chinese influence in every city. You know, the Chinese have been here for 100, 200 years. And then in Isan, there was a mix of the Lao people from the north. They came from Laos. And, you know, that food I just had is considered Lao food. It's like Som Tam and Khao Niao, that comes from Laos. And then Cambodia, just south of here, the Khmer Empire influenced the people. So these people are like a mix of Lao and Khmer, and Thai and Chinese. So it's, you got that all, you know, all four people here. And they're just, it's a melting pot. They're just, you know, some people look a little more Cambodian, some look a little more Lao, some look a little more Chinese, some look a little more Thai. You know, there's a mix of all four here. But when you go further north, you go to like the Mekong River area, then it gets more Lao. If you go to Surin or like some parts of Uban, you know, it gets a little more closer to the border, it gets a little more Cambodian. But you know, this province has been a part of Thailand for like 170 years. So it's very much, it's multicultural in a little bit, but it's still very much a part of Thailand, you know. Because some provinces haven't, you know, there's been a shift in the borders over the years. Let's get a coffee. I don't really want a coffee after that spicy food, but they got a nice outdoor seating. You gotta use the bathroom. I'm gonna set my phone here and use the bathroom. Back in a couple of minutes, I gotta use the bathroom. It got hot all of a sudden, real hot. You know, I had days of nice cool weather, and all of a sudden I picked a day to travel and stream all day when it gets hot again. I need some tissue to blow my nose. That spicy food makes me want to blow my nose, which it kind of clears out your respiratory system. Be back in a minute. We get some coffee. No, I was number one. I didn't have to go. I just I drank sugar cane juice, bottles of water, coffee. I just had to go to the normal bathroom. That's all. I was ordering my coffee there. It took a little while. That's all. I gotta blow my nose. Oh man, sorry guys, I'm getting tired, dude. That's what happens when you don't stream for 2 weeks. My back's hurting, my foot's hurting. Out of shape. Guys, I'm gonna change seats because I'm too backlit over here. Got the sun right behind us. Yeah, everything feels laborious. The backpack feels too heavy. My back's hurting. This is what happens when you don't, even just 2 weeks of not physical inactivity. Man, it just runs your body down. Like, I have to stay physically active. I've been working out some. It's not like I've been doing, I just haven't been walking around at all. Like, you know, the last I have to walk to like every time I buy a coffee or like go I get some food, I gotta walk a little bit. So I gotta walk like maybe 700 feet or something, you know. It's not that far, so maybe I walk like a half a mile per day, but that's not enough. And I was doing some exercise. I guess if I didn't live stream, it wouldn't be important. I could just not to worry about walking a lot, but for live streaming, you gotta walk a lot. Carry backpacks and stuff. It's probably just not used to it. I just gotta stream for a few days or something. I just gotta get back in the groove. Cheers, guys. I got a coffee here. This coffee is called the Three Musketeers. So it looks like it's a mix of coffee, milk, and chocolate. Looks pretty good. Hey, what's up, Barry Bart? Barry Bart and Viola are both from Netherlands. I met Barry Bart 5 years ago, Thailand. Mr. 747, I've installed my YouTube app for like 10 days. So I just unplugged from YouTube for a while. I was talking about that yesterday. But yesterday the urge to stream kicked in. And of course I always need to make money, so I can't go forever not streaming unless I get another job. Because eventually I run out of money. Yeah, I wasn't like frustrated with YouTube or anything. I was enjoying myself here in Buriram. I was like, yeah, I just don't want to. You know, I used to take trips to Thailand like 10 years ago. This is well before YouTube, and I wouldn't even go on the internet. Like I may have had a computer with me for work. I wouldn't do anything on the internet when I was here. When I was back home, I'd be on the internet a lot, on the forums and stuff. So. I was like, I'm just gonna unplug for a week or 10 days and not even watch YouTube or anything, you know. That's what I did. But it's nice to be back too. So it was a nice little break, nice to be back. I really like our community and people. This is something I do from time to time. I don't stream for a while. Yo, Rob Mack. Rob Mack, 10 British pounds. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob Mack. Yes, Rob. Guys, I'm a little concerned about the copyright music, so I might go sit outside. That's what I was originally going to do. Plus, my talking might, there's a lot of people here. My talking might disturb people. I'm cool off now. I don't worry about it. Just gotta plug this. It's plugged in here. Guys, big ups. Just go sit outside here. Yo, Rob Mack, thank you. Thank you, Rob Mack. There's a comment by George Brown. He says, I talk about money a lot. I don't think I do. I just mentioned the fact that I just can't not stream forever while traveling, because if I do that, if I don't stream, I don't make money. So I have to stream. Even if I don't want to stream, sometimes maybe I have to stream, you know. But normally when I stream, I want to stream. So if I don't want to stream, I just take a couple days off or something. I don't like streaming when I don't have the desire or will to stream. You have to have the desire to stream. No big ups, Rob Mack. Yesterday when I came back, I didn't have to start streaming again yesterday, but I felt like streaming yesterday. So I felt like talking with you guys and you know, connecting back with everybody. We're on the sidewalk here. This is a great coffee shop. They got outlets to plug everything. You know, every seat has like an outlet for charging. There's a lot of people that really enjoy their work, and for me, I mostly enjoy what I do. That's one thing I can say about all the stuff I've done in my life. Like, I haven't always made much money, but I always enjoyed most of this. I enjoy the magic cards, I enjoy poker, I enjoy this. So it's mostly do things I enjoy. If I can make a bit of money at it, that's, for me, that's good. I'd rather do something I enjoy and make a lot less money than something I hate and make a lot more money. The guys on the poster behind are freaking me out. I'll turn that around then. They're kind of, I can't get them out of the view, guy. Either way. Yeah, I do like the interaction with the chat. Sometimes you do get a little burnt out on streaming, though. Stepping away from it for 10 days, I feel a little refreshed. Like today, I've already earned, going about the money thing again, but you know, my expenses are a little more today because I'm doing stuff. You know, I guess I was spending about 20 to 25 per day. Now, you know, I've already probably spent the taxis, probably close to 20. I haven't even got a hotel yet. But that's still not that much, you know, so, and I've made more. I've made probably 80 bucks today already, so that's pretty good. That happens when you stream. I've only been streaming for 5.5 hours. See, if I do really good for the next 2-3 months of streaming, if I want to do the AT, I can do it and not have to worry about money that much. Because going on the AT is not real expensive, but it does cost a little bit of money. And I'll make some of that money back with YouTube, but I can't count on streaming, you know, so that much. But you know, if I do really good next 2-3 months, I'll really open up my window of opportunity and options. Where am I sleeping tonight? I'm probably gonna go to the bus station and catch a bus somewhere. Or I might catch a train. I don't have a hotel tonight booked. I don't worry about the hotels that much because Thailand, even in these places where there's not a lot of tourists, Thailand is chock full of hotels. It's never, you know, just where I was staying, that area, there's like 10 different hotels in 2 blocks. You know, that's like, I could have stayed back in that area again because I could have just switched to another hotel. I had to do that like a weekend ago. They were sold out in the weekend again. But I'm ready to, you know, go to some other place now. I might go to Karat today. Maybe I'll go to Karat. I don't really want to go to Karat City, but I did go through a small city that's in Karat Province. It's kind of an outdoorsy city. It's by the mountains. I forgot the name of it. The train actually went through there, so if I could go back in the same train, I could just go to that city, stay there for a couple days. Anybody know the name of that city in Karat? It's not the capital. It's a small town by the mountains. It's a smaller city. I don't want to go to Karat City that much. I passed through it on the train coming here before, coming to Surin. Let me look it up on the maps. I forgot the name of it. I might go there today if I get a train. Guys, I found the name of the city. It's called Pak Chong. So I remember passing through it on a train on the way here before. I could go back that way. It's in Karat Province. It's by Khao Yai National Park. But it's not in Karat City. Karat's a huge province. I think it's the biggest province in land area in Thailand. So we could go to Pak Chong today. If there's a train going that way. It probably is, because that's headed back towards Bangkok. We had any more discussions about future plans? Not a whole lot today. I've talked a little bit about maybe the Appalachian Trail, but that may not happen either. I'm not sure. Right now, I think I need to stay put in Southeast Asia for a couple months. At least a couple months. Yeah, on this trip, Buriram is probably my favorite city. One of my favorite cities now in Thailand, I would say. However, I really enjoyed that trip to the south. I wouldn't mind going back through the south again. I like those small, I don't know if any of those places I would necessarily want to live, but I like the train experience going south through South Thailand. That was really fun. I wouldn't mind just doing that again. Because, you know, because there you have the beach and the coast. Here, there's no beach or coast here. I like Surin a lot too. Surin was, I mean, I like the Elephant Festival. The city was kind of nondescript. It was all right. The Elephant Festival was a great experience. I've had some really cool experiences this trip. Sometimes you can travel and do things, like you can enjoy the places you went and the experience you had, but also maybe it's not a place you'd want to live necessarily. So that's why I felt about Surin. But Buriram is actually a place, not only I enjoy the travel here, but it's a place I think I could live. Which, you know, that's a different set of criteria. But I might head back towards the west, back towards Bangkok. I don't have plans to go to Pattaya, but, you know, head back west and then maybe, because if I go north and east, I could kind of get stuck in Isan for a while. I don't know if, I've been here for like 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe we'll visit one more place in Isan and maybe head back towards Bangkok maybe. Might only stay in Bangkok a couple days and then figure out what to do next. So I could like fly to Vietnam. I could go south again if I wanted. I might be meeting up with somebody from my past, you know, which if I do that, it'll be better to be over by Bangkok than here. So I think it's smart to go that direction. I might be meeting up with somebody from my past. I don't want to go into detail too much. That's not determined yet. I don't know if that's going to happen, guys, but we'll see what happens. Here's the problem with going east too. Like, we've already been to Surin, although I'm sure like I could spend more time there and get out to maybe some of the small towns. But you know, we've already been to Surin. Surin's to the east of here, next far to the east. After that, you got Si Sakit. Si Sakit is even more rural than Surin. It's very rural. I don't think there's much reason to go to Si Sakit. And after that is Ubon. Ubon is actually the biggest of the 4 cities. It's close to Laos. But I don't have much desire to go to Ubon either. So there's nothing east. It's really drawing me in, you know. And you can't really go north. Everything is east to west. And west of here is Karat, and then Bangkok later. North, you got to get to Karat. Then you could go to Klon Ken, Udon Thani. In the middle, you got provinces like Roy Ed, Mukdahan, and they're very rural. They're not real connected by train and stuff, you know, mass transit. So you can go east-west, or get over to Karat and go north. Yes, I think I might just go to Korat. But even if I wanted to stay in Nissan, then I could go from Korat, I could go to Konakan and stuff. So my options are much more open than going east. Hey, what's up, Bird Dog? Yeah, I've been offline for a little while. I'm going to be back live pretty much every day, so if you are missing me, I'm about to be back. Oh, nice little Euro trip. You're American, right, Bird Dog? Yeah, trip to the UK and Amsterdam, nice. Yo, big ups, Lewis. Yeah, if I'm near here, Royette is near here. If I'm near here and during that time, I will come meet you in Royette. But I'm not, no guarantees I'm going to be in this area either. I might be, a few days from now, I might be gone. I might be back in Bangkok or Vietnam, Cambodia, who knows. But my Isan trip could be coming to an end. I can't guarantee I'm going to be in this area at that time. That's over a month away. It's possible, but I don't know. Actually, I would say, Lewis, it's not like I'm going to be here. In Isan. I've had a good Isan trip. I'm maybe ready to move on soon. You know, what I was saying about Ross with the car, Royette is kind of a place you might need a car. The mass transit options are limited. It's gonna be a very rural province. You know, this is a nice little city, but they're not gonna have that in Royette. It's just gonna be all farms and villages. Yeah, he's visiting Noon's family. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that'll be a good trip for you. And enjoy the trip. I don't know if I'm gonna, if I can make it there, I'm in the area, I will come. But there's no, yeah, probably not gonna be in that area at that time. Like, Royette's just north of Surin. I'm headed back towards Bangkok right now, I think. Yeah, Noon will take good care of you. I mean, you know, find food. You're not gonna have a bad time. You'll have a good time. Like, sometimes these provinces can be tough to find food and stuff. Even me, I can eat anything. I have a tough time finding. And this is a city too. Sometimes I have struggle finding things I want to eat. Things. You know. This place is not bad, but Surin was a little bit more of a challenge. And Surin's a lot bigger than Royette. We were in Bristol and Birmingham. And those are two cities I was considering going to when I was there. Everybody's saying Birmingham's a terrible city. But the English have different standards than the Americans. Because when I was in Cleveland, I was on my hometown street where I grew up. Everybody in Ohio and Cleveland area considers that neighborhood to be like a ghetto. And the British in the chat were saying like this is a beautiful place. You know, it's just a lot of trees on the streets and stuff. It's inner city, but you know, to them it looked beautiful. And then to us, their places look beautiful to us that they think are crap. So it's all a matter of perspective. You know, because there they have more older architecture. But in America, we have more trees and more, you know, it's less of a, even in the inner city, sometimes it's more green and stuff. So, there's a lot of different standards. Yeah, Ambient Wander, I remember it was in the chat. I was on my hometown street in inner city Cleveland. I showed where I grew up in the house. and he was like, "Oh, this is a nice neighborhood," and it's like one of the poorest neighborhoods in Ohio, really run down. It's mostly Puerto Ricans that live in that area now. Back when I was growing up there in the 80s, it was a mix of Puerto Ricans and like transplants from West Virginia, a lot of hillbillies. Some of my neighbors. We were hillbillies, but there were a lot of hillbillies in that area. They moved from West Virginia to get jobs, manufacturing jobs and stuff. Now I think it's mostly Puerto Rican in that area. And a lot of people are on benefits and stuff. There's not a lot of jobs or welfare. Even some of the nice businesses that used to exist there, they don't exist anymore. They could make any money. We lived there because my dad found a cheap house. So like when I was a kid, when I was a baby, I was living with my grandma and stuff. I was a little bit turbulent because my parents were very young when they had me. So, but my dad was working a job. First he was a machinist, and then he became an electrician. So he was, he had a lot going on. He was in his early 20s, 20 years old. And he bought this house in 1983, which at that time the interest rates were like the highest ever in history. It's like 15%. So the bank took all the money. Even though it was cheap, but he bought the house because it was cheap, but it was in a bit of a rough neighborhood, inner city Cleveland. So I grew up there for a while until about I was 8 or 9. And I moved around a lot of other places. But had he bought the house at a different time, the house would have been a lot cheaper. The bank took all of his money because it was like 15% interest rates for the house. It was 83. There was something weird going on with the economy and Reagan and stuff. So no, he sold. It was a big double family house. So we lived upstairs, and a lot of people, my family always had some difficulties because they were young too, and he had a lot of brothers and stuff and sisters. So he had my uncle was living downstairs, and he married a wife. He was in his 20s too. He worked construction, and we lived upstairs. Me, my mom, and dad, and sister. And it was a big house. It was a double family house. Two families lived there. That's how the houses were built in Cleveland. They weren't built just single family. So you actually got two houses in one. That you could do that. It was like $25,000 back then for a double family house. There was enough space for us and my uncle's family. So yeah, we all lived there. And then, but when my parents divorced when I was like 8, they broke up. I kind of bounced around between my mom and dad, and my mom lived different places. My dad they both moved out of that house, and he was renting the house to some different people, but he never made any money on the house. They fixed it up and they sold it in the 90s. A big Indian family brought it, like a dozen Indians. Like, because that's what, if you're a big family, immigrant family, that's what you need is a big house like that, a big cheap house. So it was just with the interest rates, he just lost money on it, didn't make any money, never owned it outright. It was a big problem. It's timing, we live in blessed economic times, but it's not always been like that. Yeah, it was crazy high interest rates in the early 80s. You couldn't buy a house back then. If you did, you were screwed. You were just paying the bank for decades. You had to buy it outright. He couldn't do that, he didn't buy it outright. He bought it on a bank loan. But the houses were really cheap. They're still pretty cheap there to this day. So that house is probably only worth like $60,000 or something, They're not. I walked by. It looked like kind of a fortress. I don't know, maybe it's cartel living there or something now. I don't know who's living there, but the Indian family might have moved on because that was in the 90s when they bought the house. And I don't know who's living there now. It looks like a bunker. I walked by it for the first time in decades. Like it's like a fortress. Probably didn't appreciate me being on my live stream. Whoever the fortress whoever it was. That place was barricaded. Yeah, but I was walking around that neighborhood too, and pretty much everybody there is Puerto Rican nowadays. There's always been a lot of Puerto Ricans in Cleveland. They came from New York and they moved west. Not everybody wanted to be in New York, so that's where a lot of them went first. Now a lot of Puerto Ricans go to Florida, but they didn't used to go to Florida. They all went to New York first. Then they went west to like Philadelphia, Cleveland, and Chicago. They settled there, like back in the 60s and stuff. After World War II, Puerto Rico had a huge population birth rate, like probably one of the biggest ever in the history of the world, because they had money. They were part of America, and they were just like, every family had 8 or 9 babies. So there wasn't much jobs there, so a lot of them came to America, and they could come here because they were part of America back in the 50s and stuff. So a lot of them all went to New York. It was a small nation, but like I said, they had a big birth rate. And to this day, there's probably people of there's probably about 10 million Americans that are Puerto Rican ancestry. And the population of the island is only 3 million. It's kind of like Ireland. So there's a lot more Puerto Ricans in America than actually exists on the island. But when I was walking around there, like everybody now is Puerto Rican there. Where it was like maybe a third back then in the 80s. A third to half. Yeah, Puerto Ricans are nice people. I always got along good with Puerto Ricans. I've had a problem. I visited Puerto Rico for a couple of days, San Juan, back in 2018. At one time in New York City, maybe back in the 80s or 70s, there was half as many people in New York City area, including New Jersey and stuff, suburbs, as there was in the whole island of Puerto Rico. There was like 1.5 million, 2 million people in New York City that were Puerto Rican descent. Either they were born in Puerto Rico or their family was, parents or the grandparents. That's why they call the Bronx, like Jennifer Lopez. I don't know if Jennifer Lopez, she might be Cuban, no, or she's Puerto Rican. But all these famous people came out of New York, like Jennifer Lopez and that singer. They're all Puerto Rican. There were just a ton of Puerto Ricans in New York. They were in the Bronx, they were in Brooklyn, they were in Harlem, they were in the suburbs. They just moved there en masse. They're like, we're going to America, we're going to New York. It's like, but when they moved to Puerto Rico, it was back in the 50s and 60s and 70s. New York was cheap. There were cheap housing back then. It wasn't like nowadays. They moved into these tenements that the Jewish Americans and Italian Americans were leaving. They were leaving to the suburbs. So these tenement buildings that nobody wanted to live in, they were just available and very cheap in the Bronx and stuff, and they moved in there. Who's that singer? That guy is cool. And he used to date Jennifer Lopez. Who's that famous Puerto Rican singer? American Puerto Rican? He used to date Jennifer Lopez. You guys know what I'm talking about? That was a cool dude. Not Ben Affleck. Not Julio Iglesias. Mark Anthony. Yeah, I think that's the guy. Yeah, that guy's got style, man. Yeah, I think Mark Anthony. Yeah, he was Puerto Rican. But when I was growing up in Cleveland, there was a lot of people like that. Like a lot of Lopez's and. Yeah. Mark Anthony. Yeah, he's a cool dude. He used to date Jennifer Lopez. When I was in Dominican Republic, I had a lot of people. I was in Dominican Republic for a week, which is right next to Puerto Rico. And those two, I didn't know this. You learn things from YouTube. Those two islands, they really got a rivalry. Like, Dominicans don't like the Puerto Ricans and vice versa. And New York also has a lot of Dominicans. There's a lot of Dominicans, a lot of Puerto Ricans. So, but when I was in Dominican Republic, I had all these people in the chat. I wasn't a streamer back then, I was just a vlogger, but there were people leaving comments. They're like, don't go to Puerto Rico. Like the Dominican Americans were saying it and stuff. Then I had like these Puerto Rican Americans were coming back at the Dominicans and arguing with them in my chat and stuff. They were like fighting and yelling at each other, and I didn't know they had such a rivalry. They don't like each other apparently. The Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans. That's something I didn't know until I did YouTube, you know. I saw it in the comments section. Because I went to both countries on that trip. I was in Dominican for a week and in Puerto Rico for just 2 nights. I didn't stay in Puerto Rico long because it was expensive. It's like America. It was $100 a night for a hotel. Whereas Dominican Republic was $30 a night. You know, places like the Bronx and Harlem. The Bronx was built like in 1 decade because everybody lived in Manhattan, and then a bit in Brooklyn. Brooklyn's pretty old too. So like in 1900, nobody lived in the Bronx. It was like some farms, and there was some people, maybe 50,000 people, but there was 2 million people living in Manhattan. Manhattan was just overcrowded, full of tenements. Even Harlem wasn't even very big back then. So they built Harlem in the way north of Manhattan, and they built the Bronx like in 1 decade. And it was all these people living in overcrowded tenements, from like Italian American immigrants and Jewish Americans. You know, there was loads of these people. They migrated to America around the turn of the century, and they moved out of the Lower East Side and the tenements into like, they were still tenements in the Bronx, but they were a little bit more spacious and bigger and stuff. Not as overcrowded. So they all moved to the Bronx like in 1 decade. And Harlem was part of that. Also, a little bit has happened in Queens and Brooklyn too. And so that was all built, but eventually those people moved down. They didn't want to live in Bronx in tenements anymore. So they moved to the suburbs or moved to other parts of America. You know, so that's why the Bronx kind of became a ghetto. Even with the Puerto Ricans coming there, and people like Black Americans from the South were migrating up, it wasn't enough to fill up the gap, and because everybody was just leaving, and it was just turned into a mess. Because a lot of the reason those neighborhoods imploded, you know, some people will blame it on race and stuff, like racial stuff, but because this is an example of history where racists will create a racist theory to describe a problem that was racism created. So like, there were a lot of people didn't like the newcomers in the Bronx, and they, like, I'm talking like real estate people, the banks, the real estate, and they didn't want them coming in. So they were like, you know, burning up their own apartment buildings and stuff. People that own the apartment building, they didn't want to, you know, rent it out to the, so there was just a lot of nefarious stuff going on. And the whole system kind of broke down, the society system, and turned it into a ghetto, you know. And the people that lived there had to deal with this stuff, you know. So I mean, it's a complicated topic, but, you know, later drugs became a problem and crime and things like that. But, you know, the real estate people were burning down their own house. Like in Detroit, they were building down all the apartment buildings, and because they couldn't sell the building, it wasn't worth anything. Nobody wanted to live there, other than some downtrodden people or people on welfare. And the value of so they were just burning down their properties for insurance money, you know, if they could, which a lot of people did that. But that destroyed the neighborhoods, you know, destroyed the property and the infrastructure and stuff. It happened in Detroit on a big scale, but also happened in places like the Bronx. You know, it's hard. You can't really blame anybody. The government, banks, real estate developers, people, the citizens, some of the criminals, everybody had a hand in kind of like screwing up a lot of American cities at that time. But government policies were a big part of it. But, you know, there was other things going on that, you know, you might not hear about, like the real estate developers were burning down their own apartment buildings, you know. Nowadays, these cities are fine. Like, you want to go live in the Bronx, you can just go rent an apartment. It's one of the cheaper places to go live if you want to live in New York City. You know? Like, if I had to live in New York City, I didn't make a lot of money, I'd probably move to the Bronx. If I was making like $50,000 a year, which isn't much money for New York City. But, you know, people that don't know anything about the history or the socioeconomics, they'll say like, well, it was the blacks that why the whole cities went downhill, you know, which that's just an ignorant person making a racist theory. It was like a lot more complicated. A lot of things were going on. If anything, a lot of the blacks were victims of all the shit that was going on, you know, because there was a lot of guys like that grew up in these inner cities in like the 1930s and stuff. Colin Powell grew up in Harlem. Thomas Sowell. They said people didn't even used to lock their doors back then. There was black neighborhoods in these cities back then, back in the 30s and 40s and stuff. This is before welfare and the families stuck together. And Thomas Sowell grew up in Harlem too. And he was like, we didn't even lock our doors in Harlem back in the 40s and stuff, 50s. And it all went to hell in a handbasket like in the 60s, started in the 60s. So, you know, there was a lot of problems. But, you know, people will look at the situation and know anything about it and say, oh, it was just because a bunch of blacks moved in there. That's why those cities went down. You know, it's like, that's just a stupid and ignorant comment. But 'cause I've studied cities and history, you know. And in some of these northern cities, they had more racism than the South. There was a lot going on. They were like, they couldn't, you know, they were discriminated against. They couldn't go to stores. They couldn't do this. They couldn't get a loan from the bank. Their employer mistreated them. I mean, there was a lot of problems in those cities at that time. But, you know, it's all working out pretty good now. It's all getting back to better. And so it wasn't just a black thing too in those inner cities. There were a lot of impoverished whites, Hispanics, and Puerto Ricans have been there since the 40s. So everybody was struggling in those, and the people that could get out of those areas got out of there, you know. Yeah, you can't. I lived in D.C. in 1999. The first neighborhood I lived in the hood. It was, you know, maybe 95% black. 90, yeah, probably. I only saw one white guy there. He was actually a Muslim convert. I was the only other white person in that neighborhood. And there was no grocery stores. I had to walk 2 miles to the grocery store. My landlord drove me the first time I moved in. He knew the situation. But this is right in the middle of Washington, D.C. And there's like nothing there, you know. They're just not nice places to live in these inner cities, you know. And eventually I moved from there in a nicer neighborhood, but I moved there initially because I had no money. I had to start somewhere. I had to walk 2 miles to the grocery store, across town almost. There was one little rinky-dink grocery store, like in the projects. It was like a horrible place. They had no food. It was actually a food desert. It was way worse than where I lived in Cleveland, which was, you know, wasn't that bad. We had the West Side Market and all kinds of good stuff. There was nothing there, you know. There's no corner stores, no 7-Elevens, no restaurants, no coffee shops, nothing. It was just old rickety row houses, and that was it. You know, a lot of Baltimore's like that where Ron lives. Ron lives in a nice part of Baltimore, but I was there because I was people there were nice. I didn't really have a problem. There was a basketball court. I used to play basketball. I was busy working, but, you know, I play once or twice a week. But I could actually walk to work because where my work was 11th and Massachusetts Avenue, so it was only like 11 blocks. I was on 0th Street, which is surrounded by a hood. There's nothing until you get to about where I worked was at the very edge of the office area. So you had to walk 11 blocks. And sometimes in the morning, I would pass by like crackheads and stuff, you know. I was like, I was 18, but I saw a lot of stuff. It was, it was a pretty rough place. But I moved there, it was cheap, and I could walk to work. But if you went north, east, west, or south, there was nothing. And then you went west, eventually you get in an office area where all the buildings and stuff, people work started. You had to walk about 10 blocks. I don't know what that area is like nowadays. It's probably a lot better because it's kind of central and close to downtown DC. But at that time, it wasn't very nice. Now, there were worse places in DC. I didn't live in the worst hood. The worst was south, I think it's southeast or southwest. People were like, don't ever go there. It's like, it's all projects and just really bad. Like people would just attack you in the street. But where I lived was a little more chill, but it wasn't that bad. But it was still not considered a good neighborhood. And there was really no businesses. You couldn't buy food or anything. And there was just these old row houses, and that was it. Some of those old row houses were very beautiful. I still remember walking around. DC has got some nice architecture. A little bit nice because a lot of Philadelphia is kind of mundane. New York City is its own kind of thing. A lot of big buildings. Washington DC has some very beautiful old row houses, Victorian style. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to the train station. I think we'll walk. I used to walk around DC a lot because I was into urban exploring. I would take bus trips to New York, Philadelphia, and then I would also, when I had time in DC, I would walk around a lot. So I explored the city pretty good. Got some more charging power. But yeah, I like some of those the neighborhoods in DC. Some of the architecture and stuff has its own character. Someday maybe I'll go stream in DC because I haven't been there since 1999, 2000. When I left, I never went back. I might even have still some friends from those days there. I could go visit some of my old places I used to work at, and we got Kelly Caldwell there. And I know the city, we can, like I said, there is some nice neighborhoods and architecture. There's Georgetown, there's DuPont Circle, Logan Square or Logan Park, whatever it's called. There was nightlife areas. There was, I may even still have some friends from those days I can try to touch base with. That might still be living there. So it would be cool to go back there, do some streaming. I could show you guys where I lived. I remember exactly where I lived. I'll show you all. I lived in 3 different houses in DC. 2 boarding houses, and then the third place was an apartment with roommates. So when I was there, I lived in 3 different places. So that could be cool. If I do the Appalachian Trail, you actually go pretty close to DC, about 60 miles. If I could do a little side trip or something. Yeah, the Appalachian Trail passes within 50 miles of DC. There's actually a trail that connects the Appalachian Trail with Washington, DC. So it's a rail trail. I could get on that or something. Yo, Luis Cabo, big ups. Yeah, yeah. We need to go back to DC now. We're getting all the right people. Dude, maybe I should just go move to DC. I could stream and then get in on the Trump train. See what's trying to get some government job or something. I don't know. I can't get a government job. It goes against my libertarian principles. But hey, it might be an opportunity there. You never know. Yo, Luis Cabo, thanks for the $10. Thank you, Luis. This is almost like a political revolution, like a French Revolution, you know? What's going on in America right now, it's exciting times. This isn't ordinary. This isn't like George Bush getting elected or something. This is like revolutionary times in America, guys. It's kind of crazy. We'll see what's going to happen, but you know, the Republicans control everything, and it's political suicide to go against this movement. So even though there's a lot of Republicans that want to keep the status quo in Congress and stuff, they're not really necessarily MAGA. Big ups to Lewis, thanks for the $10. They can't go against Trump. If they do, you know, any senator that votes to like not one of his appointees, that's a senator that's basically saying, I'm like Liz Cheney, we reject all you MAGA people. I'm like Liz Cheney and Mitch McConnell and Mitt Romney, you know. So the power is really with the Trump and the MAGA people. Let's see what happens. But there's a lot of stuff with all these tariffs and all this crazy stuff. Who knows what's going to happen? But you know, so big ups. Yeah, big ups, Louis Scabo. Thanks for the $10. Could be interesting times to be in DC. Even if I'm not working, you don't have to work for government to be in DC. I could even start a small business or something. But just to go hang out there and live stream, talk to people, talk about what's, you know, we could talk to government workers, talk to MAGA people, talk to politicians. I used to be in the halls of Congress, guys. I used to go and do stuff and errands. I was like an errand boy. I get a pass to go to Congress. I'm pretty sure I saw Joe Biden once back then. I wasn't really into like politics, so I didn't pay attention to who was who or what. But I used to walk. You had to go through this underground passage to get to the Congress, and you passed by all of these like cafeterias and stuff where people ate. The congressmen ate stuff. And I have to go to some office building right inside Congress, where they're having some kind of hearing, and take notes and tell the people what happened or what they said, because they didn't have the time to go there themselves. So they'd send me you know. So if you're hanging out in DC, there's all sorts of content. You can just go talk, you know, there's journalists, there's lawyers, there's politicians. They're all just around. It's not like it's a hidden society. They're just there, you know. They have to physically be somewhere, and they happen to be right there in DC. You can go talk, live stream, talk to people. You know, hey, what do you think about this? You know, oh, you work for the CIA. Oh, you work for you're a lobbyist for this firm. Oh, you know, tell us more. You know, what's going on? You know, what's going on at the CIA? What's going on here? What's this? You run into these people all the time, and you're living in Washington D.C. They're everywhere. So on the streets, you're eating at an Indian restaurant. They're all in there in an Indian restaurant. People eating. So you know, there's powerful, influential people everywhere there. So that would be an awesome place just to stream, I think. A lot of, you know, as an intern, they would just send you to all kinds of political conferences and all kinds of stuff. And, you know, it's like, but there's always a lot of stuff going on there, you know, so. Yeah, but you know, so the times we live in, these sort of like somewhat revolutionary times, it would be a good time to do something like that. Just be as kind of like a freelance journalist. Essentially what I would be. Something of a freelance journalist, rogue auditor type YouTuber, live streamer. But I'd be there as sort of like in a journalist capacity, because I am like an intellectual sort of person. It's not outside of my wheelhouse, you know, so I've read a lot, studied a lot. I can speak history, economics, politics, sociology. Some things I don't, you know, not very learned about. Yeah, I know a lot about foreign policy and defense matters, and probably have to study up on some stuff. But yeah, I could get in there and do my thing, you know, see what's going on in DC. You know, because there's a lot of people on YouTube that are talking about the news and politics and stuff, but they're in their room in Kansas or California or wherever, and they're just pulling up clips from. I'd actually be on the ground live streamer reporter. If I want to make some videos on the side while I'm there, I could do that too. So maybe this is one of my harebrained ideals, but it's kind of hitting me. Sometimes I'm thinking with you guys, thinking about different ideals, you know? First of all, it'd be good content. It'd be better than just walking a trail in Kansas and cornfields. There'd be more things going on, more interaction. But the problem is I don't have anywhere to live in DC, and DC can be very expensive. And there's no hotels. Hotels are very expensive. I would need to find a supporter. You know what I would need to do? I would need to find like financial backing if I wanted to do something like that in DC. It's like, hey, I'm a freelance journalist. I need somebody to pay for my apartment. I need an apartment. I need somewhere to stay in DC. I can't, if I'm gonna do this, you know. So what I'd probably do is I'd probably start my own nonprofit, file it with the government, then look for a sponsor or sponsors. And, hey, I need an apartment. And that's what I would do probably. I have 5 years, you know, I have a nice resume. I have 5 years of live streaming around the world. I have experience in these matters already, so. Okay, Kelly lives in a tiny studio apartment. Him and his wife, they got a kitchen and a bedroom and a bathroom, and that's it. Just a tiny apartment. They live in a nice neighborhood, but it's a very expensive, you know, it's just a tiny little apartment. And it's too small just for them. So, there's no, you know, we would definitely be hanging out with Kelly when we're there, but I'm not, you know, I can't live with him. You know, it's like, if he had a giant house or something, sure, maybe I could live in the basement or rent it out from him or something. He doesn't have. Hey, what's up, Robert V? Well, New York City is not, it's not where the seat of government. New York City is the seat of financial corporations. Like Trump said it himself on that Joe Rogan interview. He said he was a New York guy. He didn't know anything about DC or the politics or the power when he got elected president. He was a complete outsider. I think he said he never even spent one night in DC, like an overnight hotel in all of his life before he got elected president. So if we want to be doing this, we got to be in DC. And then we mix in with all of the, go to conferences, we live stream it, we mix in with the people, and we just kind of report what's going on, dig for information, talk to people. Go to all kinds of, there's always these conferences and things going on, and maybe even like get a journalist badge. Like I said, we open our own nonprofit or profit corporation. I don't know. I have to think about this, but it's probably just another harebrained ideal I have. Sometimes those, like, some of the people in DC, they're like dressed in very nice suits and stuff, and they got really nice cars and SUVs, you know. I was mixing with those people back then in 2000. I had like this thrift store $10 suit. I actually got it from the thrift store for $10. Or, you know, so then you add the tooth and all this stuff. You know, you got this kind of downtrodden hillbilly looking guy, you know, mixing with the elite. You know, who knows? But most people were pretty cool to me back then. You know, I was very young back then. I was only 18, but now you're older. You might not work so much. 'Cause even back then, there were a couple people who were, I remember, were very snooty and kind of looked at me like, "Who's this bum? You know, why is he in my presence?" It's like, I remember that a couple times. It only happened a couple times, but I do remember that. It would probably happen a lot more if I went there today. So we're walking back towards the bus station, guys. Sorry, up. Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy and JD Vance are another ace in the hole I have is I used to work for an institute. The place of work, they're going to be pretty strong in this current administration and influential. I don't know if I have any play where I could use that to get me into things, but there might be some opportunity there. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing about being a YouTuber and a live streamer is it's not easy. But when you got a little bit of traction, which I have a little bit of an audience. The world's kind of your oyster. Like, you want to do this, that. I could go to Japan, drink, do investment, live stream. I could go live in DC, do political stuff. I could hike a trail, live on, you know. So people think it's crazy. There's a guy in the chat saying it's a mental illness, but this is the nature of the job, is that you have pretty much unlimited scope for what you might want to do. On a cell phone with a selfie stick. However, it's like a blank canvas, and whatever you want to do with that canvas is up to you. You know, you have to entertain your audience, but at the same time, what people might find entertaining is very open-ended. You know, people think when I started, I was just hanging out in nightlife, drinking, partying in Pattaya. Well, I've done way more than that. I haven't done that like in over 5 years. So, you know, just because people find one thing entertaining doesn't mean they won't find other things entertaining too. So my life is like a blank. It's like a blank canvas. Lady that sells coconut water here, is she up there or back here? She's back up this way. Yeah, but sometimes I do get caught in all of these different possibilities. I talk about them, but some of the possibilities I talk about do materialize too. So one crazy sounding harebrained ideal might actually come to fruition at some point. You know, people thought I would never stream in Mexico. I used to talk a lot about that before I went there. Like, oh, it's just a pipe dream, never either go there. I'm streaming there for 3 months. I think that's where some of the misunderstanding comes from, is just people don't understand this lifestyle unless you've actually done it yourself or lived it. It's, you know, I tell people this is a strange way to make a living, even to this day. Everything from the super chats to the everything about it, because this is sort of a new frontier of human society. When in history have somebody's been able to turn on a phone, a media device, and broadcast to the world? This only started happening 5-6 years ago, and I started doing this in 2019. You know, Ice Poseidon, one of the first guys to do this, he started around 2016 or 15 or something. So this is a new frontier for human societies. You know, it's not something that people had access to. If you wanted to do broadcast and media back in the 80s, you had to be a big TV channel. Get a job with them. Cable TV wasn't even around until the 80s. That didn't come until the 80s. So this is a new frontier of human societies, guys. I'm on the front lines of it. You know, I'm not the best or the most accomplished streamer, but I am a streamer, and I've been doing it a long time. So I was in on the front wave. But that's also why a lot of streamers get so much hate, because they don't understand it. But it's also like there are people who misbehave and act badly, like the Johnny Somali types. But even in the case of Johnny Somali, like, you see the outrage at him is not proportional. Yeah, what he did was bad, messed up, but the outrage is way out of proportion. You would think this guy is like a, mass murderer, the way people talk about him, So even in his case, he gets way more hate than he probably should get. I don't know if that's a problem with the streamers in general. It's a problem. There's the streamers, the concept of streaming, or the viewers. Maybe it's a problem with all three, but something is not right there. Something in human psychology that streamers get so much hate. Okay, we got our power bank hooked up. Yeah, like, look at this comment. Now, Aaron is not a big hater. I've known in the chat, but like, it's a completely ignorant comment. All I've been doing is nothing but traveling. He says, Gabe Traveler actually travels. All I've been doing is nothing but traveling the past 6 months. And these stupid comments people make, And it's like I said, Aaron's not a bad guy. He's a nice guy, but he makes stupid comments sometimes. Sorry, Aaron. It's just a stupid comment, man. Sorry, man. I guess Aaron just decided to wake up today and he decided to beef with me. Like, all I'm doing right now, I'm obviously doing nothing but traveling and exploring Thailand. We're right across from the bus station. We're gonna be catching a bus to who knows. It's kind of funny when you're actually traveling. It's not like I'm in Pattaya. I'm just living in a condo. I've just been doing nothing but traveling. Buses, trains, living in hotels. And you still get these stupid ass comments. I understand I was getting those comments when I was in Pattaya. I was there for a while. Like, oh, I thought you were traveling, It's like, but like, yeah, total foolishness, man. And coming from him, it stings a little more because, like, he's not really a troll type. Like, or at least he hasn't been. Maybe he's changed. Some people do change. I've seen trolls go back to like being nice and normal, and nice normal people change to trolls back and forth. But that's the streaming is, broadcast media, cable TV, all these things. They didn't have this dialogue with other people. It was like you put out something out there, people liked it or they didn't. They couldn't. There's no feedback system. This is nothing but feedback. And even cable TV now has feedback because they got all the social media stuff on their ass all the time. So like CNN's got constant, social media stuff. But before social media, they didn't have that. They just put out what they put out there, and it was a vacuum. Whether you liked it or you didn't, or you agree with it or you didn't. Yo, Mo with the $5. Yo, big ups, Mo. Thanks for the $5, man. Yeah, do your thing. We're watching you, and we'd be doing what you're doing, traveling, not the 9 to 5. Yeah, big ups, Mo. Thank you for the $5, Mo. So, let's go to the bus station and figure out what we're doing here. There's the coconut place. A little tough to get across. This street's always got a lot of traffic for some reason. There we go. Yo, pick up Smo, thank you. No, man, I don't have a lot of haters or anything. It's not like, it's part of the system. Like, you're gonna have critics and haters and trolls and all that stuff. It's part of it, and it's actually part of the entertainment. If you didn't have that, this would be a lot less interesting, because there's a lot of people who like to watch and they're in no way trolling themselves, but it still adds to the entertainment value for them. Like this kind of back and forth and dialogue and stuff. So it's kind of a part of the process, you know. But, you know, people are learning to deal with negativity, because it's just, look at all the politicians and media people and stuff and sports figures. You guys think they don't deal with tons of negativity and critics and bashers and haters and, you know, musicians, all these people, they all got legions of, I don't know what it is of human psychology that people have to kind of pick apart a person in public profile, but it happens. People do it. And it's actually happened for thousands of years. You know, going back to Roman times and stuff, there's stories of this stuff. So it's not like it's a new phenomenon, but it's just, it's magnified a little bit with the internet and social media. You know, the Ayn Rand book, about the fountainhead, that's what all that book was about. Because there was this like brilliant architect, and but things didn't turn out his way. He kind of got in luck, but he was, you know, he was a genius. And this fake guy kind of copied him, and he became like very rich and powerful, successful, and all he did was just copy everything that the guy he looked up to, the brilliant guy, did. And the brilliant guy ended up in a mine. The brilliant guy ended up in a mine working in a quarry. And then eventually the brilliant guy kind of made a comeback, but this deranged troll who's a newspaper, this was written in the 40s, so he was like such a huge hater. Tuhei was his name, and he knew Wark was brilliant, and he hated him, and so he did everything to tear him down in his newspaper article, saying he's a threat to society and its buildings, and it's just all these things like. And then people chimed in and agreed with him, because like people need somebody to hate. That's kind of what that book was about, and that's like a theme in human history. And the guy that kind of rode his coattails and learned everything from him, he was, you know, he was ended up being very unhappy, even though he had all the wealth and influence and respect, and he still looked up to Wark, you know, later, and like, you know, so that's kind of what happens with The Fountainhead's a good book if you never read it. It's also, they made a movie about it back in the 50s. So like, yeah, this isn't really a new thing. This thing kind of has happened in history. You're right. What's going on with these buses? ไปสถานีรถไฟเท่าไหร่ครับ
50 ครับ
50โอเค train, I think, guys. We're gonna go to Pak Chong, next destination. I'm gonna try to go there. No guarantees the train is gonna be going there. Okay, let's go inquire about the train. I love the Thai trains, man. It's been really fun riding these. But the only downside is they don't run very frequently. So I don't know the times. Either was one going where we're going or it's not. I might have to wait a while. Let's see, Surin to Bangkok. It's 1:30, still pretty early. Might not be a train until 3 or 4. I think 2:20 there's a train. Maybe like a 2-hour train ride. Yeah, they're basically free. The price is so low, nearly free. Sawadee-ka. By Pak Chong, mi mai?
Pak Chong.
Nak
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Yes.
What about Nakhon Ratchasima?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay, I'll go to Nakhon Ratchasima. $25?
24 บาท
Huh?
24 บาท
24 baht? Okay. Cup. Oh man, the train's not till 4. I gotta wait 3 hours, 2.5 hours for 3 hours for the train. No, hour and a half, 2.5 hours for the train. And then the train's gonna be 2 hours. So I wanted to go to Pak Chong, but Pak Chong's not a major city. So he said they didn't have a train there to go until 9. I wait till 9. So instead I picked the closest nearby city, which is Nakhon Ratchasima. They got a train going there, but it's not till 4, 2.5 hours away. And it got pretty hot today. They eat a lot of these meats. I see this all over. They got a lot of these sort of meats here. These sausages and stuff. This whole building is nothing but sausages. I'm not a big fan. There's a type of sausage I like, but these are like hot dogs and stuff. They're but the local people, they eat those all the time. They love them. The hot dogs and on a stick. Because they had that by the neighborhood I was staying in as well. I guess we'll just hang out in Buriram and wait for this train. I don't really want to go to Korat because it's a big city, but I can spend a night or two there. I don't really want to go to any big cities unless it's Bangkok, because I know Bangkok too. I don't know Korat, you know. Like these small cities, you don't really have to know them, and you can navigate around. But going to a big city you know nothing about can be a little intense. Remember where I went to Bogota last year? Bogota is the biggest city and capital of Colombia. I was actually, I was a little bit nervous. I got there, I was having a little bit of a nervous breakdown. Once I got there and settled down, I was fine. But when I first got there, I was a little bit, I wouldn't have that in Thailand. This was Colombia we're talking about, in Bogota. Bogota is a pretty intimidating city. I had no experience with the place and anything. The thing about it is, like, at least with a city like Medellin, it's somewhat famous, so there's information about it. Nobody even goes to Bogota. There's no information. So I didn't even know where to go, nothing. I didn't do much research. And I was just like a lost puppy there. But, I got in the groove there pretty quick. Figured things out. But when I first got there, I was a little bit... And the funny thing was, I had this taxi driver who took me from the airport. That dude was probably one of the top 3 or 5, maybe the greatest taxi driver of all time. Really welcomed me in the city. Was telling me everything about it. And you couldn't ask for a better taxi driver. And yet, I was still a little bit nervous. While I was streaming, I was walking around. I was like in this restaurant. I was like, guys, I don't know what to do here, man. Remember, I was like really nervous. I was a little bit intimidated by that city. I had great taxi drivers in Colombia. I was using the street taxis all the time. And they were all pretty good. Nobody tried to rip me off or anything. And some of them were very helpful and talkative. And the thing was, this U.S. State Department had a warning: don't use the taxis. So sometimes you just have to not always, they're like, the government employees in Colombia, U.S. government employees, were forbidden to use public taxis. I used it like 30 times there, man. Every day I was using taxis. Just the little yellow street taxis you hail on the street. Not the Grab or anything. I didn't have to use Grab because they had regular taxis. I didn't even have Grab on my phone. So, and they were very cheap too. They were like $2, $1.50, Well, I did do a few vlogs because I edited them with my phone, I think. So there's some vlogs. I did 2 trips to Colombia, both short trips. And I did 3 or 4 vlogs in each trip. So I did vlogs in Colombia both times. The first trip was cut short by the pandemic. It broke out when I was there, 2020. Second trip was last year for a month. These are the little baskets they make the counting out. I guess they steamed it or something. Make the sticky rice. I gotta get out of the sun. It got real hot. One of the reasons I'm kind of turning against vlogs is that I think my own vlogs just aren't that good anymore. Like, I lost my, even when I do vlog, I want to vlog and be able to do it again, but I don't know if I have the ability to vlog very well, make videos. I lost whatever edge I had. The main reason I want to, well, one, I feel like there's a bit of an artistic expression side to it, a little more so than streaming. But also, it's an easier way to make a living. Once you have like a good channel established, you just have money coming in every month. You just got to go make a few videos here and there, maintain it, keep it going. It's just a money-making machine. If you get your channel, kind of established, I'm talking like a few 100,000 subscribers, getting a few million views per month across your whole channel, which I was at that level. I was actually above that level at one time. So if you can get to that point, it's actually a brilliant way to make a living. So that's why I've always dreamed of going back, because the live streaming is like that you're in the trenches. You're walking all day, and you're, although it has its own joys and fun, there's a lot of people that can't do what I'm doing right now. It's actually very, very demanding on your mind, body, spirit. it's a matter of endurance and in a lot of ways. Live streaming or making videos is a lot more relaxing, chill. You know, you just go make some videos. But like building a channel is the hard part. But once your channel gets built, like building a channel takes a lot of work. I worked for about a year and a half solid, 8-10 hours per day building that channel for a long time. But once it was built, like you were just in a gravy train. You know, then I had it taken away from me. And part of my own fault, my own doing. So I don't know if I can ever get back to that, but maybe I shouldn't even worry about that. Just vlog occasionally for the hell of it and just focus on live streaming. Try to be the best streamer I can possibly be. Because there is money, you can make money live streaming too. And it's harder work, but you know, it's a little easier to get your foot in the door live streaming than it is getting a big channel. Like I said, getting a big channel, there's no guarantee you'll ever do that, even if you put in a year or two of hard work. And then even once you get it built, you know, a lot of things can go wrong. You can get demonetized, copyright strikes, this, that. It's a foundation. YouTube could go bankrupt. At least if you're a live streamer, you can switch to another platform. Go on Kick or something, or Twitch. People will follow you there. You know, you're building your foundation on shifting sands by building a strong channel. But man, hats off to the people that do it, because they got a great way to make a living. There's a lot. They look like they're big. They may have 200,000 subs. Even there's even people with 1 million subs. People think subs means money. That means nothing, really. You know, there's channels with 10,000 subs that make bank, and then there's channels with 1 million subs that are making like $300 a month. So subs doesn't really mean much. It's just a general kind of, some channels have been around for a long time, and they had a heyday where they got a lot, like my channel's like that. They had a heyday where it gained a lot of subs, but it's dead now, you know. But you know, if you have a channel that can make money from videos, that's an amazing thing. There's a lot of money in the ad revenue. You know, there's a lot of money floating around, up for grabs. Yeah, and see, you're not like, you don't have to turn on a live stream and hope that you get super chats, you know. Like, you just, the money is actually very consistent. It's like every month you got money coming every day. It's like, bam, views. You're getting $200, $100 every day just coming. Maybe I didn't even make a video for a week and I still got this money coming in every day because your old videos keep getting views. You know, it's not like you just make video on the video, money on the video you upload. That's only a small part of it. A lot of YouTubers, they make money from videos they made for years ago or months ago, and they just keep getting views, and it keeps adding money to their account. There's not a lot of, kind of need to find a coffee shop or a cafe to sit down and, but this part of town, the central part, doesn't have a lot. It's just kind of a commercial area. Where I was staying has a lot more stuff, but that's like a mile to the west. I'm not walking back there, but I got some time to kill. Yeah, that's another reason. There's two, like I said, there's two reasons. It's an easier way to make a living, and it's kind of like artistic with the camera and stuff, you know. Whereas live streaming is kind of fun. The interactions, like there's a community here. We don't have that with the videos. you're a vlogger, there's no community. There's not many vloggers meeting subscribers. Only the really big ones meet subscribers because they're so big, like Bald and Bankrupt. They run into people that recognize them. Well, I'm not big, and I get people all the time because I'm a live streamer. So there's a community and things like that. It's nice talking to people, but it's having that camera in your hands and making footage, making something out of nothing. There's a nice feeling to that. It's like artistic expression feeling, creative side, that you don't really feel when you're live streaming. So those are the two big benefits of vlogging versus live streaming. But like I said, live streaming has its nice things about it too. So they're both good ways to make a living. One's easier than the other. Yeah, I kind of wanted to go to Pak Chong today. I don't really want to go to Karat. I've never been to Karat train station. I've been to Karat bus, so I know what that area is like. It's right by a big highway and stuff. But maybe the train station is more in the center of town. Maybe it's a little nicer there. I should have asked them if they have any trains going to Ubon Ratchathani or Sisakit. Although I don't really want to go to Sisakit. I wouldn't mind maybe going back to Surin for a day or two. I could cross over into Cambodia then. Subs have no correlation to money. Views have a semi-correlation because you make money off the views, but not all views are created equal. Some views get massive amounts of money per view, others get very little. So even with the views, it's a bit, you can't really determine how much somebody's making. And the subs mean nothing, like I said, really. There are small channels because they're in finances or something. They talk about Bitcoin or something and they only got 20,000 subs. So I've been told this, and they make like a lot of money. Like, I mean, a lot of money, like 30,000 a month or something. You wouldn't know it, just look at their channel and their views and subs. And then there's other channels with millions of subs, they make like 2,000 a month or something. Even they're active and getting views. So you really don't know, unless you can look at their analytics, you don't know what they're making. And I know this from firsthand experience too, aside from word of mouth. Some YouTubers all their videos aren't even monetized. Like every video is demonetized. They're not making any money. Like David Bond was like that. David Bond had a big channel, but he was getting a lot of views, but he wasn't getting any money from his YouTube channel. He didn't care about it because he made money off of he had courses he was selling. He had a course, like $80 for a course. That's where he made all his money. So he didn't care about the YouTube ad revenue. Here's the rooms for rent here. Me and David Bond talked about that in person, because I would be talking about like YouTube stuff, and he's like, I don't give a shit about that. It's like you got to make money this way, Chief Charlie. There's better ways to make money. He was saying that eight years ago when he met me. I didn't listen to his advice. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We're in a good spot, and future's bright. No, Social is nothing. They have money figures. Social Blade is a third-party website. They're not affiliated with YouTube. They know nothing. Somehow they got the data, so they know the subscribers and the views. They are, I think, fairly accurate with the views, so you can see how many views the channel is getting per month. But they got this money figure that's total bullshit. It means nothing. It's not information from YouTube. It's like an estimate. They just throw that in there because they're trying to get more views. They know people want to know how much money people are making. That money figure means nothing on Social Blade. They do have accurate figures of subscribers and for most part accurate subscribers and views. Now, if you look at Social Blade, my old channel, but the other bad thing about Social Blade, they only have figures for like the last couple of years. So they don't have to keep the history for some reason of 10 years. And that's where it gets interesting. Because if you look, if they had the history of my channel, you would see I was getting 8 million views a month, every month for 2 years. I was crushing it. But that data is all gone. Now my channel gets nothing. It's like, you know, there's new YouTubers that come around. They look at, why does this guy have 300,000 subs? And they see I'm only getting 1,000 views a day or nothing, you know, a pittance. Like, what the hell? Did this guy buy all of his subs? Oh, one time I was killing it. But YouTube, stupid Social Blade doesn't keep the older information. This was, you know, stuff from 6 years ago. So Social Blade is like a stupid website. They have that money figure, which is totally meaningless. Nothing. And then they don't keep the old information. Yeah, I don't really like that website. Oh, we got a Fitzy channel membership. Thank you. Thank you, Fitzy, with the channel membership. Big ups. Man, there ain't much in this side of town. This is kind of a dead side of town here. We need to find a place to sit and have some food or something to do. Big ups, Fitzy. Okay, yeah, this Kevin guy's straight up troll. Lock. I've been reading the comments, but I have to do a little policing here. Oh yeah, there's YouTubers making big money, like hundreds of thousands, you know, a year. So. The whole subscription model of YouTube is broken. There's something like when I did YouTube as a viewer, I watched YouTube for years. I didn't even have an account. And remember, I just downloaded my, I deleted the YouTube app. You can still go on Google and watch stuff from YouTube. You're just on a browser, web browser. You don't have to be on all of us, we all got YouTube apps. But not everybody has that. There's all these variables, like, and then even when you're you have a YouTube account and you're subscribing and stuff, you know, there's all these variables. The subscriber number, especially for old channels, they don't really mean a whole lot. It doesn't really mean a whole lot. It kind of means something when a channel is really doing good and booming. Because you're seeing big subscriber growth. That's kind of showing this channel is like doing really well. It's good data for that. So like it is a statistic that's useful in some ways. If you see a channel getting a lot of new subscribers, that means that channel is going somewhere. It's growing. Because, you know, this channel is not really growing. A lot of channels don't grow, or they may grow for a while and they stop. So that it's good for that, but that's about the only thing that subscriber number is good for. It basically means nothing otherwise. There's, you know, it's a complicated thing, the algorithm and all the statistics. And if you don't know the intricacies, then, you know, it's easy to misinterpret the data. That's 50 for the membership. It's too hot to walk. Yeah, I actually, England was cool. I actually did get some new subscribers. I got like 500-600 new subscribers when I was in England. in a month. That's not bad for this channel. That's actually pretty good. But other things, like I don't really get new subscribers when I'm in Thailand ever, because I think the people that will consume Thailand content, people interested in moving here and traveling here, either A, they're not getting recommended my content at all. It's all going to other vloggers because they don't recommend live streams. Or B, they already know about me and my channel from before and they're not really interested. They've maybe watched it, you know, so. And also live streaming is kind of a weird thing. A lot of people aren't no interest in live streaming. It doesn't matter who it is. They might watch a 10-minute vlog, but they got no interest in watching a live stream. So yeah, I don't usually grow, but if I go to Mexico, for example, because there's not that many people doing any sort of content there, you can get some new subscribers and doing things nobody's doing. Or you go to walking the Ohio Trail, I got a lot of new subscribers. But when I did the Appalachian Trail, I didn't, because there's a lot of people already doing that content. So you have to sometimes you have to do stuff nobody else is doing. You know, I was the 836th person that started making Appalachian Trail vlogs. So the small amount of people that were interested in that content were spoiled for choice, and I didn't come up on the radar. But this is more of a concern for vloggers. They have to figure out where they're going to get the new subs. You know, a live streaming channel can sustain itself with very little growth. It's good to have growth, but it's not necessary. You can be, we got guys in the genre with like 300 subs that get viewers and PayPals and stuff and support. So live streaming is a different beast. It's a different animal. Yeah, that can, I mean, there's guys like, you know, you guys know Logan Paul and Jake Paul. They didn't just get big with YouTube overnight. They came over from this thing called Vine. I guess it was an app. And they were big there, and their audience followed them over to YouTube. And then, you know, which was like hundreds of thousands of people. And then they were kicking ass on YouTube, and YouTube saw that, and they already had this big audience, and they blew up. Same thing happened with Sam Sulek. Sam Sulek was he's a bodybuilder. He's a young bodybuilder in Ohio. He's got 3 million subs on YouTube. He blew up overnight, like a year and a half ago. But he had a big TikTok following. So when he came over to YouTube, his channel just shot up. So yeah, that can be very good. My train's at 4 o'clock. Yeah, that's the other thing too. When I said your YouTube channel is built on shifting sands, you're gonna spend all this time and work building a channel, which, you know, it could take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years of hard work to get a channel going. There's no guarantees that it will get big, but even if it does get kind of big, there's so many bad things that can happen. The algorithm could change, your views plummet, now you're making hardly anything. There's a controversy, a scandal, you know, it's like maybe you made a mistake, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world, and it's a blowback, and everybody unsubs or, you know, hates you or something. You get demonetized. There's so many bad things that can happen to a vlogger, and it does. The history of YouTube has all this. Like every guy that got big had a downfall at some point, or most of them. It's even happening to the biggest guys like Mr. Beast now and stuff, you know. So those guys are all having big issues and stuff. So, you know, it happened to guys like During Rider in the past. And even if none of that stuff happens, like I said, the algorithm changes, you get demonetized, you get copyright, you know, you get, this just happened to a guy named Check in Effect. Check in Effect, when I was big, he was a small guy because he was doing kind of similar content to me. I was in Dominican Republic, he was in the similar countries, and he was like 30,000 subs. I knew about his channel. He looked up to me as a big guy back then, you know. So I had like 300,000 subs. I was killing it, and his channel just got deleted by YouTube because he got conned. It wasn't really YouTube's fault. A guy that gave him some content to use for his videos, came back and did copyright strikes on him, took down his channel. He lost a channel with 600,000 subs overnight. There's just so many bad things that can happen to you as a vlogger. You know, this is a channel he's been working on for 7 years, Check in Effect. He's a single man kind of travel channel, but he Check in Effect really impressed me because I kind of, when he first started, he was like a kind of a walk around vlogger, but he started making good travel vlogs like Bald and Bankrupt and stuff, you know, style vlogs. And his channel was doing very good, and just his channel got taken down overnight by a con artist who was extorting him for money. And Check didn't give him money, he copyright striked his channel. There's so many bad things that can happen to you as a vlogger. Like all your work get taken away overnight, you know. Whereas you're kind of like, you're a little bit more of a solid foundation. There's another guy, he was also a similar channel, Ramsey's. Ramsey had a very successful channel doing kind of walk around videos with pretty ladies and stuff in different countries. And his channel got deleted overnight because he had somebody on a live stream who came back, and it was a Venezuelan lady. She was very beautiful. I was actually a moderator on his channel. Me and him were always got along. And she came back and took his channel down. I don't know how she did it, but that's what he said. So it's like, it's just, he had like 300,000 subs. He came back and rebuilt his channel and came back. He's as big as he was back then. But like 4 years ago, he had his channel taken down, you know, by a lady that was on his, so he used to be on a lot of his live streams. So, but you see, that was the problem, was he live streamed. If you're a vlogger, you don't want to live stream because it's only risk. There's no benefit to your channel, and it's only risk. You know. But if you're just a live streamer and you don't care about vlogs, then you got a solid foundation. His channel was he was one of the only guys I know that rebuilt his channel. Maybe that's what Check in Effect should try to do. Because Check in Effect, Ramsey Travels, Ace Live, these guys are all kind of a similar genre. They're kind of like Roberto. A lot of you guys know Roberto. You might not know these other people I'm talking about. But you know, they got a lot of pretty women in the videos. They walk around. A lot of them are in Latin America, but they also come to Asia. Passport bros, you know, they like to be called passport bros. But I was in that genre too. I was in the Thai genre and in that genre. But Ramsey's was at 300,000 subs, and his channel got took down, deleted by YouTube, and he came back, and he's now 500,000. Yeah, so he came back stronger. That was actually really good. Well, to check it back. Well, last I saw, this was like 5 days ago. It was a few days ago, something. I don't know. He contacted YouTube and asked to get a channel taken back. Maybe YouTube sided with him and granted his channel back. So I don't know. Or maybe the guy, he said he was going to contact the guy that was trying to scam him. Maybe that guy decided to rescind the copyrights. Something maybe happened where he got his channel back, which is good. Yeah, it's not right for YouTubers just to get, you know, years worth of work taken away and it's noticed. You know, it's a very flawed part of the system. And it happens to a lot of people in a lot of different ways. So if his channel is still there, that's good. That means he got it back. Maybe reinstated. I think this was a couple of weeks. I don't know. This was a while ago. Because I wasn't on YouTube for a while, but when I came back, I saw this video by Check in Effect on a second channel. Or, you know what, it was Chocolate Man. That's how I found about it. Chocolate Man did a recommendation about it. So I didn't know, I wouldn't have known about it otherwise. He put it in his community post. And then about what happened. That's how I saw it, yeah. If I wasn't subscribed to Chocolate Man, I would have known that. Is if YouTube has, you know, it's one thing like if you just got a small channel and a few videos, you just dabbled with YouTube. YouTube treats the guys with 1 million subs and have spent their life years working on their channel, and the guy that has 100 subs and threw up a couple of videos for fun, they treat them exactly the same. That's a big problem. YouTube should, you know, bigger established channels, they should, if they have a problem with that channel, instead of just hitting the delete button, they should reach out to them, contact them like a human being and saying, hey, they won't even if they did contact you, they wouldn't tell you what the problem is, or they do very vaguely. Hey, we got a big problem with your channel. You're gonna have to change this. If you don't change it in a week or two, we're gonna delete your channel or demonetize you or whatever. They don't do that. They don't give you any recourse. And out of the blue, they just hit you with copyright or, you know, demonetization, channel deletion. So it's actually that's YouTube's fault, and that's a very unjust, bad thing YouTube does. You know, that's a big flaw in their system. Like, I like YouTube, they've served me well. I benefited a lot from YouTube, and I think it's an awesome thing that we can live stream and make videos. Anybody can do it. But that's a very bad thing that they're doing. You know, it's this mentality with these tech companies. They don't want to do any work. Like, they have tens of thousands of employees, but they have a problem with a channel. It's a channel that's making them money and it's big. They can't reach out to that person because, oh, it's too much work to send them an email, a human email, not a bot. You know, because they think, oh, we have 30 million people that have channels. That's too many. We can't reach out to them. You know, we got 30,000 employees, but so they have just very faulty. A lot of the tech companies all have the same thing. It's all a big numbers game, and they treat everybody like ants. Sometimes the ants just get stepped on and they don't care. They have no excuse because they're very profitable. They make a lot of money. They even outsource stuff. All they need is a team of, like, say 300 people that handle special problems. They already have teams like that, but they need another team that can handle 300 people. And they can, when they have problems with channels, they actually contact those channels like a human being, send an email. The partner program. What partner? There's no partner. They just delete you or demonetize you. Hit the button. X. No contact, no communication. And they'll never fix that, but they should. And it's actually very bad for their bottom line, because then people don't want to build a channel. They don't want to put the work and effort in. YouTube only works if people spend their time and a part of their life to create stuff. If nobody creates, YouTube has no content, and they go the way of the dodo bird. So they need people to invest into YouTube, invest their time. And it's not just time, we have to invest our money too. This costs money to do this. So if they don't have people doing that, if they want people to do that, they should offer protections for creators, you know, not treat creators like criminals. Just, oh, it's this bad person. He's not woke. We're just gonna delete it. I mean, that's essentially the way they've run their business the last years. But I will say, in defense of YouTube too, they are kind of lenient. It could be worse. They don't delete that much, you know, and demonetize that much. A lot of people, but kind of in the area I'm in, maybe you have a lot of feminist types working in YouTube or something, we do get deleted and demonetized all the time. So if you got women on your video, your thumbnails or something, you know, I'm talking about the Colombian guys, the Thailand guys, Philippines, Brazil, you know, if you got there must be a lot of feminists for it. So we actually do get the short end of the stick of that. But in general, I do think YouTube's pretty tolerant. Because like, even politically, you know, people think YouTube is left, but actually, I get stuff recommended all the time with 3 million views, like political talking videos, conservative stuff. So there's no shadow ban of conservatives. You know, so there's a lot of, you know, they're pretty good and lenient in the balanced playing field. But they hit that delete and demonetization button too easy and too quickly. And no communication, no recourse. Well, shit, there ain't nothing in this side of town to get coffee or something. So I might have to go other side of town. Right, this is all just commercial businesses and factories. Ain't nothing over here, east side of town. Yeah, but I see channels, and some channels put very little effort in their videos. They're just talking about something about politics in their bedroom for like 5 minutes, and they're getting like 50,000 views and stuff, and they're small channels. So there's no problem with YouTube. And there's big channels with, you know, there's a lot of people that kind of blew up the last few years on YouTube. Big, like, there's Tucker Carlson's on YouTube, Candace Owens, her channel's huge. She gets like 2 million, she's a black conservative lady. And she gets like 2 million views every video, Candace Owens. There's all these conservatives on YouTube. I see them are all doing pretty good because, you know, some of those people, yeah, Tucker Carlson's obviously a very famous, high profile guy, but not everybody's like that. You know, Tucker probably would have done good no matter what, but other people they're unknown and they're doing good, you know? So YouTube could have just blocked, if they took a political side, they could have just shadow banned all the right, but they didn't do that. I can see they didn't do that. Yeah, I see the numbers. So some conservatives think they do that, but maybe individual in some unique cases they may do that. But I see a lot of those channels doing very well. So. You know, because I started watching a lot of it during the election to see what was going on. I just saw all kinds of channels. There's guys that make like 1 minute videos and they get like 200,000 views every video. They don't even go on camera or talk. They use like AI and they use some pictures and they're getting like a 1 minute video. It's like they don't even go on camera. They get like 200,000 views every video. They make a video kind of mocking Joe Biden or something, or Kamala Harris. Stuff I see, it gets recommended to me, you know. I get left-wing videos recommended too, but those don't seem to do very well on YouTube. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. I think just the genre I'm in has been treated unjustly and unfairly. For one, our genre's got a lot of trolls, so we got people reporting and doing things that maybe other people don't have to deal with. And then two, you might have like people don't understand Thailand and Pattaya and all these places and Brazil, and they make judgments. They're a feminist, you know, woke person, and they just make snap judgments, and they're very judgmental, and our genre is just not treated very well. But now I'm just in live streaming. I just do vanilla sort of live streaming, because that's kind of what you have to do. You know, it's like, you know, I'm surprised like guys like Roberto does very well. He's doing very well on YouTube. His channel started blowing up like 2 years ago. He wasn't that big before. So you can still succeed with that formula, what Roberto's doing. But I don't know if Roberto's making any money, because those kind of videos would get demonetized instantly. You can't even get them through the first phase. You get the yellow symbol right away. So I don't know if he makes any money on those videos. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Maybe he just does YouTube for fun. Who knows? I don't know the guy. So hello. Cap. Okay. So copy Roberto and do what he's doing. Well, you don't know his motivations or why he's making videos. Maybe he just likes to travel and make videos. He doesn't, like David Bond didn't care about the money he was making on YouTube, because he cared about it. He had another revenue source. He didn't even try to fight against the monetization and try to get stuff monetized. He just wanted views. So you don't know if you're like, copying someone isn't always a good foundation, because you might copy Roberto and actually do good at it and succeed. And then you find out you don't make any money on every video. You're making nothing, even though you're getting a lot of views. So, you know, that's what I'm saying, man. The whole YouTube thing is very, very difficult for video makers. If you want to make videos, I say do it for fun and try it. You know, have fun with it. See what happens. I mean, maybe if you get some traction and success, then pursue it more. But I wouldn't have my hopes up on it. But you know, on the other side too, I gotta say, like, if YouTube can reform some things, be a little more, work with their bigger creators a little more. Anybody with, like, say over a few thousand subs, basically anybody that's monetized, YouTube should treat better. It's anybody over 1,000 subs. Work with them a little more, reform their system a little bit, and then the platform keeps growing. You know, maybe we're in the early days. Maybe this is the Valhalla, you know, 5-10 years from now. And man, I wish I would start a YouTube channel back then, you know. So we're on like I said, we're on the new stages of media. This is all new, you know. If YouTube wants to grow, though, they do have to be conscious of content. If people don't enjoy, and I always kind of see it, you know, you see people, younger people watching TikTok more, other things. If YouTube neglects the creators and they give them hard times and harass them and brutalize them, which they've done, then people are just not going to come here. They're not going to make content. And then it doesn't matter how many viewers they have. People are just going to be watching cat videos and elephant videos from 15 years ago. That's all they're going to have on the channel, and music videos. Maybe that's all they want, but that's all they're going to have. Like, people have to really put an effort to make content to entertain people. And in a way, that's kind of what you see a lot of times on YouTube. The videos that have millions of views is some like cat video from 10 years ago. It's like that's the gold star content of YouTube. And maybe it's always been that way, you know. But partly is that because they don't really incentivize or treat their creators that good. So, anyways, enough of that. I'm gonna move on to another topic. Loves this channel. I'm talking about the algorithm, because not the algorithm that pushes views, but the algorithm that assesses if a content is safe or not. There's multiple algorithms going on here. So the algorithm that assesses is safe because there's so much talking. It's like, wow, this guy is talking about all kinds of stuff. It's like, okay, there's no cuss words. This is very safe content. You know, this channel has never had any problems. Like, all my live streams, if they're not copyright music, they're all monetized, and you know, usually they get copyrighted by music. Oh shit, man, I ain't much in this neighborhood. There's not a single coffee shop or anything. I wanted to sit down and have something to drink. I'll go back by the train station, I guess. Well, one of the reasons I don't talk about cameras anymore, because I'm not that interested. I felt like, you know, I when I got into the camera thing, I was really interested in it for years, some years. From about 2018 to 2020, because I was still a vlogger back then. So one, I'm not really much of a vlogger anymore. And two, I've learned, not like I don't know everything, but I learned most of what I need to know. And I even have like the best camera for my purposes. So there's no other better cameras to buy. There's nothing I need to buy for cameras. I'm all set on that front, so. And there's not much, you know, there's specific technical things I don't know, I need to know. And each camera is different. So my current camera, I don't even know how to make a time lapse or anything, you know. The old camera I did, the new camera I don't. So there's things I still have to research and always find out. But in general, the basic principles, that stuff, I've already kind of learned all that stuff. So if I'm not like actively learning about a topic, then I'll talk about it much. It's not much interest to me anymore. Come on, man, give me somewhere to sit down. Some aircon. What is this place here? It's like a restaurant. I don't really want any food. I'm pretty full from that food at the mall still. Man, I want to just sit down somewhere and take a break before the train ride. Yeah, I had lunch at the mall about 3-4 hours ago. So I'm still pretty good on the food front from that meal. Here's the bar area, I think. My hotel was in a different part of town, so where I was, there was a lot more stuff in that area. This area is just kind of commercial and not much going on. So what do you have? Oh, there's a Kun Thai coffee. We go there, they got all kinds of, I just want like something refreshing to drink. Because I've been walking a lot and somewhere to sit down. Aircon if possible. Not mandatory, but it would be nice. And we got that right here. I didn't walk on this street, I guess, so. Hey, we got that right there. There's a bunch of stuff on this street, so I didn't walk down this street. And I walked that way and missed everything. I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to go to Korea. I changed my mind about this train ticket. It's only a 25 baht loss. So the train prices are all over the place. Now, it's very cheap either way, but sometimes they're 8 baht, sometimes they're like 30 baht. Both prices are very low, but there's still, that's a massive difference. So what do you got? Can I have a iced honey lemon? Oh, mark. Yeah, chop one. Poker tea must be sweet. That's a word I need to know. Yeah. Poker tea? Mangan one? Poker tea? ไม่ใช่ Oh, okay. I'm trying to learn some Thai. They always say pokati. I don't know what that word means. I told her very sweet. I want it very sweet. Cup and cup. You're never gonna escape the heat in Thailand, man. You can come out in the morning or in the evening, the sun's setting and stuff, but it's just another really hot day, you know. Like a week ago, it was really getting kind of nice, but today it got hot again. I did look at the weather this morning. Usually I check the weather when I'm about to stream all day, so I sort of planned for that, anticipated. In the middle of the day, you got to get away from the sun and stuff. It's not as bad as it was a month or two ago, but it's still not very nice. Big ups, Nigel. Oh man. I might just go to Surin or back to Surin. Surin's not a bad place to go because I want to go somewhere where I have options. I don't want to go like to a dead end. Like going to somewhere like Oriet, for example. Kind of like, it's like a cul-de-sac. You can get there, but once you're there, the only place you can go is back to here. But Surin, you could go to Cambodia, you can go east, you can go west, you can go north. Same thing with Karat. You know, it's like a nexus point. You know, the ultimate nexus is Bangkok, but we're not in Bangkok. There's smaller nexuses. I don't want to go somewhere where there's no connections to other places. I don't really want to go to Karat either. Let's see if they got a train to Surin. Have I ever seen Blade Runner? No, I've never seen it. That's the movie with Harrison Ford. Yeah, I know it's a famous movie. I've just never seen it. There's a lot of famous movies I've never seen. I've never seen Star Wars, any of the Star Wars movies, ever. I've seen like maybe half of the first one. That's about it. I've never seen The Lion King. The only reason I've seen even a little bit of Star Wars is because sometimes it's replayed on TV and I get like a few minutes of it. Someday I'd like to sit down and watch the whole movie, you know. It actually looks like a really good movie, Star Wars does. What I saw looked pretty good, a little bit I saw. But it's a really long movie, it's like 3 hours. I tried to start watching Clockwork Orange. I didn't like it. That wasn't my cup of tea. So I watched like the first 10 minutes of it or something. It was an artistic style of movie. It was different than most movies. I just didn't care for it. My dad likes that movie actually. It's one of his. He likes a lot of movies. He likes a lot of sci-fi too. I don't watch much sci-fi either. My dad likes a lot of different movies. I'm not saying Star Wars was a bad movie. I just say I've never seen it. Any of them, any of the Star Wars. What's the best Star Wars movie? The first one, the second one, the third one? Dances with Wolves, I think I saw a little bit of it when I was a kid or something, like a long time ago. I don't even know, like, I just remember like there was a Kevin Costner and some Indians, and that's all I remember. Like 30 years ago, I saw a little bit of it. That's it. Damn, Ryan got pulled over again. Shit, dude. Why is that happening? It's probably because your car. You're getting profiled. Have I seen Fahrenheit 45? Not really. Yeah, maybe one day I'll binge watch all the Star Wars movies. Something you do in the future. Titanic, I've seen most of it. Yeah, I've seen most. It wasn't until like a long time ago. So Titanic came out in the late 90s. Maybe sometime 10 years ago I saw like, I think I watched like half of it. Titanic did seem like a pretty good movie. I enjoyed it. Yeah, but like in cities like Baltimore, everybody drives like Peter cars. So I don't know why you'd be getting stuck out. It's late at night too. That's another reason. Sometimes they just pull over people. You know, I think the police in America, if you compare it to other countries, they pull over people a lot. Because it should be you get pulled over for committing a crime, in which case usually it's like speeding, or you're going through a red light, something like that. But they just pull people over for any reason, anything. Now the funny thing is, because I'm not a driver, I never get pulled over because they don't pull over pedestrians or bicycle riders. So this is something you guys got to deal with, you car drivers. Yeah, it's, oh yeah, well they're checking to see if you're drunk, yeah. They're looking for DUIs, drunk drivers, which that's probably an appropriate thing. That's a good thing, but a lot of times they just pull over people for no reason. Okay, it says immigration, you're talking about Thailand, right? The spot checks. Well, here's the thing. That's been going on for years, but I've never seen it happen anywhere to any, or heard about it happen to anybody. So, you know, because I used to hang out on Walking Street a lot, and you get all kinds of police, immigration people would come and pass through Walking Street sometimes, and I just never seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen sometimes, but it's not a new thing. It's been going on for years, but it's very rare. But if you're on overstay, I mean, the only people that got to worry about that are on overstay. And you know, if you got to overstay, then you know you're kind of just taking a chance. You're not going to live in peace. So. I guys told you guys my story about the overstay and the police getting pulled over. It wasn't by immigration; it was by the police because I was on a motorbike. And this was when I was on overstay. So the thing about it is, if you leave at the airport, you pay a 20,000 baht fine. You're good to go. You just pay the fine. You might get banned from the country. But if they catch you on the street, you could go to jail for a few weeks, and it's not a place you want to go. You know, the Joe will tell you about that. So I was planning on leaving the country soon, anyways. You know, actually, I don't even know why I stuck around as long as I did. I guess I just didn't really want to leave. I don't know. I should have left, but you know. Luis Cabo is making an offer. Luis Cabo says, final offer, if you come to Pattaya in January, I will pay for your total tooth implant. If you choose not to accept this offer, you are on your own. Okay, wow, that's, yeah, tooth implants like $1,000, Lewis. I will take you up on that offer. Yeah, big ups, Lewis. I will take you up on that offer, yeah. But here's what I need to do. I need to do a border crossing and get a new visa. January's a ways off. My visa expires in December. So we're gonna go to Surin and go to Cambodia first. And then I come back and come to Pattaya. Yeah, big ups, Lewis. Thanks for the $10. Yeah, I'll take you up on that offer, man. I'm a little bit scared to get a tooth implant, but maybe that's what I should do. Doesn't that take like 6 months? So that's why I need to get a new visa too. It takes a long time to get a tooth. It's not something they do overnight. So that actually seals the deal for me. I'm gonna go to Cambodia, maybe Vietnam, and then I come back in January on a fresh new visa. And so I got time to get my tooth fixed. So I have to get this extracted and get a new tooth implanted. That's kind of scary, man, but I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Thank you, Lewis. Yeah, he's offering to pay for the whole procedure, which could be like $800, $30,000, $5,000. It's not cheap. Yeah, thank you, Lewis. I will take you up on that, man. If I, as long as I don't get denied or rejected into the country when I come back in, then I'm gonna do it, man. So what I might do, guys, is just go right to Cambodia and Vietnam now. And then come back later when Louis is here, like a month and a half later, meet him. He's going to be in Pattaya, I believe, for a few months, or Thailand. So we'll meet him in Thailand later and get the tooth fixed or get an implant. But that's a ways off. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it, Louis. Thank you for that offer, man. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. So what I need to do is go to Surin, which is where I was last week, a couple weeks ago. Oh, he's gonna get an implant as well. He's gonna be there for 3 months. All right, awesome. Yeah, I'll meet you there in Pattaya. What I'm gonna do, Louis, is go to Cambodia and maybe Vietnam. I don't really want to stay in Cambodia very long, so I'll probably go to Vietnam right after Cambodia. Spend like a month, 6 weeks in those countries, and then come back to Thailand later on a fresh visa. Will give me time to get everything fixed. Yeah, it's a long, complicated process. That's why I didn't want to get an implant. Not even for the money aspect of it. I just didn't want to get one. But if Lewis is offering to pay for it, I'll get it done. I'll just have to put up with it. No, I cover my own living expenses. I'll just keep streaming and doing what I'm doing, YouTube. But I'll do some videos in addition to live streams. Anything with the teeth, it doesn't really knock you on your ass. So there's no reason I can't go around and stream. It's not like I'm in a hospital bed for 6 months. I may have a little bit of tooth discomfort, but it should be fine, And you gotta bite the bullet and do it. Yeah, big ups, Lewis. That means I'm gonna have to stay in Thailand for a while. Again, so this is my opportunity to kind of leave and see some of the places now. I need to leave now soon. Next few days, I think. I guess that's gonna shelf the Appalachian Trail thing though. So it means I could be around here for till April, till Songkran. And I wanted to start the Appalachian Trail in winter, so I'm gonna forget about that for now. But, you know, staying in Thailand is fine for me. Like, I have no qualms of staying here, whether it's Bangkok, Isan, Pattaya. It's all good to me. Even Chiang Mai, if I had to stay in Chiang Mai, that's fine. Even though Chiang Mai is not one of my favorite cities. But what I do, if I do come back to Thailand, I might just get a fan room next time. So I'll travel now for a while and then come back later and get a fan room. Guys, let me check something here. Yeah, I gotta go on my phone and check a couple things. I'm gonna be away for a couple minutes here. No, I'm committed now. As long as I can get back into the country, I'm not rejected, I will come and get that dental work done. Or I make a commitment. I rarely make commitments like that, but I will do it in this case. I was searching flights to Bangkok and from Buryan, but there is none today. So maybe I already missed it. But if I go to Surin, I'm gonna go to Cambodia. But if I go to Bangkok, I can fly anywhere. So I can go to Indonesia. I can go to South Korea, Taiwan, Philippines. I have to decide, should I go to Surin in Cambodia or should I go to Bangkok? If I go to Bangkok, I'll just stay here tonight and fly out tomorrow. The flights are to $40 Buryan to Bangkok, one way. I was thinking actually going to Korea could be a power play because one, they got the political thing going on. I know the whole Chinese Somali thing. But it's winter in Korea. Korea gets pretty cold. Well, if I go to Bangkok, it's just a way station, either for a couple of days just to catch a flight out of Bangkok. I'll spend a few days, maybe do a couple of streams, but I won't be there long. I'm thinking I should go to Surin, back to Surin. Big ups, Jimbo. Jimbo is our latest moderator. We have a lot of new mods in the last couple months. Oh yeah, Fat and Broke. If I go to Vietnam, I could meet with Fat and Broke. I think Fat and Broke's pretty cool. Did I visit karaoke bars in Surrey? No, I didn't visit any bars. I was in one Japanese bar that was on my live stream. I went there for some food. Yo, big ups, Jimbo. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going back to Vietnam. I like Vietnam. I haven't been there like in 5 years. I kind of want to skip Cambodia though. The problem too is I don't know if I'll get good internet in Cambodia. I know I can get pretty good internet in Vietnam. If I do go to Cambodia, I've never been to Siem Reap. That's supposed to be a great place. I've never been there. The train doesn't go to the border. What I'll do is I'll take the train in Surin, spend a night or two there, and then from Surin you could go, it's called Cham Chong. There's a big border crossing in Surin, Cambodia. So what I'll do is you can take a Grab taxi from Surin for 500 baht, or take a cheap bus. So what I do is I just go to the border, I live stream it, cross into Cambodia, and then just go to Siem Reap, go to Phnom Penh, and later go to Vietnam. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Lotto. I gotta get out now, spend some time in other countries, and then come back later. And you know, Lewis is gonna be in Thailand for 3 months. I could even come back in February. There's no rush to get back here. And immigration should greenlight me right into the country. So I'll be gone. I'm gonna go stream in other countries for a while. So, but if I try to stay here, first thing I get the 30-day extension, and then January 31st, I gotta leave the country. There's no other way to extend the visa. That's right in the middle of the dental procedure. So the best move is just to leave now and then come back later down the road and get it done. Yeah, well, no, Lotto, expat lifestyle, I said exactly, 10 minutes ago, I said exactly what Lotto said. I said, I'm going to leave the country and come back 6 weeks later when the immigration, should reset everything. So, because if I just do a border run and come back to Thailand, I could be taking chances. But if I leave Thailand for a while, and come back a couple months later, and then get the dental procedure done, I should be golden. I'll come back right after high season's over, like end of January. Yeah, if I just try to turn back around, come right back to Thailand, that could go wrong. Exactly. Yeah. And it doesn't give me a lot of time to stay in Thailand either. Okay, Lewis says I should get the tooth extracted now. Okay, but maybe I'll do that. It'll speed up the process. But Lewis, what I'll do is I'll probably come back to Thailand on February 1st. I'm gonna leave Thailand and then spend 2 months outside of Thailand and then come back. You'll be there, and then I'll go get it done then. Tooth extractions are cheap. I've had tooth extractions for like $25 or something. 800 baht. I don't think I'm gonna go here. I gotta go see if I can get a Surin train ticket. Let's go back to the train station. Lewis says, sounds good. Okay, yeah, I will meet you there late January, early February probably. So it'll be in the middle of your trip, or be near the beginning to the middle of your trip. I'm gonna go wander around Vietnam, maybe Indonesia, maybe Philippines, maybe Cambodia, and come back. I think Indonesia could be cool. I've heard the internet works there pretty good. Yeah, that's an amazing offer by Lewis. I'm gonna take him up on that. Lewis was kind of putting the kibosh on me a little bit. Either take this or, but yeah, maybe that's for my own good. Maybe I need that. So. Hey, maybe you can meet up with Wander too. If you don't meet up with me, I'm not going to be in Thailand. And then when I do come back, I'll probably be going right to Pattaya and stuff to get that tooth procedure done with you. So in that, if you're here earlier in Laos and stuff, or Isan, like Wander always travels in Isan. He likes these areas. And I think he wants to go back to Laos too. So you might be able to meet up with him. You guys might be going to the same area. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to meet up with you in Laos because, yeah, I'm going to be leaving probably. I might be in Cambodia a few days from now, or Vietnam or something. Things are moving fast. And then I won't be coming back to Thailand for a good 2 months. And as far as Laos, I like Isan, but I don't have a big desire to go to Laos, anything in Laos. I was there once for a visa run. I mean, Laos is, it's I would go back sometime, but it's just not high on my list. There's other places I want to go more, you know. Like I'd rather go to Indonesia or Philippines or Vietnam or even places like Taiwan or something, you know, now. But Lewis, I'll give you the heads up though, there's 2 things that could prevent me from coming back to Pattaya and meeting you. Well, 3. I mean, if I have to go back to America, if there's some kind of emergency or family issues, that's one. That's always, you know, something like that could happen. If they reject me from entering Thailand, I try to come back and say, you've been coming here too much. I mean, it's a very low possibility, but it is a small possibility. And you never know what's gonna happen. There's people that have been rejected by immigration. It hasn't happened to me yet, but you know, it could happen. It's very unlikely, but it could. And what was the other thing? Yeah, but I will, like, if you know, nothing like that happens, I will be coming back to Thailand and meeting you in Pattaya. I will, you know. Oh, yeah. That's the 2 main things, I guess. Yeah. If not, you know, as long as I can get back into the country and everything is hunky dory, then I'll be back here and get that done with you. Yeah. Guys, let's see if they got any trains going to Surin. I'm going back to Surin right now because I just don't really fancy going to Karat. But if I have to go to Karat, I will. And we spend a couple days there. It's only a 2-hour train ride to Karat. I like Buriram, man. This city, great city. Really nice city here. Really nice people. Really laid back. Here's the Buriram. It's actually it's the 6th biggest province by population in Thailand. Looks like there might be a train going to Surin. Yeah, 15 minutes after the one going to, yeah, they do have a train going to Surin, I think. About the same time. So I'll probably go to Surin and then go to Cambodia from there, across the border. If I cross this border, I'll be pretty much every Cambodian border crossing I've been to. Starting to get hungry now. Kind of want to get some food, snack, something for the train. Maybe I get one of these sausages. Here. I got sausages. I kind of want something else. I'm going to Surin, I think, as long as I get a train there. And then after that, I'm probably going to go to Cham Chong, border crossing, into Cambodia. I might stay like a week in Cambodia or something, go to Vietnam.
ตัวส่วนที่เป็นพันที่หนูจะถ่ายรูปข้างนอกนะค่ะไม่เป็นไรค่ะเอาตัวนี้มาเลยเพราะงั้นหนูขอขบวนนี้เอาตัวใหม่นะคะ
Oh yeah, okay, I gotta do that. I forgot about that. I definitely have to do that.
วันนี้อาจจะไม่ได้เดินทางแล้วค่ะ
Yeah, the trolling was not much today. Not much trolling, so pretty good. Yo, Lewis thinks. Thank you, Lewis. Another $5. Thank you, Lewis. Big ups, man. Yeah, Lewis, you probably have a pretty good trip to Isan and Laos. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm not saying you are worrying about it, but if you are a little bit, you'll have a good trip. Big ups, Lewis. Thanks for the $5. Yeah, it's been 8 hours of streaming. I'm probably gonna be live 12 today. I got a lot more stuff to do today.
เอาเลยต้องเชื่อเจ้าหน้าที่ค่ะ
Yeah, some people want me to keep the tooth as it is, like copy and paste, but
คือสรุปว่ายังไง
I'll probably be looking pretty normal if I get the tooth fixed, which I want to get the tooth fixed. It's not just, I just didn't have really any good options, but this is a good option. I'll take that option.
11 ค่ะวันพุธที่11ที่วัน
I will say the chat has been a little bit slow today, it seems like. So maybe too many people got banned recently. Maybe I should clear out the ban list. That's what they say about the trolls. You can't live with them, you can't live without them. Because they are like active in the chat. You gotta give them credit for that. They leave a lot of comments. If you don't have them, then your chat's gonna be a lot slower. 30 years, that's good. Yeah, shit, that lasts 30 years, that's awesome. Sometimes the trolls give me things to talk about, like this guy. Mike Hunt says, scamming his donators. How am I scamming? You're implying I'm scamming Luis Cabo. First of all, this is something Luis offered me. I didn't ask him for it. Luis probably didn't even think I would accept his offer, because I usually don't accept those kind of things. So, because I have a tooth problem, this guy is saying I'm a scammer, just by the virtue of the fact I have a tooth problem. You see how twisted this guy is? Stinky shouldn't be banned. Stinky's one of my biggest supporters. Yo, big ups Viola with 11 euros. Thank you. Yeah, as long as I can meet up with him and everything goes smooth, I'm gonna get it done. And the future is not guaranteed. I'm always, maybe I'm a lot of people. I don't put too much stock into the future. I'm taking one day at a time. None of us might be on this planet. The world could blow up a month from now. Volcano goes off in Yellowstone, nuclear war. So I don't put a lot of time into the future stuff. That's why I don't even think about things like that. But in this case, like I said, I will accept his offer. I don't put a lot of stock into the future. We're lucky to be here today and take it day by day. Hi, Surin. 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 20 baht. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Big ups Viola, thank you. There's people I see. There's people in this community. They bought a ticket to Thailand a year from now. They bought a round trip ticket for 8 months. It's like there's some people like that. We're all different. I didn't even know I was going to Surin. Just So, you know, 30 minutes ago, I didn't know where I was gonna be sleeping tonight. So everything with me is very spontaneous. I've never bought a ticket like months in advance, a plane ticket or something. So, you know, but what I do does works for me, and there are people that do things that work for them. But I don't like plan for the future months in advance. Like, I'm gonna be here and do this, and I got the schedule. I just don't do that. I end up where I end up, you know. There's a lot of things, you know, when I went to England, I didn't know a week before that trip, I didn't know I was going to be in England. I had no thoughts of even going to England. It was a spur of the moment thing. I got the idea in my head from somewhere, and I saw a cheap plane ticket, and it all materialized. And the next thing you know, I'm in England. So had I not got that plane ticket, or had that idea not popped in my head, I would not have been in England. Who knows what I've been doing? I've been somewhere else, doing something else. So for me, it's life is just a random thing popping here, there, you know. But if you work at like a 9 to 5 for 30 years, you know, that's like partly the way I'm a little bit different in this way is because my life's been a little bit different. But, you know, how did I say I worked a 9 to 5? Yeah, I'd be like, okay, you know, I got time off in Christmas. 8 months from now, I'm gonna go to Thailand then, you know. So that's normal, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's just not how my life has been, you know. Yes, Viola, thank you. Thank you, Viola. 10 euros. Kind of want to get a bite to eat. Maybe I'll just wait, get some food in Surin. What time is it? People, like, their vacations, they book months in advance because they know that's when they got time off. And they gotta, you know, or they know they got to save money for 6 months, and then they can go to Thailand. Let's go find a bite to eat somewhere. But I don't even know, not even know when I'm traveling. I don't even know where I'm going a lot of times. So, like right now, I don't even know where I'm going until you know, a moment ago I was going to go to Korat. Then Luis Cabo in the chat said, hey, come to Pattaya in January and I'll get your tooth fixed. So that changed everything. Now I need to go to Cambodia and Vietnam because I need to leave the country for a while to get back into Thailand for me to do that. So I need to leave Thailand, whereas I might have just stuck around Thailand for another few weeks or something, you know, had that not happened. So there's all these, that's the upside of being flexible, is that things change, information changes. So if you're living spontaneously, you can react based upon changing conditions. If you're inflexible and you're just imagine a guy who, let's say you got a really good job, you make $150,000 a year, but you're stuck. You have to do that and be at a place certain time of day, and then somebody says, hey, you know, your best friend comes in and says, hey, the trip of a lifetime plan, I'm getting married or something, I'm going to Thailand, I want you to come along and hang out with me, friend, all expenses paid, and you know, there's my wife's friend, she wants to see you, date you, and you're a lonely guy, even though you're making money, you aren't getting any female companionship. She thinks you're hot. So all this stuff happens, and like, but you can't do that because you're stuck in the situation you're in. I bet that happens to people all the time. Now, if that happened to me, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'll be on the plane tomorrow to Thailand, you know, or wherever, or Jamaica, or whatever this situation could have happened. But people who are in the 9 to 5 life, they're stuck. Like, it's not that they're stuck because they could leave their job, but if they don't leave their job, things happen in life. They can't, you know, they get time off. They have to take and then they only get 2 weeks time off. They only get that once a year, you know. And that might not even be enough to do that. They might have to use that when they get sick or something, or you know, a family member is deceased, they want to go to their funeral across the country. So they're fixed. You know, there's a lot of downsides to being the 9 to 5 lifestyle, you know. But, like, I think it'd be cool if we could all be sort of independent contractors and, you know, make a living that way. But, you know, maybe that's not reality. It's not economic reality. You know, for one, corporations and jobs, they need reliability. They need the reliability more than the employees. They need to know people are going to show up and do the work, and stuff's going to get done every day. If not, they go out of business. So the reason they're giving you that nice paycheck is because they know they need you. They need you to show up every time on work. What do you got? There's a little restaurant here. Get a bite to eat. Yeah. And the other thing about the advantage of being an employee versus an independent contractor is an employee, he's got that stability. So what do you cap? Me cow pad ไหม
ข้าวผัดมีครับ
Okay, I'll cow pad guy.
ไก่ไม่มี
Guy ไม่มี
มีหมูมีหมึกมีกุ้งซีฟู้ด
Oh, good. Okay, cow padผัก Pat, egg, yeah, hi. Cow pad guy. Okay, okay. Okay. You know, so if you're an independent contractor, you got that flexibility that I just talked about. What you don't have is stability. So you got extra stress. Sometimes you don't make much money. Sometimes the money, you know, just doesn't come. This could be construction, anything you're doing. You got to struggle. You don't got that guaranteed paycheck. So there's pros and cons to each. Sometimes when you've lived, like, let's say you've worked a 9 to 5 your whole life, you dream of having that freedom and flexibility that like a guy like me has. But I sometimes I dream of having like a nice normal job to go to every day. I just relax, I do my work, I collect a nice paycheck, save money. So it's like, you know. We all have different lots and stations in life. Yeah, Kai is egg. That's why I talk about jobs a lot sometimes, because sometimes I do fantasize about having one. But there's definitely a lot of things I like about my current lifestyle that, you know, if I get a job, it means I don't travel anymore. I'm just, you know, just doing the job every day pretty much. What I don't like is guys who are 9 to 5 who talk down on guys that are independent. You know, so we get a lot of that as YouTubers. There's a lot of people, they got a real cushy job, man. They just show up and they get in the computer for a few minutes, they do a few things. They're just hanging out at their job and they're making like tons of money. There's a guy I know, man, that guy is just, he's got it made, you know. He makes like $150,000 a year. He doesn't really, you have to do much. You know, it's like, but you know, maybe he had to go to college and stuff to get that, so. Like, just because somebody's working at 9 to 5 doesn't mean their life is better or easier than a guy. There's guys who are independent, who have it made. There's guys who are independent who are struggling. I'm somewhere in the middle, in between. And likewise, there's guys who have a terrible job and they make a pittance. There's guys that have amazing jobs, so you can't really put everything in. You know, there's guys that make a lot of money, they hate their job. There's guys that make a little bit of money, but they love their job. So, you know, there's a lot. Everybody's different situations. Independent means I operate to my own volition. Nobody's controlling me. Nobody says I have to do this, puppet strings. I make every decision based upon my own judgment. I'm not working for a boss. He's telling me what to do. Operating under guidelines that some corporate manager made up. I'm not beholden to anybody, a wife or a family member that's telling me what to do. I'm operating completely on my own independence. Now, some people might offer suggestions or ideals to me, opportunities, or even like in this case with Louis Cabo, he's offered me to help me out with something. You know, all I got to do is show up. So that's, you know, that's a very nice thing. But everything I do, I had the choice to reject that offer if I wanted to. So, but I took that offer. Everything I do is based upon my own decisions. That's called independence. But sometimes you pay a price for independence. You have to, you know, you live a life of insecurity. So it's not like there's a perfect utopia. We just try to get along in life the best we can. Well, I rejected Cabo before. When I was in Pattaya, he offered to pay for my root canal, but I didn't want to get a root canal. But I wasn't opposed to getting an implant. I didn't ask him for an implant. So now he said he can offer to get me an implant. And in that case, I was opposed to getting a root canal, but an implant I will not opposed to. So I'll take, you know, took him up on that offer. Yeah, I gotta go to the Cambodia border. I guess the first stop's gonna be Siem Reap. Yo, Mark. It's all right, guys.
พี่ยุ่งสั่งอย่างเดียวเหรอ ไม่เขาจะจ่ายตังค์เลย
Got some fried rice here.
ไป60
Okay.
ต้องมีน้ำในขวดนึงน้ำเปล่า1 ขวด
Yo, big up smart cases at 10 pounds. No, I mean, everything, like, there's always, like, different roads we can go down in life. So, like, you know, when I was back in America, I got an offer for police, as a police, you know. And, man, those guys, they get a lot of benefits. They get $75,000 a year. And they get all these, like, vacation time, medical, retirement insurance. They got all this stuff. They get like tons of benefits. Like, do I want to be a policeman? No, I didn't want to be one. You know, so we get these avenues we can go down. I chose to go down this road. But there's no like I said, there's guys that are working the 9 to 5 that have a great life. You know, there's nothing. They're envious to be a guy like me. So, yo, big ups, Mark. Yeah, there's a severe shortage of policemen in America right now because everybody left after a lot of policemen quit their jobs after the George Floyd thing. A lot of them felt like they were being treated unfairly and demonized and prosecuted. So people just stopped signing up to be policemen and stuff. So there's a big shortage. Like, a lot of cities are really in need of policemen. And, you know, I don't know if I could have got a job as a policeman, but maybe if I pursued it, maybe if I worked on it, maybe I could have. It would have been a nice job, probably. Really nice income and benefits. So, here's the fried rice. Well, the thing was, a lot of people they was like defund the police, and a lot of people were demonizing the police. And even in real life, not just talking about the media and stuff, a lot of policemen were being treated badly by the public because they're working, whether you like the police or not, they're working in cooperation with the public. So if you treat them badly, it's just natural that people are just going to either quit and or not sign up in the first place. And that's what's happening in America. It's probably changed now, but it was happening. Probably getting back to normal. Well, the thing about coming to a cop is they really vet you. So like, you got to go to the police academy, and then they look in your history and your past, make sure you're not like a psycho, or they look through all your social media accounts. They call your old family members and friends. They really go through and research you, see what you're all about. You have to pass some proficiency tests, like a math and stuff. Not like complex, but basic. You have to be you gotta be able to read and write. You can't just be a stone man, caveman. You gotta be able to read and write and do basic math, things like that. So, yeah, they won't. But you don't need college. You don't need a college education. They'll take any guy off the street as long as they vet him and they approve him. So any guy, just like the military, as long as you don't have a checkered past, you're not on drugs. They're going to do a blood test, see if you're on drugs in your system. As long as you're clean, they're going to do a little psychological evaluation, interview, and stuff like that. But if you can pass all that stuff, then you'll sign up with the policeman. Then you go to the police academy, and they're going to train you how to be a policeman. And then you'll be hired. And you got a really great job. And those jobs are there for Americans because people don't want to be policemen anymore. But man, you really got the benefits. They got a big retirement package. They got a lot of vacation time. They got a complete medical, insurance. You got like the VIP, the pay is decent enough, but you also got a VIP sort of package to go with it. So, if you're a guy in your 30 watching, that's not a bad career to go down if you don't have a checkered past. They may still accept you if you have some checkered things in your past. That's just up to them. So you maybe even worth trying, But depends how bad they need somebody and what's in their past, Whether they're willing to look past it or not. They're looking for somebody that's psychologically stable and sound. They don't want people going off and going nuts and doing bad things, and violating people's rights and stuff. Because it is a stressful, volatile job. You got to be mentally sound to do it, and handle pressure. One of the things they like a lot of guys from a military background, because one, the military guys already know how to use guns and things like that. But two, they've already kind of been in a pressure situations. So if they performed good in the military and they didn't go a little nuts or anything, go a little crazy, they get PTSD, things like that, and they say, hey, we could sign this guy up to be a police guy. So a lot of ex-military guys get jobs as policemen. Yeah, in America, all the police carry guns. You gotta be able to know how to use a gun. I think some countries they don't carry guns, but not in America. Yeah, but some of those guys in the military, they go through really bad situations. It's not their fault. They were put into that. And they got shell shocked. Back in World War I, millions of people came back totally shell shocked, fucked up, mentally and physically. They're shattered. It was such a bad war. Their body may have been, they didn't suffer like a bullet wound or their arm wasn't blown off, but they were shattered, man. It's not their fault they got put in a war. That's why you never talk bad about military guys. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you get a job as a policeman, you're pretty much going to be in one place for about 10 years. You got to count on, so, If I got a job at McDonald's, I could just do it for 6 months or a year and then leave it, But policemen, they probably got to expect you to be working for 10 years. But I'm not even sure. For one, I don't even have a driver's license, so. And, one thing that's working in my favor is my past is very clean. So I have no history of crime, no arrests, no drug use, and psychologically, probably very sound. So if I really wanted that job, I probably could get it. But it's one thing to work a couple of years as a 9 to 5, because then I can just do it for a couple of years, save some money, and then go back to my lifestyle. That would completely upend my lifestyle, where I'm just a policeman for 10 years. So, and I'm not even sure if I'd want to be a policeman, like the principle of it. Not against police, but, I'm not sure if I want to work any government job, period. Maybe I work at McDonald's, but I don't know if I'd work at any government job. That's the problem. But yeah, they need policemen, man. They're like mailing people. Hey, we need policemen to sign up. Come apply, We want people to come apply. Sending letters in the mail, everybody. My plane leaves in 30 minutes. My train. Text says I can't imagine CC. Why used to shoot rifles and stuff when I was a kid. I haven't really done it since much sense in. Because in America, like, kids shoot guns. Go out in the woods. And my dad taught me how to shoot a gun when I was like 10. So I even have my dad's best friend gave me a rifle when I was like 10, 12. Yeah, you can have a point there, Lewis. No, it's an actual rifle, not a BB gun. That's an American thing. Americans are big into guns, Most households in America have multiple guns in them. But I know it's not like that in Australia. You guys got all your guns taken away. You used to have guns, but the government confiscated them. But what they did was they did a buyback program. So, like, first they got people to turn in all their guns voluntarily in Australia by offering them money. They knew it was a calculated ploy. So they knew a lot of people would do that, but not everybody. And then they come in with force, carrot and stick approach to say, well, you got to get rid of the rest of you guys got to get rid of your guns. Because not everybody in Australian society had guns. Maybe like only 25% of the population did. People in the outback and stuff. People in Sydney probably didn't even bother with it much. So And of those 25%, probably a good 15% of that 25% turned in voluntarily. So all you had left was 10% you had to deal with. So it was easy for them to get rid of it. In America, it's not as easy. For one, a lot more people own guns. It's much more widespread, even in the suburbs, you know, everywhere. It's not like it's just a country thing. And then we even have an amendment in the Constitution protecting it. So it's, but the way American politics is going, that's the last thing on any liberals' mind is getting rid of American gun ownership. They got like a million other battles they're fighting right now. So. Even when the hand was strong and they were kind of going after those rights, it wasn't much. Not much was happening of it. Not every American liberal Democrat opposes gun ownership. A lot of them actually own guns. Like in Maine and stuff, most Maine Democrats own guns. So they're big into hunting and stuff up there. So that's not even an issue that like they unanimously agree on themselves. So. What I look at it too is like a gun is, you know, anything can be used as a weapon, a chainsaw, a sword, an axe. People use axes to cut down trees. You know, back in the 1800s, people hadn't needed these. They were tools to live on. A gun was a tool to live on. You lived out in the country. You had a rabbit. You ever seen a rabid raccoon? A raccoon's a small animal. Animal can mess you up. First one, they can climb. They can be biting and gnawing on your head, and that almost happened to my dad. He was out just walking around, and this raccoon had rabies, and it was like crawled up on his. So you know, like it was after him, you know. Like, and the only way he had to shoot it, you know, because it wouldn't stop coming after him. So you know, these are tools, and at times they're tools for survival. You know, and why should a government only have access to axes or cars or guns? Now tanks and nuclear weapons, yeah, maybe they should only have that. You know, American citizens probably shouldn't own tanks or nuclear weapons, but a gun is a useful item. It's a tool. You know, it's a protection. It's a tool. And just to say only the government can own those, that's, you know, that's very bad thinking in my opinion. So, well, people don't need axes in modern society. They're not cutting down trees for lumber to heat their house. Well, one time they did. Who's to say the axe can't be used for other things? You know, like maybe use it for gardening. You got like roots, you got to cut big tree roots in your yard or something. So, you know, trying to make these one-size-fits-all solutions, not a good thing to do. Like a gun's actually a very useful tool, much more than just for hunting. And people say, "Oh, it's for hunting," but that's one thing. Yeah, people could use it for. But it's also like the liberals don't even respect people's right for self-defense. So I mean, obviously, it's a great self-defense tool too. But they kind of like throw that idea right out the window. The thing about America too is it's kind of different than a lot of countries, that everybody lives in these single family homes surrounded by land, like a yard. So actually most American homes are very vulnerable to home invasions. It happens a lot. I've known people that had their home robbed. They were away for vacation for a couple of days or something, and their home got robbed, you know. They came in, ransacked the place, took things. Like when you live in an apartment building or a condo, nobody's gonna rob you. Or maybe somebody living in the condo would try to break in, but it's not easy to rob somebody who lives in an apartment building. To try to break in through the window and something like that. You're 8 stories up. But a house is like a sitting duck. All these windows, anybody can break into, you know. So Americans need protection and self-defense, because even as it is, they get broken into all the time. Even though the person doing that's risking their life, because there's a very good chance somebody has a gun, and you know, you break into somebody's house, they shoot you, they're completely in the right. So that person's not going to go to jail or anything. You know, I don't know, other societies are different, so I don't know. I don't know what you do in Australia. You know, some people there live in single-family homes too. If somebody breaks in your house, I guess you got a big sword or something. They don't have guns either, so it turns into a big sword fight, I guess. Oh yeah, big dog is good. Yeah, that's one measure. That's one thing you can have. But you know, a lot of robbers, the ones that are kind of good, they know about the dogs and they're prepared for them. For one, they're gonna have like probably some kind of they anticipate having dogs, even 2 or 3 of them. So there's things that they know they can do with dogs. You know, that is a line of defense, but it's not the end all be all. One, they could just, if you're not home, they just kill the dog. You know, but let's say you're really fortified. You got 3 big mean, vicious dogs. They know, some robbers know how to deal with that situation too. You know, because killing 1 dog coming at you, that's easy. But 3 dogs, that could be another matter. You might get one of them, the other 2 are gonna get you, and they're gonna mess you up. So. Everybody wants to own 3 giant dogs just to protect their, you know, most people want dogs for pets, not for security. They want to just pet a dog to love. They may have a little foo-foo dog, you know. Not everybody wants to have, owning big dogs, they're a lot of responsibility and work, and they require a lot of food and exercise, and so. See, like, if you live like in this building, you got an apartment up there, right? It's not easy to break into that. Somebody's got to climb the roof. You know, it's just. But in America, they're easy to break into. You know, because they're just sitting there. The thing you got to watch out for is like the neighbors. You know, but if you're in the middle of the night, the neighbors are sleeping. They're not going to know. And this happens all the time in America. It's scary because, like, you know, like. A lot of those cities, I talk a lot about old American cities, like Detroit is a city mostly built with houses, so is Cleveland. But they were built at a time when society was safe. People felt secure in those places. And they're built in the 20s, and society with crime was very low, just like people feel secure here. But if people don't feel secure, when the crime gets bad, then you just feel like you're vulnerable every day. You never feel at peace. And then you got your neighbor, this guy say got broken into, this guy got killed, this guy got robbed. You know, that's why people left those cities. There's a lot of reasons. So it's not, you know. Any society that has single-family homes and they don't have security, that's a terrible combination. You're better off in apartments and condos and insecurity than you are in single-family homes. You know, this worldwide thing. When I lived in the country in Thailand, there was my girlfriend's grandma was living in an old wooden house. She had a big, like, giant machete on the door. And she just had that for her own protection. It was like a giant sword machete. That was a massive, like, medieval weapon. I don't know what it was. It was hanging right by the door. If somebody was breaking in the middle of the night, she had that thing ready, man. You know, so it's not like it's an American thing to protect your home. It's a worldwide thing. She was an old lady, but I bet she could wield that thing. She was a strong old lady. Country, you know, so I'm sure she wasn't worried about it, but you never know what could happen. And she had dogs. She actually had 3 dogs, and you know, she got along with all her neighbors, so it's not like she was in an insecure situation, yet she still had that giant weapon ready to go if she needed it. The right to self-defense is a very basic human right. You can't defend yourself from an aggressor. And sometimes that aggressor is not even a human, it's a dog or something, or a tree that's fallen down on your house. Or, you know, you need to take an axe and clear it. Something like that. These are tools for life that people should have access to. Hey guys, it's coming at 4. We're going to Surin. So this is a short train ride. It's only like 45 minutes. Probably spend a couple of nights in Surin, then head to the border in Cambodia. I don't know what's with all the school shootings, and it's not just schools. Like, there's other churches, malls, a lot of things. The last 25 years in America. It started with the Columbine in Colorado. That was like late 90s. Before that, there was a big shooting. Mass shooting was pretty rare. It happened, but like once every few years or something. And then it just started happening all the time. But you know, you notice it hasn't happened much in the last 6 months. When was the last big shooting? There was a time it was happening like every week, man. If something was, or I think there was something just recently, wasn't there? A couple weeks ago? I don't know. I'm not following the news much in America, but I don't know what was going on with that. And even after Columbine, something like that still didn't happen. Then like all of a sudden, like 10 years ago, it was just happening all the time, man. I don't know. It's a mental health crisis or what was going on there. Because they were all like young men. You know, most of all these shooters all fit a profile. Like they were in their 16 to 25, kind of like incel types. Not to be mean, but just calling it as I see it. I mean, they were all kind of like that. It seemed like almost all of them. The thing about the whole incel thing is it's not defined. People think they're incel because they're not having a nookie. That doesn't make you an incel. Sometimes, you know, you go through phases of life, or maybe you've never had it yet in your life. That doesn't make you an incel. Is a mental thing. It's a bad mental illness where you kind of start to hate people. You hate men that get along with women, and you hate the women for getting along with men because they're not going along with you. It's a deep seated. So you got these young men who have like strong hormones and desires. They feel like they're shut out of society, and you know, because when I was younger, I was a virgin, but I didn't have an incel mentality. I didn't hate people. Like, I knew one day I would start meeting women, and the time would come, and then that's exactly what happened. but I didn't have this mental illness that some of the young men do in modern age. Maybe the internet like magnified that. So like it always existed to some degree, but the internet blew that up. So now they had these communities, they were chatting with each other, and echo chamber, and it was stoking the fire. They had that little bit of fire in them, and they would go on the internet and made it worse, you know. But people throw that term around. That doesn't mean if you're an incel, that means it's a mentality. It's a certain negative mentality, which, you know, it's nothing about how good your sex life is, whether it's good or bad. Nothing to do with that. And that's a worldwide thing, actually, too. It's not like it's only, you know, there was a Chinese guy who attacked in China, who attacked and killed. He was like a white guy walking with a Chinese lady, and the guy was obviously unhinged, and he attacked and killed, like, I don't know, one of them or both of them. I don't remember this. It was a news story, and it was kind of like a school shooter type person, and that we have in America, like an incel type, deranged. You know. Like, basically, if you're in a position where you're very frustrated with life, your inability maybe to meet women and stuff, you know, things like that, because sometimes that can be, you know, I understand that, because, like, you know, I've been shy. I understand it can be very hard to approach women sometimes and stuff, and so you're at a barrier you can never really get past, and that makes you even more unattractive. So I completely understand what some of those guys are going through. Best way to break out of that is self-improvement. Go to the gym, and or you could travel. You know, come to Pattaya, man. You know, Pattaya will rock your world, man. So that's what you got to do, man. Even if it's just for a couple of weeks. I mean, that's what B. Moran did. B. Moran's not an incel, but, you know, he did what he had to do. So sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. You know, or maybe lower your standards. A lot of these incels have very high standards. They just want the hottest. They're not that attractive themselves, and they want the hottest woman. And how this woman turns them down, they freak out. You know, maybe they should try to find an average-looking woman, or maybe one's not so great-looking, overweight or something. Because, you know, men are actually a lot more picky than women a lot of times. So, but, you know, that's what those guys should do. You know, and then maybe stay off toxic internet groups and stuff that fan the flames of that stuff. Work on self-improvement, building your net worth, building your health, fitness, and not worrying about, you know, you meet women when you meet women. It happens when it happens. Yeah, true. I never. I was that way a virgin until I started traveling. So first encounter was in Argentina when I was about 22. I may have had a few other opportunities before then, but I guess I was kind of shy and didn't really seize them. So, but it wasn't something I was bent out of shape about. That's what makes an incel. Like, yeah, I know I wasn't getting, I had strong desires for females, but I wasn't upset about it. I was very busy. I was working, I was building a business, so what defines an incel is not, like I said, it's not how active they are. You know, some people, they're like married, they had a lot, and they're younger, and they're just older, and they don't even really, they don't have a desire, they don't really want to get with women. That doesn't make them an incel. So people in their life go through different phases. Not everybody is out there looking to meet women all the time, you know. But if you do feel like you need that, you just got to relax, you know, work on self-improvement. If you need to travel and go, you know, meet women, then you can do that too. Passport bros, you know. Sometimes it's easier to meet a woman in another country because you feel like the thing about it is like if you're awkward around women, which you know I know about this, being shy and awkward, you feel like no woman of your own culture is gonna like you because they see right through the awkwardness, and that makes it even worse. But you go to another country and that kind of you actually notice that goes out the window because they don't know what Americans are like, may not even speak English that good, so they kind of shrug off your. They don't even notice your awkwardness. They just think you're a foreigner. It's like so there's a lot of there's a reason why people sometimes do better overseas than in their own countries. That's actually true. Like if you're American, sometimes guys that come to America, they kill it with like a guy from Australia or England can do way better in America sometimes than he does in his own home country. Because the American, like, wow, he sounds different. He's got an Australian accent. He doesn't sound like the rest of Americans. He's like an exotic, bird. There used to be this basketball player in Cleveland Cavs. He was from Australia. That was like 10 years ago. I forgot his name. But man, American women loved him. He was just an average-looking white dude. He was a decent basketball player. He played with LeBron James. I forgot his. He was a role player. He wasn't a star or anything. He was just an average player. But I forgot his name. But man, the women on the stands would go crazy for him, just because he was Australian, So there is something to being a foreigner, in other countries. Man, this water bottle. I travel with a big water bottle again. No, not Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk Nowitzki was a star. He was one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Germany. It was Matthew something. He was just kind of a role player. He wasn't a good player, that great of a player. He's all right. He played with a lot of heart and hustle. Pretty good defense and stuff. But he was on the Cleveland Cavs in the LeBron James era like 10 years ago. Not Andrew Bogut. Yeah, not Andrew Bogut. I think it was Matthew something. He was a short guy. For basketball, he was only like 6'2". He was like my height. He was just kind of an average Joe. He looked at, but he was from Australia and America. They loved him. The Cleveland ladies, they go crazy over him in the stands. Matthew Dellavedova, that's it. Jason McGregor got it. Yeah, somebody always gets it in the chat. Yeah, Matthew Dellavedova. He was very popular basketball player, even though he wasn't that great. He was just an average kind of bench player. Yeah, Matthew Dellavedova. I don't know if I don't think he's still playing in the NBA. It was like 10 years ago. He might still be on the Australian national team, but I don't think he's in the NBA anymore. Also, like these young guys, their life is just beginning, and they're going to go through phases and changes and adaptations, even if they're like really awkward nerd, which some people just get like that. I'm like that. I'm still like that today a little bit, but I was worse when I was younger. And you're just starting life, so like some of these young guys just freak out and they think their life is over when they're 20 because they don't have a date or something. It's like they don't have perspective and wisdom. Like they just got to chill out and work on your things, work on your life. I'm not like the guy that talks self-improvement because I'm just an average guy, but I even doing a little bit goes a long way. Like I said, doing a little bit of working out, doing a little bit of this, a little bit to improve yourself. Even this whole shyness and social awkwardness thing, that can change too. Like there may be some things you'd never get past, but you can put yourself, like you could get a job where you might not even need the job. Like let's say this guy has Bitcoin and he's very smart and he's doing good financially, but everything else in his life kind of sucks. and you know, he's not very good with people, and he's awkward. And that dude could just go get like a job, like trying to work as a bartender or something, where he's got to deal with people all the time, and he'd actually probably in a few months become somewhat good with people, you know, and where it's not a big liability to him, and he get comfortable, and he actually may even really enjoy talking and dealing with people, you know, whereas it was scary for him first. So that's, you know, you just have to try to work on your weaknesses. That's all. And don't, you know, and some things might not even change. You might be in a similar situation for 5-10 years, but even if you go from 20 to 25, you're still like, you're still just starting life. I'm 43. In my opinion, my life is just kind of still getting underway. Like, I'm in early middle phases. Like, I got a lot of life to live. So, you know, so some young guys think their life is doomed if they're not like 22, you know. Well, you know, a lot of that sometimes is the hormones. Like, you get a little crazier when you're younger. It's like you got all this energy and power and drive, you know. If that's not harnessed, you know, you're gonna, like, you could freak out a little bit, you know. In my case, I was harnessed because I had a business I was building. I was doing really good with it. This train's coming soon. Train should be coming pretty soon. Going from Buriam to Surin. It's a 50-minute train ride. Oh, I'm used to being alone, Kev Stream. Sometimes I prefer to be alone. Like sometimes I have the opportunity to hang out with people and I'd rather just be alone. But sometimes, you know, I want to hang out with people, sometimes I don't. But, the people that get real lonely, a lot of it's just conditioning. So the people that, there's dudes that they can't live life unless they have a girlfriend. I know. It's like, I knew a dude like this in Ohio. He was like married 2 times, and the dude was a wreck if he was alone. But once he had it, so recently he had to go to the Philippines to find a girlfriend because the guy would do whatever it took. He just would not tolerate living alone without a girlfriend, you know. So, like, you know, and there's other people who, yeah, and there's other people that don't like being around, you know. So everybody's a little bit different. A lot of us are kind of a mix. But I don't have a problem being alone. But yeah, sometimes I need to talk to people and do things. I can't just be alone forever. Some people, they would judge people. They'll say like, well, this person's alone. Like there's people that live in hermits. They're hermits. They live alone. You know, I remember as a kid, we'd be driving the back streets of North Carolina, and there are hermits living in a cabin. You know, like they point out to them in the car, like, that person's a hermit. lives all by himself, doesn't interact with anybody. That's how he wants to live. Not everybody wants to be around people. You know, he's living exactly how he wants to live. You know, it's not just. And there's some people that have the most friends and companions and relationships, and they're most miserable. So, you know, you just got to do what works for you. That's all. I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm not a loner, complete loner, but I'm not, you know, a complete social butterfly either. Yeah, well, their dream is just to get a cabin in the mountains, beautiful scenery, and just live up there the rest of their life. Nothing wrong with that. We got people in this community that are kind of like that, like Twitchy the Nomad. He's probably gonna be a loner the rest of his life. He might not be a full-on hermit, but he's getting close to it. Twitchy's kind of like that. Twitchy's even admitted that. I'm not quite like that, but I have no problem being alone. Sometimes I enjoy being alone more than being around other people. Sometimes too, for me, sometimes I do tire of being alone a little bit, but it's not like extreme loneliness. You know, when I was younger, sometimes I'd feel extreme loneliness. It was really bad, but you get used to it. I know what that feeling is like. That's not something I've experienced in a long time. There's a couple times I got real depressed out of loneliness. I remember specifically because I had a little bit of a breakdown. Like, these are all things you go through in life. Now I don't have that problem. Even at that time, it only happened to me a few times in my life when I was younger. My teens and 20s. But, everybody goes through different things. So, you got guys in the chat here. One guy might be 25, another guy might be 60. One guy is going through extreme loneliness. One guy is a hermit. One guy is super content and happy with everything. So, everybody's going through different things, different stages in their life. Mark is traveling to Buriam tomorrow night. Awesome, man. Yeah, it's just a relaxed place. And, if you don't like it here, you just keep moving on. For me, I think I've had enough of Isan. I want to keep traveling and seeing new things instead of going deeper into Isan. I kind of wouldn't mind going back to a beach area or just go to some new countries. Ben Harrison says, Ben gives amazing content daily. Yeah, I saw Ben was live yesterday for 15 hours straight or something. He was live all day, all night, man. This guy's seems like he's doing better in Pattaya, though. I will say that, than in Cambodia. He was going through a little rough phase there. Yeah, I didn't know Ben liked Limas until recently, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's what he likes to do. But Funky Rooster says Ice Poseidon is doing a survival stream with a machete. Well, I'm waiting for a train, so I'm waiting a train. I've been streaming all day. I did do some interesting stuff earlier, but I stream for 10 or 12 hours, so I can't do interesting things for 12 hours a day.
โปรดทราบขบวนรถที่กำลังเข้าสู่สถานีบุรีรัมย์เป็นขบวนรถท้องถิ่น
I went to a volcano earlier today. I mean,
ต้นทางจากสถานี
I don't know how much more interesting you can get than
ได้
that.
ทางสถานีนครราชสีมาที่ประสงค์จะเดินทางกับขบวนรถนี้กรุณารอการโดยสารได้ในชานชาลาที่2ขอบคุณค่ะ
Attention please. The arriving train is the local train number 426 from Ubon Rajasthan to Nakhon Ratchasima. Passengers are traveling on this train. Please.
Oh shit, looks like my train's changed. Let's just catch this train. You see the life of living in the moment? We just changed it up, guys. We're going to Nakhon Ratchasima, not Surin. I have a ticket to both places. Because my train is late, I decided to catch this train. My other train might never show up. We just changed it. Spur of the moment. We were gonna go to Surin West, now we're going Hotel East, totally the opposite direction. And it only cost me 20 baht. It was a 20 baht decision I made. We're gonna catch the third class train to Nakhon Ratchasima. I wanted to go to Pak Chong. It's like a mountain town. It's like outdoor sports and stuff. Sounds like a cool place to visit. But once I get to Korat, I might be able to get like a bus to Pak Chong. Problem is I might not be leaving Thailand as quickly as I had planned, but there's no rush to leave Thailand. I don't have to leave the country until December 30th. I need to get out probably the best time is sometime before December 15th. And I need to spend 6 weeks to 2 months outside the country, then come back. And I want to do that anyways. I want to travel to other places. I've mostly been in Thailand this trip, but we want to go to some other countries. But I'm not in a rush to leave. So we'll spend some more time in Thailand. No rush to go to Cambodia. I don't really want to go to Cambodia that much. I'd rather maybe get to Bangkok than fly somewhere. I might go to Indonesia, I'm thinking about. Go live stream there. I don't really fancy going to Jakarta. Jakarta just sounds like a miserable city. But the rest of Indonesia might be cool and nice to visit. Of course, there's Bali, but I'm talking about like Bali is a very small part of Indonesia. I'm talking about the rest of the country. And people have told me the internet works good there. I've heard other streamers and just visitors that said it works pretty good. So I might go to Indonesia, guys. Well, they said the train's coming. Where is it, man? Ain't no train. This train will come. I'll get back and catch the Surin train. Man says Jakarta is great. I've always wanted to travel in Indonesia a little more. I've only been to Bali a couple times. But Indonesia is cheap. Even Bali is really cheap, and Bali is one of the most touristed places in the world. But it's just something different. Like, it's a new place to explore and check out. As much as I like Thailand, I do like to see new places sometimes. This was kind of a new place. I've never been to Isan. It's a little different here than and the south was a little bit different too. But it's still Thailand. I mean, it's still fairly similar to the rest of the country. But we're gonna go maybe Indonesia, I think. Indonesia or Vietnam could be a possibility still. I do like, wouldn't mind going back to Vietnam. Vietnam's good. Cambodia, I don't really want to go to that much. I was there last year. I did it streaming for a week. Been there multiple times, visa runs and stuff. It's not a bad country. I just rather go to new places if I have the choice, or a place I haven't been to in a long time. Well, they got people standing around on the tracks. I don't know what's going on here.
Local train number 426 from Ubon Rajasthan to Nakhon Ratchasima. Passengers are traveling on this train. Please kindly board on platform number 2. Thank you.
Well, the train to Surin is never. The train to Surin was supposed to come 20 minutes before this train. Oh, it's well late. You see all these people are waiting for that train. Aaron Price with the 15 Aussies. Thank you, Aaron. Everybody's waiting for a train right now. This one's going to Surin. This one's going to Karat. Yo, big ups, Aaron. Thank you, man. Big ups, Aaron. The one thing about going to Surin was it's only a 50-minute train ride versus how long is this train ride? 2 hours and 10 minutes. If this one's going to Surin, I'm going to catch this train. You might have just been saying the train's late or something. Hey, big ups, Aaron. Thanks for the 15 Aussies. Yeah, if this, whatever train comes first is the train I'm going to catch. So they said the train to Karat was coming, but it hasn't come yet either. And it looks like Surin train is maybe really late. Well, the first train that comes, I'm going to catch. That's the rule here. So big ups, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron Price, 15 Aussie super chat. Okay, here's a train coming here. This is probably the Karat train. We're gonna catch the Karat train by the looks of it. Says, welcome, dude. Yeah, cheers, man. Thank you. Big ups to the Aussies, the British. A lot of support from Americans, Canadians. We got a lot of great Canadian supporters. I've gotten to know the Aussies a little bit, like, because as Americans, we don't really have a lot of Australian or English visitors, period. You guys kind of know each other. We don't really know you guys. And you guys know us just because we're a huge nation and all movies and things like that. You know us a little better. But we don't really know you guys. I've gotten to know the Australians a little bit more. And they're definitely, I think, they have their own peculiarities. But it's been nice getting to know the Aussie culture a little bit more. Because I used to not know the difference between an Aussie and a British accent. I thought the British guy would speak to me, I thought he was Australian and vice versa.
Attention, please.
But now I kind of know all that stuff.
Station. Please check your belongings before leaving the train. The State Railway of Thailand appreciates your choosing.
A lot of visitors. We're pretty insular. Like, we know of Australia, but we don't know much about the country. You know, you may know about the geographical details and stuff like that, but you don't know the people that much. Because I've never visited the country. Of course, if I visited the country, then maybe I'd know it even more then. But this train looks very crowded, guys. If it's too crowded, I just catch a train to Surin. Maybe it's not that crowded. Yo, Whitaker. Whitaker with the Aussies. Big ups, Whitaker. Yeah, this train's not too bad. We might have to stand, but I don't mind standing. Big ups, Whitaker. And we get a view out the window. Third class trains. I like them. They're like 50 cents to ride it. This is a local train, so maybe we get a window seat so people get off the train in one of these little towns. It's gonna stop in every little town. I might even get off of one of the little towns. I don't know. I gotta look at my Google Maps. I have to go to a town that has hotels. It has to be a hotel. Can't be too small of a town. Some of these towns they stop in only got like 5 houses. It's not even a village. Hemminger got banned? Yep, Luis Cabo, good night, man. Have a good night. Getting pretty late there in Seattle. Hey, thanks for your offer, Luis. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that. I'm definitely going to take you up on that. We'll be back in Pattaya in Thailand after I leave. Visit a couple other countries first. My glasses are fine, the fonts. My glasses weren't broken. I did this on purpose so they wouldn't break. Because, you know, when you're on the Appalachian Trail, it's not easy maybe to replace your glasses if they do break. And there's some things I can't function without. I need these glasses. Last thing I need is my glasses to break. And then I'm in a situation where I can't replace them. So I did them to fortify my glasses. Well, the arms don't close. They would close, but when you made it like this, they don't close. So I made them on purpose so they would close. That's how they make them unbreakable. You can break them, but you got to apply a lot of force. You got to apply force. If you're just everyday use, they're not going to break right now. The arms did bend, but once you did this, they don't bend anymore. These glasses might last me 5 years. I bought them in Colombia last year, a year and a half ago. Well, there's the Surin train. Shit, maybe I could still go to Surin, guys. That train's not as crowded. We're getting off this train and going to Surin. Train showed up just in time.
Please check your belongings before leaving the train. The State Railway of Thailand appreciates you choosing our services and looks forward to serving you again. Thank you.
Okay, so we're changing trains. Last minute. We're going to Surin instead of crap. We just changed our mind again. This train's not as crowded. The thing is, I had a ticket to. We got our own seat to ourselves. Window seat. cost me 20 baht to have the decision to change my mind and go where I wanted to go. Only 20 baht. I lost. See, I had 2 tickets. I had one to Surin, one to Nakhon Ratchasima. Much more enjoyable trips. It's only 15 minutes versus 2 hours and 10 minutes. And I got my own seat. That would have been a long, uncomfortable ride. So this worked out better. find a place. He'll pick the place, find a good place, and we'll just both go there, get it done together. But we're going to Surin now, and probably Cambodia after that. I do kind of want to go to Siem Reap because I've never been there. I forgot about Siem Reap. If I go north, go through the north border, that's where you're going to go through Siem Reap. That's the first town you're going to go through. If the internet's good too, I'll take you guys to Kampot. Kampot's a really nice city. I spent a week there 5 years ago. It was very beautiful. 6 years ago. We'll go back to Kampot and cross into Vietnam. I had a really good time in Kampot. We'll do a live stream. I'll show you guys the city. It's near the Vietnam border, Kampot. I rented a motorbike there and drove around. I made vlogs, but I lost all my Cambodian footage back then, so I never posted any videos about it. Yeah, the internet is hit or miss, but sometimes it works pretty good in the cities. Like it worked good in Sihanouk. I streamed for 12 hours a day there. I think in the cities it works pretty good. I streamed there last year or something. I was there for a week. Yeah, exactly, Ed. The former is more of a negative state of mind. The latter is just a circumstance. Nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna be in the country or anything anyways, so we're just gonna be in some cities, hang out in Cambodia for a little bit, and then from there probably go to Vietnam, I guess. I do still kind of want to go. If I go to Cambodia, I'm going to Indonesia. I want to go to Indonesia, probably gotta go to Bangkok and then fly there. We'll see, we'll just take it day by day. See what happens. You'll be able to look at some beautiful countryside out here. Been a long day, but I'm feeling pretty good. Channel so much that you've done. rifle story. Oh, yeah, there was a rifle story. I must have told this story when I was drunk a long time ago or something. Fonz knows everything. I don't remember that. I told you guys that story. That's kind of personal. Yeah, it was a lot. I can't. I remember the story now, but I remember that was like the you know, my great grandfather and grandmother were together their whole lives, you know, like 60 years. One time, you know, my great granddad was up to some funny business with the local lasses, and yeah, the granny, older granny came in with a shotgun, about to blow his ass out of the house. That's why they call it a shotgun house. Eventually, they reconciled and made up, but that was that's just hardcore like that. They actually lived in an old shotgun house in the South. That's why they call them shotgun houses. When I was a kid, it was like a one street, you know, something out of a movie. It was like a one street. You had like 15 of these shotgun houses. There was one little church on the corner. It was a dirt road. And in the back there were some farms. That's where they lived. Middle of nowhere in North Carolina. State Road does some really good vlogs for. There's some cool stuff to see in Cambodia. I've only scratched the surface of that country. Cambodia is a good place to go. We'll go there for a while. It's very cheap there. It's something different. Cambodia is definitely different than Thailand. You know, they share some stuff in common, but it's a much different country. So we're gonna go there. Hopefully, I don't get sick of the food. Cambodia is definitely going to happen next. Cambodia is a pretty interesting country, you know. A lot has been going on there. Like, it's come back from the abyss. The country was almost wiped off the map by the communists. Now it's, you know, a thriving, successful country, doing, you know, pretty well for itself. My random awesome, man. Maybe we could hang out again. I didn't know you were in Cambodia, but now you're the only guy I know there. I know him now. I'll probably, no guarantees, but I'll probably be in Cambodia. I like to check out that border crossing. I like to check out Siem Reap. There's stuff I want to see. I wouldn't mind going back to Camp Hot. You guys remember my random travel videos? I met him in Khao San Road in Bangkok. He was the guy with that very interesting jacket, like hippie jacket and stuff. He just comes from Nepal. Shout out to my random travel videos. You can check out his YouTube channel. But he made a video about me. He streams time. He made a video about it. So you can check out his channel, my random travel videos. That guy's a hardcore traveler. Met him a month ago in Bangkok before I went to India. What town is that, my random travel videos? Sounds like a nice town. What town is that? Yes. Siem Reaper is the Cambodian expert. You're in Cambodia now, Scuff? I saw you're in Australia. Must have went back. Yeah, Scuff Siem Reaper is the big Cambodian guy in this community. Mandu Kerry. I have to try to remember that. That sounds like a cool place. I didn't know they had mountain towns in Cambodia. I'm starting to lose my voice, so I might have to end the stream when I get to Surin. Either go for it, but I might be able to talk too much. Get some honey from 7-Eleven, make a drink out of it or something. Make a hot tea. Definitely helps. We're talking 10 hours straight. And really, my vocal cords and throat get used to that. But because I haven't streamed much for a couple of weeks, it's feeling a little bit rough right now. This is one of those stops. They only got like one house. But the people must be like, they got a ride, they're gonna go out in the country or something. A lot of people getting off here. John North's done amazing travel stuff. He's done way more stuff than I have. He rode a motorbike around Colombia, motorcycle. He drove from Florida to Mexico. Jonathan Norris, like, badass traveler. He doesn't get the respect in the community all the time, but he's done a lot of amazing things. He had a good series of live streaming, some of the best live streaming content anybody's done too. I think he just doesn't give a shit, care about streaming or anything anymore. But he streamed all these dates. He was going on all these dates like in Mexico and streaming. That was after I met him. He's done a lot. I don't know if he's ever done that. Streaming for 12 hours is kind of a ball bust. So I don't know if he might be able to do it with practice, but like, I'm only 10 hours, and just because I haven't streamed for 2 weeks, so it takes practice to stream for 12 hours. I'm not saying he couldn't do it, but he might have to work up to it. Surin is, this countryside is so, maybe I go out to a small town. Like I said, no rush to leave Thailand, but maybe we explore Surin a little more. And then we go to Cambodia. Our options are open. So I haven't been to a small town yet. Get out in the countryside a little bit. That he doesn't care, it's just that it's not an important thing in his life, YouTube. Doesn't mean he shouldn't have a YouTube channel, but he has, you know, other things in his life, priorities. When he wants to, he can make good content. I think he just uses, you know, passing the time and mixing, you know, maybe he's a little bored or something, that's all. There's nothing wrong with that. YouTube channel, that's his property. Everybody can do whatever they want with their YouTube channel. Most people don't treat it like a job, you know, nor should everybody. That's for people that got a lot of time on their hands and want to, you know, need to make money with it. A lot of people, it's just a little thing to have. Like, I have an amazing eBay account that has 70,000 subs. There are people that would kill for that YouTube eBay channel. It's just sitting dormant. I haven't used it in 8 years. There's people that could make millions of dollars with if they own my eBay account. They just need a big account with a lot of feedback. It's not easy to get that feedback. You know? So, you know, but hey, it's my account. If it sits dormant, maybe it's same thing with, you know, somebody's channel that's not very active. You're not supposed to transfer these things, nor do I want to do it. A lot of these accounts, they're made on the premise that it's yours and not transferable. Different sites, and you sign that agreement when you register. When you check that box. Usually there's a non-transferable amendment in that agreement. Stream and travel for 2 months, bust my ass, stream every day. Like I said, I've been kind of slacking off, but if I really, then I get back to Pattaya, it'll probably be nice to relax, get my tooth done, relax. Tired out here now. It's been 10 hours streaming. Get to Surin here, probably gonna, maybe I'll go get a meal. I'm not real hungry, but we'll get something nice to eat. I'm getting sunburned, you see. I had that hat, still get sunburned. Too much sun on my nose. Gotta buy some sunscreen. What is a soapy massage? That's a long story. Ah, man. I learned about the whole history. It goes back to medieval times. It started in Japan. I bought this in America. I found this free book. It was like a Japan travel book from the early 90s. So like a company that doesn't even exist anymore. It's like an interesting book. It was a free book. It was just given away. And you got these free book stations. And they had a page about the whole history of the soapy massage. I didn't know it had such an extensive history. Dates back hundreds of years ago when the pilgrims in Japan would travel to like sacred places, like hiking and stuff. They would walk to a sacred site temple, and along the way there were these way stations. The ladies would wash them down, clean them, because you get dirty when you're hiking. And eventually it turned into like they had these sort of brothel cities where people did that. This was like 200 years ago in Japan, samurai times and stuff. And it later spread to other Asian countries. It's where a lady washes a man, cleans them all over. That's what it's so they got it in all these countries. That's the history. But yeah, that book actually explained the history of it, because they're still common in Japan. You wouldn't know they're there, but because the one time I was in Japan, in Thailand you kind of see them out in the open. There are these big places, but in Japan they're kind of hidden. So I was just walking around one time and I came across this street. It was in like a nondescript area, a random area, North Tokyo. It was like 50 soapy massages all in a row on the street, and you would never know it's there because there was nothing in this neighborhood. I was just kind of walking through this area, and there just happened to be this street. Like, it's not really my thing, so I didn't partake in it. And maybe they wouldn't even let you in there anyways, because a lot of that stuff's for the Japanese people only. But yeah, it was there. Butt naked, get in the tub, and she washes you down in the tub. They got a lot of soap, they clean you, and that's pretty much what happens. And they maybe give you a massage afterwards in the bed. That's what it is. I think they got it in most Asian countries. Like I said, it all started in Japan. said I should get my tooth extracted before I get the whole procedure done. So maybe I should do that, yeah. That means I'm going to retire a missing tooth for the next 2 months. Train ride is like maybe another 20 minutes. It's not a long train ride. Surrey and Birmingham are like 50 minutes apart. Yeah, they do rice in Surin. Not all of Isan grows much rice, but Surin does. And actually, the rice here is considered to be some of the best quality rice in Thailand. Which, if it's the best quality rice in Thailand, means it's probably some of the best rice in the world. Isan doesn't grow a lot of rice, but some of the rice they grow is like the best rice in Thailand. There's Yasathan rice is also renowned, as is Surin. But most rice that Thailand grows comes from central Thailand, the Chao Phraya River Valley. Vegas and Disney World, Times Square, you know. I met some foreign tourists on the Appalachian Trail, and people really liked it. You know, like I met a guy from Japan, and there's a guy from Europe and stuff. It was like their first time in America, and they really, not only they like the trail, they like being in America, just seeing the small towns and things like that. You know? Like America could do way better with tourism, but it does. America has is great outdoors. So like Harold Baldwin, he went to America, he rented an RV, just drove around. There's things you can do in America that would be difficult in other countries. You can bike across America on a bicycle and a Harley, you can hike across America. There's a lot of great things in America that not a lot of other countries have, you know? So, but America doesn't market itself for tourism. Cat in the box. So there you guys will learn something. You can travel with your cat or dog on a train if you got a cat. That cat's enjoying the ride. It doesn't look freaked out or anything at all. Some cats freak out, like that cat's used to traveling. Hey guys, you remember? Here's a quick quiz. What did I do in this city? I was here before. What happened here in Surin? Anybody remember? I was here a couple weeks ago. Quick live stream quiz. Yep, this was where the Elephant Festival was, right here. Now we made a beeline to get to Surin. This was where the elephants were. I like this town too. It's nice to be back in Surin. I was in Buriram for a while. I get to know Surin and Buriram. The elephant festival started. We were here at 6 in the morning. Hundreds of elephants. Right here is where I fed the elephant the mango or the papaya. I tried to. This is known as the elephant city of Thailand. In the country, they actually have hundreds of elephants in this province. So we might actually try to get out and see them. I really love those elephants. We might actually try to get out and see them again. We gotta get out probably into a village or something. Maybe we're gonna check out Surin. And look at the countryside coming in. It's a very beautiful countryside. Tiger Balm works wherever it hurts. Yeah, guys, we're back in Surin, awesome city. Beta carotene. There was a place that sold a good fruit smoothie. I might go walk over there. That's how I could go for a fruit smoothie right now. Don't want any coffee, don't want any food. Am I back to see a friend? That's a negative. Wish I could tell you yes, but I don't have any lady friends at the moment. I guess the problem right now, I'm just not really putting in effort. Like I gotta go out at night and hang out at nightclubs and stuff. I haven't been doing that. Even the fact that not drinking, I can still go and do that, but I'm not just putting in the effort, you know. Preoccupied with other things at the moment. But okay, let's go find that fruit shake. Exactly where it is. I think I know where it's at, but I'm not 100% sure. See, this is a Chinese shop house, Ling Sing Hong. So, you know, you got these Isan cities. In the city, you have Chinese businessmen. They, you know, they're Thais, they're Chinese Thai, but they live in these cities, and then they, you know, they have gold shops and little businesses and stuff, little shop houses. Some have been here for 100, 150 years. You got that in every Thai city. Then you got, you know, they're a mix, you know. So there's a, but then you got the local people that come from, that've been here for thousands of years. The Cambodian and Khmer and Laos. The Thai people are actually from the Chao Phraya River. It's like, that's where Bangkok is and up north, all the way up north to Chiang Mai. I mean, Chiang Mai, then it's different up there too. That's a lot of, it was a different kingdom back in the day. It's like basically everything from like Lampang to Bangkok. That's the heartland of Thailand. It's like places like Ayutthaya, Phitsanulok, where Sexy Bar is from. That's where they grow most of the rice in the country. That's where the Thai culture came from. Sukhothai, all of those provinces, Nakhon Sawan, even the provinces around Bangkok. It's all. But Bangkok itself was the center of all the Chinese immigration. So Bangkok is kind of a mix of like Thai, but it's very heavily Chinese Thai influenced, you know. And a lot of the cities too around there are. But when you come to Isan, it's like you're kind of getting in a little bit of a different culture, slightly different, you know. Just like if you go from Wales to England, they're similar, but they're not exactly the same. You know? Or Scotland to England. Yeah, Thailand's a melting pot, but multicultural, kind of. So like, walk by a shop house, it looks like something out of China. It's like Chinese symbols and writing. It might have been like that for 100 years. So it's not like they're not Thai. It's just that they're Thai Chinese, you know, and there's even Thai Indians here. Soon, maybe another 50 years, there'll be Thai Farangs, because the Farangs have been moving here a lot. So, you know, some of them are probably gonna be born here. You know, there's just a husband and wife from Germany or America, and they have kids. They'll be Thais, even though they're, you know, like that's like that guy. My Nate is like that. He's basically Thai. He wasn't born here, but he, you know, he speaks totally fluent Thai. He's lived here for like 20 years. So, because it's an accepting, open society. You know, they accept people from around the world. But nobody can just become Thai. If I want to come here and say, hey, I want a Thai citizen, that's not going to happen. You know, and that's fine with me. I'm not trying to become Thai, but I'm happy to be an American, you know. But, you know, there is like a scope where like the society evolves. It's not like, you know, a place like Egypt. Well, Egypt's kind of complicated because it's long history, but like where's a place that's real insular? Like South Korea is probably always going to be South Korea, because a lot of that's cultural too. They don't really, I like the ideal of foreigners coming. Like you're just, it's Korean, or you're either Korean or you're not. But Thai is not so strict like that. They're kind of like that a little bit, but we're starting to say they need immigration and stuff. Like they're facing the reality. You know, one thing about Japan, they can be very pragmatic. If they figure out, you know, we need some immigration, they might change their ways. Because, I mean, they're already run with like expats and tourists. And they're just kind of accepting the fact that maybe everybody here is not going to be Japanese, nor should it be like that. There's going to be a little bit more of a mix of people here. I don't know if South Korea has gone through that process yet. Philippines is kind of multicultural too. That's why, like, you don't have, when you got these societies where you have different groups and different religions and things, they're not so strict about like their identity. Like, well, we're Korean, this is the way it is, or we're Thai, or we're American. You know, like the ideal of what an American is a nebulous concept. So it's not so demonic. But in some societies, it's not so nebulous. It's like they have a very firm ideal of what their nationality is, and that's like inflexible. It doesn't change. And they don't want that to change, you know. I think Europe's like that a little. Europe's like that a lot more than America. I think Europe's a little bit opposed to outsiders more so than America, you know, because they don't have as long of a history of immigration that America's had. Like immigration's kind of something that started after World War II. It was more of a recent phenomenon. You know, but in the Philippines, they got the island people that have been there for a long time. They got the Muslim Philippines, the Catholic Filipinos. They do have a Chinese, overseas Chinese element. They got a Chinatown in Manila, and you have a lot of a big American influence, more than maybe any country outside of North and South America. Actually, there's probably more American influence in the Philippines than any country in the world, other than Canada. So in some ways, you know, when you're in the Philippines, you feel like it's a little bit slice of America. Maybe some of that was maybe the colonialism back 100 years ago, but some of that also was the military bases there, and a lot of people, a lot of Americans have been living there and moving there. Like most of these expats in the Philippines and these YouTubers, they're all like mostly American. Like here, there's a lot more English people and Europeans and stuff. But there, it's mostly American and a little bit Australian in the Philippines. Lewis likes the Buddhist countries the most. So that's, you know, Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos. There's a couple Buddhist provinces in northeast India. Nepal, I think, is Buddhist. Vietnam and China, they're Buddhist, but their Buddhism is different. There's like a few different types of Buddhism. I don't even know if they're Buddhist in China. They're not Buddhist. They're not even religious in China, because China is complicated. And some of these countries are really complicated. I don't have the most knowledge about every place, but I do know in Vietnam, I guess it's kind of Buddhist, but it's different than Thailand and Cambodia. So I don't know that much about it, but mostly the most Buddhist countries, in my opinion, I've seen are Thailand, Cambodia, and probably Laos, this area of the world, and maybe I think Sri Lanka is very Buddhist too. So but Burma is a Buddhist country, and that's not a nice place. That place is a mess. So and Cambodia used to be a mess. So not every Buddhist country, is like has always done well, And yeah, in Japan, and I don't know, it's kind of complicated because some of these countries aren't very religious. In Thailand, they're still pretty religious. They're very, but Japan, they're not that religious, but they do have some Buddhist traditions. They got these other religions though, so I don't even know what's really going on in Japan. I never figured it out. There are Buddhists in Japan, but there's also Shintoism, which I don't even know what that is. There's there's different things. But a lot of people, religion is just not a big part of their life there. So I think China's like that. China used to be more religious, but the Cultural Revolution and Mao Zedong changed all that. Some of the most old Chinese culture you see is in these Thai Chinese, or these foreign Chinese, overseas Chinese people, because they came to these countries 100 or 200 years ago, and they brought their old culture with them that's now disappeared in China. But it still lives on in places like Malaysia, Singapore, the Chinatowns of Bangkok and, Philippines and these places. So this temple is just a little temple in the alleyway here. There's some monks back there. There's that temple there. These are buses, Bangkok to Surin. So when you get a lot of these towns, everything goes to Bangkok. You have no problems getting to Bangkok, but you want to go to other places. There's not a lot of demand for people going to Roy Et from Surin. I had that problem. I was in central Thailand in the south. I wanted to go to even a place that's nearby. It's all roads lead to Bangkok, so if you want to get to Bangkok, that's no problem. You want to go somewhere else, sometimes that can be a problem. Oh, I got this broken down bus here. Got some food. Somebody might be living here. Might be somebody's home. So it looks like somebody's home, actually. Bus life instead of van life. Guy's doing bus life. Yeah, well, Mao Zedong in the 60s, because Mao Zedong took power in the 1949 Communist Revolution. So he was building up an army for decades. He was funded by Stalin and trained. So Stalin and the communists in Russia, Stalin already did all this stuff in the 20s and stuff. They lived it. And Mao Zedong was actually Stalin's protege in China. Because Mao Zedong, or Stalin, was like a evil genius. He figured, we're a big country, but we're not big enough. I mean, we might get attacked by America, Germany, England, who knows? The imperialist powers. China shares a border with us in Siberia. They're the biggest country in the world, which at that time they were too. We need to convert them. So it was like a little side project of his. He was building up this Chinese army for decades. It started in the late 20s. So I read the history of Mao Zedong, the biography. And Mao Zedong was his main man. That was his main guy when he was a young guy, And that's how these communists work, man. They work in decades. They play a long game. And that's exactly what they did in China. Nobody even saw it coming because they started in the late 20s, and they didn't take over the country until 1949. And by then they had gotten really strong, and Russia was really strong and could really back them at that time too. That was after they won World War II. And China was devastated in a week because they were, under the onslaught of the Japanese for years. And everybody was war weary. Nobody wanted to help China defend against the communists. Nobody cared. America didn't help them. America had its hands full with managing Japan and Korea and stuff. So I think America regretted it when the Korean War happened. They realized they made a mistake with China. They didn't step in. Because one of the first things Mao Zedong did was attack Korea. They had the North Korea and they wanted to conquer the whole thing. It was a really big war, the Korean War. You don't hear about it much, but that was in 1950. A lot of Americans died and a lot of Koreans and Chinese died too. It was a big, big war. It was a brutal war. That's what the MASH TV show was about. It was about the Korean conflict. But so when Mao Zedong took power, they built up a ragtag, rough army in the mountains of China. Like I said, they bided their time and waited for an opportunity to strike. And when they took over, it's not like they made a lot of changes overnight. So they had to consolidate power, and then they even fell out with Russia. Them and Russia were like enemies, so they didn't even get along with them. But in the 60s, when they had already been around for a while, they're like, well, we're gonna change the whole society. We don't like all our old Chinese culture and everything. It's just holding us back. So we're gonna get rid of all of it. Burn all the books, get rid of all the religious thing, everything, all the history. And that's what they did, And people that went against it or didn't like it, the Communist Party people would, which was sometimes just the local guys in the street, they would just, you had a gang attacking you. You were forced to comply. A lot of people, if you didn't, you were killed or sent to a gulag or something. It's obviously something like that. Not everybody's going to want to go along with it. So in a few short years, the society was completely changed. And prior to that, they had the 5-year plan or something, some really bad economic plan, which caused like 30 million Chinese to starve. So the 60s were really bad in China. Now in the 70s, Mao was getting really old. And Mao was like the devil, but some of the other guys weren't so bad. They were just like party power people. It's like the same thing when Stalin died. The Russian guys that took over, they weren't that bad. It's like the guys the Pol Pot, Stalin, the Mao, the people that found these things, they're the worst. The people that take over after are usually more pragmatic and simple, and not as evil. So when Mao was kind of in the 70s, when Nixon came over, and China was already kind of changing course and moderating itself. But their whole goal is to break the people. So like the fact that 30 million people starved, they didn't care. That was part of the plan. That was part of the plan. That stuff happens They wanted to break the will and the culture of the people so they could control them and dominate them. It was dressed as an economic plan. They knew it wouldn't work, and it would just cause a lot of hardship and starvation. Same thing happened in Russia, same thing in Cambodia, happened in all these countries. It happened more severely in some places than others. But it happened in Venezuela. You know, that's why there's Venezuelans scattered all over the Americas, because their country was broken. It was destroyed from within, and had the choice to try to survive there, which there was no food, Venezuela was a modern place. They had grocery stores. It was like here, you can walk in and get food in the grocery store, restaurants. All that was gone in a matter of a couple of years. There's no food on the shelves, there was nothing. So the people that could leave, left. First, the rich people left because they had the means to leave. The poor people stuck behind because they hadn't, they only left when it was so dire, they had no other options. They would walk to Colombia or something. I met in Colombia, and this was already been happening for years. I met people on the streets in my live stream that said they had to walk there from Venezuela. They actually walked. It's like, the terrain of those kind of countries. It's not like there's an Appalachian Trail. That's a incredible hardship. Yeah, I think the smoothie shop is up here. It might not be open though anymore. I think any country in the world, it's their choice to do this, but they should brand communism as terrorism. It's straight up terrorism. Any communist organization is a terrorist organization. That's because it is really one of the most destructive, horrible things in human societies. In the last, there was things like this before. It was just called old-fashioned dictatorship, despotism. But, when societies got more advanced and large, that didn't really work anymore. So they had to get more, basically the despotism had to get more advanced. And the problem is it still lingers on in these universities and these organizations and people for some reason, even in the West. And like I said, they work in decades. They move in decades and insidious plans. But it's been a scourge of humanity since 1900s, early 1900s. And there's probably people in the chat, even some of my friends maybe, that have communist sympathies. But hey, I'm saying this is horrible. It's evil and horrible. And maybe a lot of people that believe in this, they have a good intentions. They think it's a good thing, but we need the McCarthy days on that stuff. It's not a respectable political movement. It's outright terrorism and destruction of humanity for the benefit of a small ruling elite. And it's worldwide, every country's got communist sympathizers and elements. In the 50s, the mission was clear, because there were communists back then. They were in Hollywood and they were all these places trying to basically infiltrate America. And a lot of that was foreign sponsored, just like they sponsored Mao Zedong. They were trying to do the same thing in a lot of other countries. They worked, underhanded, insidious. So I think it's a lot of useful idiots that they get their useful idiots that think, and they think they're doing a good thing. They sign them up in the universities. They indoctrinate them. But the real masterminds are just evil genius. They're the most evil geniuses rise to the top. That's happened in every one of these communist societies. As I said, even the guys that come after, they're more laid back, and that society eventually gets a little normal, and the top guy goes away. But I wouldn't be such a communist hater, but I'm a student of history. So, I just see it as it is. It's a horrible thing. What am I supposed to do? Be nice because there's some people that have bad perception of it, think it's better than what it is. It's not. It's not. Not to offend some people, because there are well-meaning good people that think they like communism. They're not bad people. So not to offend those people. That's why the problem persists, because people aren't speaking out about it enough. Yeah, I think the milkshake or fruit smoothie place is up here somewhere if it's still open. It's a very delicious fruit smoothie. I read books about the Russian Revolution. I've read books about Mao Zedong's biography. I've studied all this stuff. I'm not an expert, but I've read my fair share of this stuff. And there's no real sweet talking. It's just a bad thing. Yeah, I think here's the Smoothie Paradise. Very good place. It's like it's still open. They got avocado smoothie. Yeah, in the 60s in America, while all this horrible stuff was going on, there were people Mao Zedong was like a cult figure. People were wearing his t-shirt and had posters on the wall and stuff. What do you get? I have a banana yogurt smoothie. Yeah. One, yeah. It's been a long day. We're going on 11 hours here. I'm gonna probably hit 12 hours and then call it a day, guys. Walk around a little more. Yeah, I'm in Surin, guys. I left Burian today. I was in the train. We always got new people tuning in and stuff, so now everybody knows what's going on. Thanks for letting people know. I don't have a hotel booked, Nigel, so I'm gonna probably just walk into the place after the live stream's over and get a room. Yeah, I'm not gonna stream much more. I'm getting real tired. Just gonna probably chill tonight. Go to bed early, probably be up in the morning. Good Vibe says, what is the plan in Surin? I might get out to some small towns or villages and maybe we see some more elephants. And maybe from there we go to Cambodia. So, maybe get out of the city a little bit, explore. I didn't do that in Buriram. Maybe we'll do it here. I won't be in, well, I'm not gonna be doing a visa run. The whole plan is I gotta go to stay out of Thailand for a couple months. Cause I gotta meet up with Lewis next year. So we're gonna travel around, maybe go to Vietnam, Cambodia. But Poi Pet's far from here. I'm in another place, it's called Cham Chong, border crossing. So I'm gonna go to Cham Chong and maybe travel in Cambodia and then go to maybe Vietnam, I think. Big ups, Truth Warrior. Via Moran says you're an hour away from the Cambodian border. Are you in Surin? We're about an hour from Cambodian border too. When I came to this place a couple of weeks ago when I was in Surin, I was streaming that day, but I was very frustrated. And I came here, I found this, and I've had this yogurt drink smoothie made me very happy after that. Because I think I was going through some come down on the edibles. And I couldn't even stream, it was really messing up my head and stuff. I was really frustrated that day. So I ended the stream and then I wandered around and found this place and got a nice drink. Yo, big ups, no name. Big ups, no name. Yeah, why not? It's a great. What time did I get up? I got up at 6:30. Started the stream around 6:45, I think. I got a shower and I started the stream. Yeah, I got a really strong power bank. Yeah, you got a lot of utopian ideals, and it's not anything. You know, America was like a laboratory for a lot of utopian societies, like in the 19th century, and they never really panned out because people like had these ideals how we're going to live a better life, we're going to change the way society is, and so they set up their own community. You know, the only one that maybe kind of worked out was the Mormons in Utah. It was just carried by the religion. But the rest of them all perished, you know, or they didn't last very long. And that's just utopian society on a bigger scale. You know.
ที่หน้าพอลาร่าจะไม่มีในเมนูเป็นเมนู
But the thing is, those early utopian societies, they did so on their own voluntary will. It's not something that was forced upon them. You know, they want something they wanted to do. There was utopian societies in England. I was reading about the English Civil War in the 1600s. And there were like people, there was this guy who got very influential when all the English Civil War stuff was breaking out. He was a failed textile trader in London. But he was very like intelligent and ambitious. He couldn't cut it in the textile trade, which was very competitive. And he kind of formed this agricultural society. Jethro Tull, I think was his name. And there he made a band about him, a famous rock band in the 70s. It's called Jethro Tull. And a bunch of people followed him out in the countryside. And their society was actually kind of working. But they got caught up in the English Civil War and it got all destroyed. So, yeah, that was actually a really good band too, Jethro Tull. It's a good rock band and an interesting figure in history. Have I visited Indonesia? I've only been to Bali, Faiza. I'd like to go, I was just talking about that. I'd like to go to other parts of Indonesia. Java, Sumatra. I'd like to see more of the country. You know, America has always had a lot of these, okay. Has always had a lot of these groups because we have a freedom religion. So like a lot of other societies wouldn't tolerate that. They would like let let those people operate. But in America, you can basically start your own cult if you wanted to, you know. So that's what that David Waco guy did, that David Hirsch guy. They got a freedom religion here too. And there's some, you know, there are some, you know, you got Muslims here, you got some Christians, you got, but there's some different like varieties of, you know, there's some strange things in Thailand you might come across. It's not your ordinary, there was this, Kapunka. There are these people living in the forest one time I saw, man. Way over by Burma, like a religious cult. That was in Thailand. It wasn't a normal thing. They were like, they could heal the sick. There were faith healers, or all these sick people coming there, and like disabled people were living in the forest. I don't know what was going on there, but it wasn't normal, everyday thing you see in Thailand. But they have pretty much a free religion here too. But you know, most societies, the religion and the government was one and the same. It was like, you think of Iran today, where the government is a religious organization as well. They're considered one and the same. That's how most societies in the world were throughout history, and in Europe too. Like the church and the state, they weren't like different, you know. So the American founders actually had a great, you know, back that time it was like, you know, all these thoughts were revolutionary and people didn't really think about this stuff. They saw that wasn't really a good thing. Like people had, because it's not like the American founders were like, well, there's a Muslim one and you know, all these different religions. They weren't even Catholic. I think they were all like Protestant. But they saw, you know, it's not good for the state to control religion. So let the people do what they want with religion. Because the Protestants were persecuted and murdered and killed in Europe. You know, so like that's why the Protestants understood that. For a long time, the Protestants were persecuted. Okay, big ass viola. banana yogurt shake. Yeah, guys, I might want to get out so maybe I gotta do some research, but maybe I really love seeing the elephants. Maybe we get out to a small town or city, and Surin is really, if you want to see elephants, Surin is the best place. I mean, they have the elephant festival. That's only one time out of the year. You can go into some of these small towns where they live. So I gotta do some research, figure out where to go. Maybe go see the elephants again. That's where I got my hair. I tried to get a haircut there. That day wasn't going too good for me. I had a few things. I had a little. I think I definitely had a little bit of an edible addiction. I didn't have any for like 6 days. It's not like I took them every day, but if I didn't take it for a week, I'd only take them maybe once every 4 or 5 days. But I had gone like almost a week without having any, and then something was kicking in. I think it was like a edible withdrawal. Something weird was going on. Actually, I took some more that night and it went away. Like, I had some edibles 4 days ago. I bet you it's gonna kick in again 3 days. I have 2 days in a row in Buriam, like 4 days ago. It wasn't that long ago, so if something, because I haven't had them in 4 days, if something happens in the next 2-3 days where I'm feeling really off, really bad, then I'll know. Yeah, those things have a come down. I'll probably stop taking them at that time. You just have to, maybe a day or two go away, I'll be normal again. Because I don't know, like, I've never done, this is the first time I've ever done a DRUGS of any sort. It's just been, for me, it's alcohol and coffee. I know coffee, you got a hell of a withdrawal. So I guess the other ones have one too. Alcohol, I've never had alcohol withdrawal. I've been kind of lucky. Never gone through that. But coffee, if I don't drink coffee, I start to go through bad withdrawal. You get small headaches and you just want to sleep a lot. You feel just kind of shitty for a few days. Almost a week actually can last till coffee withdrawal. But some hardcore alcoholics do go through, that can actually, alcohol withdrawal can actually kill you. My alcoholism wasn't that advanced. Like, I had a problem with just binge drinking. But I wasn't, even when I binge drinked, I wouldn't drink the next day. I didn't feel like drinking. So the guys that get real bad alcohol withdrawal, they drink every day. And then if they don't drink, you know, they start to suffer. But I was never the type of guy that drank every day. I didn't want to, I just didn't have that desire to do that. Like, I would hit it hard one day, then I wouldn't drink for the next day or two, and I'd come back, drink again. And then when I didn't travel, I didn't drink hardly at all. So I was constantly, like, my body kept getting resetted all the time. I wasn't like a real dependent alcoholic, you know. Maybe I would have had problems with binge drinking had I been a more consistent drinker, but because then when I did drink, I couldn't handle it, you know. That's why the mezcal experience is so important. And it was actually kind of working. The mezcal experiment was just drinking high quality alcohol every day. It doesn't give you a hangover, a little bit of it, like 4 shots of mezcal and 1 or 2 beers. I was doing that, I was working good. Here's where we had steakhouse. There's actually, I think there's more nightlife here in Surin than there is in Buriram, even though Buriram's bigger. There's more stuff here going on. It's a nice area. There's a couple nightclubs. There's all back there are bars, and then all back down this street, there's bars at night. I walked down before. This is a happening area here. Beer garden. Guys, I'm going to be logging off soon. It's 11 hours of streaming, so I'm probably not going to make it to 12. Kind of running on empty here. Get ready to go back to my hotel and relax. We'll probably have Kelly Caldwell coming on soon, Baby Barry the Boss, Jonathan North. So just other streamers coming on. If anybody wants to come on, I give them a shout out right now because I'm ready to close this stream. If anybody wants to fire up the stream. But all right, guys, I'm out of here, man. Thanks, everybody. We're going to be back streaming pretty hardcore here. I just taking a little time off, but we'll be back traveling, streaming. And I'll see you guys later. Peace out. Thanks for the Real Ben Newton Chronicles, whatever he's doing right now. But I'll see you guys later. Big ups. Thanks for all the super chats, everybody. Big ups to Luis Cabo. And gave me some direction for the next couple months, and we're gonna be seeing you probably tomorrow. All right, peace out, guys. Bye.